Good morning, Chatty House. What's going on, everybody? Happy Friday. Oh, David got the belt? I believe.
I got Manny with the belt.
Oh, you got Manny with the belt? Mine
Yeah.
says 916, so that
I got
seems...
905. Congrats, Manny.
Congrats, Manny.
Dude woke up early, wolfed down his 4 boxes of Fruity Pebbles.
Oof. Likely story. Let me tweet this. Join us.
10 seconds to the legal. Let's party. Cut this off. Could somebody make a free throw? One time,
Kyle.
Like what? Just one.
Just one.
Can I get? If you go to the line 32 times, can I get 75%? Can they make 3 out of 4 free throws? If the Sacramento Kings hit 75% of their free throws, which is not good, by the way, 75% from the line is bad. That is down near the bottom of the league. The Kings for the season are 73.3% going into last night. Worse now somehow. If they shoot 75%, that is mid as hell. If they shoot 75%, they win that game last night. If they make 6 additional free throws out of the 32 they got, by the way, I'm not asking you to make 30. I don't even ask you to make 28, 24 of them. I need 3 out of 4. They win that game last night. This is 2 games now. Out of the last 4, and free throws have been a problem all year. You said it. We were sitting at a game at Golden One Center, and you went, you know what? I can tell when they're going to have a bad game based on how they shoot their first few free throws.
Yep.
This is a problem. Figure it out.
Kyle's heated. I'll say
dude.
this, Kyle. I think the one thing, there are so many things in sports that we can say, oh, well, I would have done it. Like, no. You would not have been able to run over the middle and catch that touchdown pass.
No doubt.
You would not have been able to go up and dunk that ball.
Right.
No, you would not have hit the 3-point shot to win it at the buzzer. You would have not done it. You could not have dove down over the third base bag, got up and gunned a guy at first base. That would not have happened.
Right.
But so many people could step to a free throw line and just maybe hit 75%.
You could accidentally hit 3 out of 4.
Yes.
Just bank them in. Shoot him Rick Barry style.
Yep.
Go granny shot with it. Dude, like, this is the thing. Look, we'll dig into why the Kings lost last night. We'll dig into their 4-game losing skid. We'll talk about the trade deadline. We'll talk about Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter, and we'll do De'Aaron Fox. We'll do all that. But at the core of this, the reason that they did not beat Phoenix came down to missed free throws. If they hit a couple free throws against Phoenix down the stretch, Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox each missed one.
Yep.
If they hit a couple free throws down the stretch, Phoenix is not able to win that game.
Didn't they miss free throws?
No, I'm sorry. Milwaukee.
It
was the Milwaukee game.
That's my
game.
Fault. Yeah, that's okay.
The Milwaukee game.
Yes.
They make a couple free throws. That game doesn't go to OT. They're not losing in OT. That's what it is. Last night, they make a couple more free throws. Maybe that game goes differently. And I know that that's not the thing. I know that there are so many elements to it. And like I said, we'll dig into everything. But on a basketball court, you get to step to the line with no defense and shoot a 15-footer.
It's just sitting there.
You have to make it. You have to make it. Not even, like I said, I'm not asking for anything crazy. I'm not asking for 95%. I'm not asking for 100%. I know that's unrealistic. You're going to miss sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But 18 out of 32, is that 58% from professional basketball? Like, and this isn't the Pistons. This is a really freaking good basketball team.
Yeah,
but really freaking good players on it.
I'm telling you, man, it's such a red flag for this team. And I brought it up to you earlier. We had the moment with Harrison Barnes early, and I just went back and looked. It was a Detroit game, right? Right in the first second of the game, Harrison Barnes gets the ball. He's not part of the offense, but all of a sudden he is. He gets the ball. He attacks the rim. He flings it out to the corner for an open three. They miss the three, but they come back down the next possession. He gets the ball again, races right to the rack, goes up for a layup, gets fouled, goes to the free throw line, misses 2 free throws. The Kings are still scoreless, like 2 minutes into the game, misses 2 free throws. They go on to give 47 points in that first quarter. That's what I mean. You can see it. There's something with the focus of this team early in games, often where you know it. And if they start missing them early, they're going to miss them all night long. And that's, again, you just lost 2 games because of free throw shooting. Yeah. Straight up. I mean, you did.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Some of these guys are career 80-something% free throw shooters. Some of them aren't great free throw shooters. I mean, De'Aaron Fox has never been a great free throw shooter.
Sure.
I think he shot 78% last year. What's he shooting? 71, 72% right now? Yeah. It's just like whatever the focus is. I know that they've done nothing but shoot free throws at practice the last couple of days. It's been like a super, super hot button issue with this team, and they're working on it.
Right.
But what it really comes down to, it's not a mechanical issue. It's somebody's got the yips. Like, as a team, they have the yips. And I'm not sure how you fix that on the fly, except for one day it's not going to be a problem. We're going to forget about it. And that's what free throw shooting should be. It's something that you shouldn't even worry about. It's like kicking an extra point in the NFL. Like, you should make all of your extra points. Every once in a while, there could be a bad snap or you could slip. I'm talking 1 a year at the most, but more like 1 every 2 or 3 years you might miss.
Sure. I
don't know if you've ever kicked an extra point. It literally, you can just swing your leg through and put the ball through their uprights. Yeah. You don't need a step. You don't need anything. But it's such a basic thing. And when someone loses that ability, just like the Kings have lost their ability to make free throws, then it becomes a complete mental thing. Like, look, you think Malik Monk wants to miss free throws?
Definitely not.
No, it's killing that guy
for sure.
He
8 of 17 from the free throw line his last 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, he took to Twitter after the first game and apologized.
Yes,
apologized, and then last night goes 1 of 6, including an opportunity to cut the lead down to what it was
1.
Yeah,
it was 124, 121, and he missed both free throws.
Yeah, and the first one, you knew he needed to make the first and miss the second, right? Because it was down to the wire, and they needed to get a rebound, get the ball, get another shot up, right? But to miss the first one, it's just, again, he doesn't mean to. I know he doesn't. I know he wants with all of his heart to win a game, but it's the lack of focus in the moment that has become a problem with this team. And it's an overall, like, just an obvious, like, red flag every time they walk into a game.
So I think because you see guys doing their free throw routines, right? Like Giannis famously had the Suns crowd counting down in the finals a couple years back because he was taking so long. Michael Scott in the basketball episode of The Office very famously has this really long free throw thing. But you have a free throw routine because that's just what you do. You don't think about it and you shoot it. And sometimes it doesn't go in. It's like, oh, okay, that's weird. Okay, do my routine again. You just do it. But like you said, I don't know if at this point, like, I don't think Malik Monk missed free throws last night because of a lack of focus. I think it's what you mentioned earlier. Like, now it's a thing. Yeah. Now, instead of going to the line and going, okay, I'm going to do 2 dribbles. I'm going to spin it in my hands once. I'm going to bend my knees twice. And then I'm going to go into my shooting motion or whatever your routine is. Now it's, oh God, I have to make it. How do I do this? Okay, let's see. Another example here. We're just going to use examples. I used to live in an apartment complex, not to brag, but there was a gate code to get in. And when I forget what the code was, but I just remembered the pattern of that my hand needed to go in to hit the right buttons. And then one day I pulled up and I was doing something and I reached out for the thing and went, oh my God, I don't know the number. I couldn't get to like the pattern of my brain that I had just punched up. I didn't know that and so that's what I think is happening to Malik specifically, because he's a good free throw shooter. He's way better than he's been. And I think he's going to be fine. Overarching point about this, I don't think Malik Monk's going to shoot 50% from the line for the rest of the year. Mm-mm. But in this space right now, I think Malik, and maybe with some other players, where they're getting to the line and it's like, okay, what do I do now? I have to make this free throw. And instead of just going through their routine, it's a whole thought process. It's going, okay, oh boy. Like, all right, I've already missed 3 tonight. I need to make this one. Let's get, instead of just going, all right, let's go. Like, yeah, you need to make them, but okay, I'm going to go through my routine. I've shot 10 million free throws in my life. Here's another one.
Yeah. I mean, for comparison, Malik shot 88.9% from the free throw line last year. He's at 81.4 right now. The year before that, he did shoot 79.5. It wasn't great, but last year with the Kings, 88.9. He's a career 84.4% shooter, and right now he's shooting 81.4. Like, in 3% might not seem that bad to people, but it's more like he's 7% off, almost 8% off what he averaged last year at the free throw line.
Yeah.
And I just think it's an overarching theme with this team that they're just a little bit off. And we saw it with Kevin Herter for 6 weeks, where Kevin Herter was in his own head shooting 3-point shots.
Yeah.
Just in his head. All of a sudden, it's not there anymore. He figured it out.
Goes down, a couple go down, and you're like, all right, I'm back.
It's not like he went out there and relearned how to shoot the 3-point shot, worked on it, every single day to make sure that he knew how to shoot a 3-point shot again. No, it came back.
I would bet with Herter specifically, while we're here, I would bet that there wasn't even like, okay, we're going to bring in a shooting coach and have you go through these drills to learn how to shoot again. Like, it wasn't, I'm guessing it was just like, all right, shoot a bunch of shots until they start going in.
The Kings did that one year with Tyreke Evans. He brought in Keith Vaney, the shot doctor.
Oh, obviously.
And he worked with him on shooting the ball.
He faded away all the time.
In season, he would fade away with his upper body.
Yes.
So he would like lean back while he was shooting. It was very strange.
Yeah.
And again, if you ever talk to his brothers, they blamed it on his experience with Cal at Memphis. They said that Tyreke was a great 3-point shooter all the way through high school, like junior high, everything. He gets to Memphis and they took away the 3-point shot from him and then messed with him and wouldn't let him shoot it. And then when he did, he felt like self-conscious about it. And
weird.
Next thing you know, he got the yips. And then late in his career, you saw it. He was like a 39% shooter from 3. He was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But it took a long time to get there. And it took some focus and some mental coaching and everything else to get there. But yeah, this is just weird. It's weird to see a team that I think the expectations are catching up to them a bit. And right now they're making the little mistakes that they didn't make last year. And it just sticks out so egregiously. You just I see it, just right there in your face.
It is truly wild how different they're 23-18. The exact same mark they were at this point last year. 23-18 after 41 games. But last year, to get to 23-18, they were 20-18. They won 3 in a row as part of a 6-game winning streak. This year, they were 23-14, and they've now lost 4 in a row. And it's crazy how different the vibe is, because last year it was like, man, light the freaking beam, and this is going to be a playoff team. This is about the time of year where it was like, oh, like they're for real.
They're legit.
Like this is the shoe's not going to drop. There's no second shoe to drop. This is a good team. So yeah, man, I don't think that, like I said, I don't think they're going to shoot 50% from the line for the rest of the year. And I honestly don't think that this is going to be something that, come playoff time, or I mean, at this rate, play in time, that we're going to be talking about. But in the midst of everything they have going on right now, all the things we talk about, the fact that 2 games out of these 4, it's been like, man, if they would knock down free throws, Would have gone a little different. It's very, very frustrating. So, all right. Let's elevate this conversation. Let's get away from some of the free throws. We'll talk about that a little bit, but we have some other stuff to get to in James' 6 quick thoughts. That's coming up next. We're with you till noon on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Good work. Are they having a party behind you?
What's happening here?
Who's behind you?
I have no idea.
Are you sure you don't know?
Is that who I think it is?
I think that's who I think it is.
Why?
I don't know. I want to go say hi, though.
Do it, please. Find stuff out. Hey, you can't. He can't hear me. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. That was, man. What's up, David? I don't think they're going to lose 10 in a row. That'd be kind of wild, but yeah, dude, I really need to get something back there. It's just because, like I said, it's not that they're back there in the stream. Like I can just close this window or not this window, but like on the computer, I can close this browser window and just remove it so I don't see what's happening behind me. But it's the reflection in the window that I can just see a million things going on, and it's really, really distracting.
What was that?
Is a person just about to start working here or what?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Huh. Okay. Huh.
I don't know what the deal is. I
don't either, but I wouldn't be mad. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
So we were scrambling. Yeah, that's a lobby right behind me. So let's see if I can do this properly. So you see where Debo is standing here? That's not actually Debo Samuel, by the way. That's Rich Ripley. Rich.Ripley@Odyssey.com if you would like to sponsor the program or any segments. So this is Rich/Debo Samuel. Directly behind Rich is the front door. So when people walk in the office, they walk straight through here. And then over yonder is the kitchen and like a shared workspace. And then if you go left here instead of right, that's where like all the salespeople and promotions people, it's like an open office concept. You can also over here by Debo/Rich, this little couch thing, there's a corner here and there's lockers, and you can also get to the kitchen around. This is like it's like a block.
It's a good way for us to get around when they're doing big meetings, and we can still get to the coffee by going around the outside. I did text you, Kyle.
Oh, okay. I can't wait.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. Didn't you just go say hi?
I did. Yes. But like, I'll text you.
Okay. Sorry, Chad. All right, 5 seconds. Here we go. All right. We've whined about free throws enough.
Of course we have.
At some point they'll make them. We'll hear from Domantas Sabonis, by the way. Domantas Sabonis had some interesting stuff to say in the locker room after the game last night. We will hear from him thanks to some video courtesy of our very own James Ham. Yeah, I with just to put a cap on the free throw thing while I stall so I can let this music run out so I can play our 6 quick thoughts intro. Just the last point on the free throw thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make it very clear that this is not they lost last night because they didn't make free throws. Like if you add up 6 more free throws to the score, yeah, they win. But it was not the only reason that last night got sideways on the Kings.
No.
Yeah. So
there's plenty of reasons, and we'll get to them.
Yeah, let's get to them right now with 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Hey, 6 quick thoughts sponsored by maybe you. Rich.Ripley@Odyssey.com. If you own a business or work somewhere that wants to sponsor this segment, go ahead.
There it is.
James, fire away.
They are free, right? I mean, 18 and 32 from the free throw line.
We're done with free throws. All right, free throws.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is what
go
it
on,
is.
go on.
Mike Brown may need to scrap everything else and just do the miss a free throw run. Miss a free throw run just for the next couple of days of practice. If you miss a free throw, everybody runs. And I don't care who it is. Hit your free throws. I put up a video after yesterday's practice, the day before practice, of De'Aaron Fox hitting, 25 straight? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he didn't miss. And then we get to the game, and, I was his free throw shooting even as, sure, he missed a couple, but it's just something's wrong, and I don't know how to fix it other than to say they got to focus,
I mean, whatever it is, I genuinely don't know how to go, hey, just make it.
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to. It's not a matter of form. It's not about, they need to have a night. Malik Monk, and this isn't a team thing. It's not like, hey, Domas went 12 for 12 from the free throw line, and now Malik's making them. Individually, they need to see a couple go down, and I think that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think so too.
Number 2.
De'Aaron Fox never really got going until the fourth quarter in this game. 24 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds in 40 minutes. I swear I had 5 rebounds.
Was that 6?
Yeah, it says 6 on here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, then he did get an extra rebound because it wasn't 6 before. Last night it wasn't. It was 24 to 6 and 5 after the game.
Got it.
That's okay. Anyway, he just didn't look like himself, and his defensive issues with TJ McConnell were crazy. And it wasn't just him. And Mike Brown was clear to point out that someone should have cut the baseline the entire time and stopped that. And that was what are we doing?
He cooked everybody.
But it's because when he got to that position, there should have been a second man there. And then I guess Mike was even saying he goes under the basket where he's behind the basket and comes back up and under. And that's why it looks like he just keeps scoring when you don't expect, because no one expects him to come back up to the rim for a shot. And so it's just kind of a weird thing that he does, but he's really good at it. And the Kings did not adjust. And that's not the first time that TJ McConnell has absolutely cooked De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings. And again, the Sacramento Kings as a whole, there had to be an adjustment there where somebody else said, I got baseline. I'll stop the drive.
Right.
Yeah. And no, didn't happen.
He got a shoulder through De'Aaron, Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray. It just
Kevin
everybody.
Malik Monk.
Pick a person.
Yeah. Name that King.
TJ McConnell.
He got through.
Scored on him.
Yeah.
That was not great. Although the worst part is when it was announced that Tyrese Halliburton is out.
Mm-hmm.
I saw people in the chatty house and on Twitter like, well, TJ McConnell's cooking tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Like, man, that's a tough spot to be in.
And the crazy thing is he only scores 20. It felt like he scored 45.
Right, because it's TJ McConnell.
Well, but he scored 20, but once you did try to stop him, he crushed you.
Yeah.
And ended up with 10 assists.
He's a good player, man.
He's a good little
That's
ball
the
player.
thing, is this isn't some rando who's never going to play in the NBA again.
Yeah,
TJ McConnell's been around, and he is a good guard.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that you wish you had on your team every single time you see him play. You're like, man, how do you get TJ McConnell?
The Michael Jordan and Matthew Dellavedovas.
There it is.
That's
very, very good.
Thank you. Number 3.
Headband herder.
You did this to spite me.
I did.
And I don't like it.
It's taken half the season.
You get a buzz for this.
It's a complete crap.
I agree.
It appears that Kevin Huerter has found himself. Man, when he's hitting Kyle, he has an ability to draw the entire defense one way.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone starts to fade towards him as he's coming off that DHO at the top of the key.
The dribble handoff.
They all chase him right out to the outside, and he still has the ability to get the shot off. 7 of 12 from long range, 31 points, career high, 31 points.
Wow.
He had been stuck at he got to 30 last year, which was the first time he'd ever hit 30. And then last night, 31 points. He is the offense. He is the ingredient that has been missing from this offense.
Yep.
If they can find a way to get this, to bottle it and have him become the player he was last year, this team goes right back into the top 5 of offensive rating in the league.
That's it.
Yep.
That is so much what it comes down to. So much of it rides on Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, it is the confidence that he's shooting them with. He's coming off the dribble handoff and he's stepping backwards. He's stepping right. He's feeding Domas. He's playing with so much more confidence on the offensive end than he was at any other point since he got benched in the preseason.
I did have this funny exchange with him and Domas in the locker room in pregame. So I said, hey, you got a haircut? Because I don't know if you noticed the road trip, Kevin Huerter started to have like a little flip thing going. And Domas is like, I was trying to get him not to cut it. And Kevin's like, you're just trying to make me look stupid. They were going back and forth. Either way, he did cut his hair, and I think he cleaned it up a little bit. He started to look like a quail.
I think he does it himself with the headband.
Oh.
It looks terrible. Like, I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
It's got to go.
I love the headband. Headband Huerter.
I'm number
5. Feed him. Domantas Sabonis camped out in the lane and demolished his former team. 18 of 13 from the field. He was 8 of 9, I think, to start, so maybe he did miss some shots. 21 points, 10 assists, 11 rebounds, 24th double-double, 12th triple-double, all for nothing.
In the second half, he went 0 for 3 from the field.
What in the world? They just...
I don't understand it. I don't get it. Why? He's cooking. 0 for 3 from the field. This is a second game now in a row where it's like, man, hey, figure out some offense in the second half. And I know, okay, late. They stormed back with 2 minutes left and scored all these points. Okay, awesome. But part of the way you don't get down 16 with 2 minutes left is making sure that Domantas Sabonis, and again, I don't know if this is a coaching thing or if this is a Domas thing. I don't know. But
well, if it's a team thing, it's possible
it's
that
a team thing. Yeah,
it's possible that other guys are like, oh, it's my turn to eat.
Maybe, but he scored 5 points, ironically, all at the free throw line. 9 boards, great. 4 assists, love it. That's awesome. But I need more than 3 shots for Domantas Sabonis in the second half of a game that you're losing. Like I said, I don't care why or how. Fix it.
Fix it.
Number 6.
Something new. Keegan Murray is a perimeter marksman, but he's starting to show a whole bunch of other stuff, Kyle. Like, if you're not getting excited about what's happening with Keegan Murray, it's hidden in the losses. My goodness, man, he's becoming a ball player. I think last night he had at least 5 dunks, and it may have been 6. They robbed him of a dunk early. The only way I know this is because I take his 0.5 prize picks.
I'm sorry, the more. I
take more in prize picks every single game. They're going to steal my stat. They're going to take the stat away anytime. But until they do, I'm riding this, baby. I'm riding it. He is developing right in front of our eyes, and I think it's really interesting. 27 points, 8 rebounds. Again, kind of just hidden in a bad loss.
Yeah, he is developing, I think, the way that they wanted him to develop. He needed to be better off the bounce this year than he was last year. And you saw it a tiny bit last year. You saw it a little bit in the first half of this year, but I think you're really starting to see it. And now I think the next step is, okay, that's great. You've got all that in your bag. But now in a spot where Kings need a bucket, he needs to be one of the guys that they go to.
Yes.
To say, hey, take it on the wing, put the ball on the floor, go get a shot that you are comfortable getting.
You can see the pathway forward for this team is Keegan Murray taking this step.
So clear.
It is very, very clear. All right.
Yep. All right. I want to talk a little bit about Kevin Huerter specifically.
Okay.
He's been very good the last 3 games. Is he upping his trade value? Or the opposite? Is he taking himself
indispensable
off the table for the Kings? We'll discuss that next on ESPN 1320.
Kyle, we did 5 out of 6 quick thoughts. No? Can Kyle hear me?
I can now.
We did 5 out of the 6.
Oh, we didn't do 6? Oh, what? How did that happen?
I don't know. You just go to break. I'm like, wait, we got one more to do. We got one more thought.
How did What a dunce.
Oh, that was awesome.
All right. Well, we'll have a sixth quick thought on the other side.
That's what happens when I throw in headband herder in the six
You
quick
really just.
thoughts. I almost said headband herder because Kyle.
No, I know. I saw it and I
Madson.
went, this is a direct shot across the bow.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Yeah, no, this is definitely it. Now I just lose track. I've got a million things happening back here.
It's all right.
I'm
gonna say, like, some people are like, "Hey, he's stuffing his stats, or his triple doubles are hollow." I don't think any of these triple doubles have been hollow. I'm just waiting for somebody else to step up and help out in a way, because Sabonis is not a 20-point, a 25 per game scorer. He's just not, and that's okay. He does everything else so well. And I like, sometimes it happens where it looks a little bit like he stuffs stats, but he basically got to a triple double early.
I would like him to. I don't need him to score 25 a game, but if he's going to go get 19, I need not all 19 of them to be in the goddamn first half.
Yeah. Hey, we have an interesting thing that just happened. The Sacramento Kings have assigned not Colby Jones.
Yeah, goddamn right. Stay with the big club, kid.
I think Colby Jones is already assigned. They just assigned Kessler Edwards. Wow. Kessler Edwards assigned to the Stockton Kings.
Gonna get Kessler Edwards some PT so I can take over for Harrison Barnes.
Get him some burn.
I'm so mad I forgot my coffee cup. So I drink tea during the show, right? A little chai. It's really good. Trader Joe's chai, by the way. I'm gonna do a little ad for Trader Joe's there.
You should get them to sponsor 6 quick thoughts.
This is the Trader Joe's spiced chai. I ran the I don't usually have the box in here. I just ran it in here because I was panicking before the show. Didn't have time to go to my locker. It's really good, but I usually bring like my to-go coffee cup because having the lid on it keeps it hot during the show. And not having that, this is already like lukewarm and we're a quarter of the way in.
Yeah, my coffee's already lukewarm. It's funny, for years coming on with D-Lo and Casey, I would come in and make myself hot tea, and I would have hot tea the whole time. But I don't do that in the morning. I usually have a cup of coffee. I think we should get into this. The Harrison Barnes situation from last night to me is interesting.
Okay. Great. We can do that in 10 seconds.
All right.
Here we go. All right, hang on. I messed up. Hang on. All right, let's see. We gotta get rid of that. We gotta get rid of that. And we're gonna take that down. All right, hey, welcome back in. I messed up in the last segment. That's fine. We do 6 quick thoughts around here, not 5. 6 is one more than 5. It goes 4, then 5, and then 6. So I botched that. That's on me. I'll wear that. 100% my fault. I lost track of which quick thought we were on. All right.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Not great.
Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know.
Well, he has one more.
Here are James Ham's 6
his 6th
thoughts.
Here's James Ham's 6th quick thought. All right, number 6, James.
I'm waiting for the bell.
My bad. Hang on. Oh my God. Figure it out, kid. There we go.
Benchless in Sacramento. It's my homage to Sleepless in Seattle. There you go.
It's very good.
There you go.
I got it. I got the ref.
The Kings bench has been solid. That wasn't the case in this one. Midway through the third quarter, they had 4 total points, all of which Malik Monk had scored. They finished with 16, 9 from Monk, 7 from Sasha Vezenkov, who keeps playing himself in to the rotation. Every time he steps on the court, he's just so sneaky. Like,
No, he's just a good player. High IQ
is.
player. Should he start over Harrison Barnes?
No.
Because I saw a bunch of people saying that last night. If you're going to plant Harrison Barnes in the corner and have him shoot threes, why not just have Sasha Vezenkov do it?
Well,
Sasha Vezenkov, by the way, averaging 0.2 fewer rebounds per game than Harrison Barnes.
No.
Somehow. Swear to God. There are 8 players on the Kings averaging more rebounds than Harrison Barnes. All 4 starters. Trey Lyles, Alex Len, and JaVale McGee, both of whom play fewer than 9 minutes per game.
I think an even more intriguing stat might be to look at the per 36 and see where, Harrison Barnes per 36.
10th? 12th? Last?
He's 16th.
Out of 15?
The only people behind him are Jordan Ford, Davion Mitchell, and the artist formerly known as Philippe Petrusev.
Oh, Philippe, R.I.P.
3.4 rebounds per 36. I mean, Keon Ellis is up there. Everyone is up there. Juan Toscano Anderson, just so you know.
Quite literally, every player on the team is above him.
Except for Jordan Ford and Davion Mitchell.
Of course.
Juan Toscano Anderson, JTA, is 4th on the team in rebounds per 36.
He hustles.
He does hustle. Wow. Okay.
If you put Juan Toscano Anderson's verve,
his motor.
Motor. Oh, motor is a way better
Yeah.
word. Yeah. If you put Juan Toscano Anderson's motor if Harrison Barnes had Juan Toscano Anderson's motor, he'd be awesome. He'd be a really good player.
Yeah, he'd probably be like Lance Stevenson.
Yeah, but I think probably a better shooter.
Yeah.
But yeah, that kind of player. He'd be a 6'8", good sized wing who could guard 2 through 5, depending on the 2, 3 through 5 reliably, and knock down threes and put the ball on the deck and make plays. And instead he's
it's
kind of out there.
Maybe run our test. Like you just you just can't do that. Yeah, I mean, like we can't make a player. Well, they've tried. It's called Victor Wembanyama, but they've tried to create him in a lab, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, TBD.
Yeah, TBD.
So you had an interesting note about that may or may not relate to Harrison Barnes. What was the roster move the Kings just made?
Kessler Edwards has been sent to the Stockton Kings of the G League.
So they're definitely like, hey, Kessler, go play the 4, figure it out, and then see if he does so they have an option to replace Harrison Barnes in the starting lineup.
I guess, but I feel bad for Kessler because he's up against 5 28 to 32-year-old former NBA players that play for the Stockton Kings because championships matter, Kyle. Championships at the G League level matter.
Yeah, no, if you're not, I mean, why have a team if you're not going to try to win a title?
They matter, Kyle. They matter.
No, so you really, hang on. So this is a 2-part question. Let's put a pin in the Harrison Barnes aspect.
Okay, I want to hear
I'm
your
now
2-part
intrigued. I'm now intrigued by the Stockton aspect.
Because your John Dickinson 2-part question is coming. I love it.
Well, but
That's what I call them.
Right, but I'm not nearly as much of a pro as JD. But I'm going to separate this.
Okay.
I'm going to ask 2 questions that are related but separately.
Okay. The first being
the same but different.
Okay.
The first one, we're putting a pin in the Harrison Barnes aspect of this. I just want to talk about Kessler Edwards and Stockton. So the Kings, the Sacramento Kings, the NBA team, they are sending a player down off of their roster to Stockton, presumably to play.
Stretch his legs. That's what you would think.
Get out there, play the 4, and just do the stuff that Harrison Barnes does so they can evaluate how he does.
Get some experience, especially like he's on an expiring contract. And what is he, 23 years old?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't know exactly how old he is, but he's not old. So go play, right?
He's 23.
Is there a scenario where the head coach of the Stockton Kings is like, great, he's going to be on the bench because I got to get Jeremy Lamb and Shabazz Muhammad out there?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's
seems
Lindsay,
insane.
It's Lindsay Harding, so she's got to be taking directives from Mike Brown.
That's it.
Because that's the way it's supposed to go.
Right.
But like, look, that team is laser focused on victories. Like Skal Labissiere is playing huge minutes They just like Deontay Burton is like 29 years old. Like Jeremy Lamb is in, like
Jeremy Lamb's like my age.
he's like entering his mid 30s and playing. So Shabazz Muhammad, that they have one other kid that they traded for not too long ago, like a week or two ago, who again is like a 26 to 28-year-old. This is not the D League. This is the Gatorade League.
Wait, hang on. Stanley Johnson's on the Stockton Kings?
Yes, Stanley Johnson is on the Sacramento Kings. I mean, the Stockton Kings. The Stockton Kings. Yeah,
this is an all-star team of players I was just wrong about. This is an all-star team of players I loved who are just not good basketball players in the NBA.
Okay.
This is really funny.
But that doesn't mean that they're not going to be that they're not like functional players. So I
know. But if they were good, they wouldn't be in their 30s playing in the G League.
Yes. No. Of course.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Mason Jones. That's the other guy. The Mason Jones was born in 1998. So maybe he's
he's 25.
Yeah.
26 if he was early 98.
Okay.
No. So I just can't imagine the Kings would be like, hey, we need Kessler Edwards to play 25 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm.
And we need him to put up threes and maybe put the ball on the deck now and then and guard the other team's, best perimeter player and do all this stuff so we can evaluate and see what we have here.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't do it at the NBA level because you got to try and win some games and you can't be confident he's going to help you do that. So that do you believe there's a realistic possibility that Lindsey Harding is going to be like, nah.
No, I don't feel that way.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. When it comes
he's
to
not
something
really
like
competing with 30-year-olds.
No, well, he is. I mean, he's still going to compete with them for minutes, and in crunch time, if they need to go to somebody else, they're going to. But look, this is like the Kings G League roster is doing some interesting stuff. So, again, like summer league championships don't really matter. Like you can hang a banner if you want, but that it doesn't really matter in the long. I mean, if you're building a program, it's positivity. I get that. But like no one ever won a summer league championship and that led to them winning an NBA title the next year. Like that's not typically how this thing goes. So look, I hope he goes down there. And if nothing else, I'll say this, he's going to play with players that should know what they're doing.
Ideally.
Like it's not like he's going down there and playing with a bunch of young players that are still trying to find themselves or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
He's going down there and playing with a bunch of guys who would love nothing more than to drop 40 3 nights in a row and try to get a call up to the bigs. Like that's where he's going. So I hope that means that he'll have an opportunity to do what he's supposed to do, which is sit in the corner and shoot open threes, hit open threes, and then play defense at an elite level.
Yeah.
And if he can do that, he can add a little bit of rebounding, then sure, why not? Because that's where we're going here.
And when you say a little bit of rebounding, the bar is not high.
Well, if you can't, I mean,
get me 3?
As of right now, where is Kessler Edwards? Is he's not 16th, he's 14th on the Kings in rebounds per 36 minutes. Maybe I'm wrong.
Just ahead of Harrison?
No, he's 11th. He's 11th at 5.5. Yeah.
I honestly, I love the idea. If there's nothing on the trade market and this is where the Kevin Huerter thing comes in for me, because if Kevin Huerter is all of a sudden a player, the Kings are like, hey, we can't unless we're adding another elite 3-point shooter, you can't just go get some rando that may or may not shoot 36, 37% and play some good defense because you have Kevin Huerter who looks like he's back to shooting 40+% again.
Yeah, Kevin Huerter looks like Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, which is a super valuable piece of the team. And I don't know that there's a player that's going to be available in the trade market that you feel like you're getting equal value back on your team if you're dealing Kevin Huerter. So that's what his play over the last few games has potentially, I don't know, changed the calculus for the Kings a little bit. But I think this Kessler Edwards thing is really interesting because the Kings, I promise, I see it in the chatty house right here, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you want to contribute to the chatty house. Also, if you're there, hit the thumbs up. We'd really appreciate it. Subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Anyways, I see it in the chatty house. I see it on Twitter. I know you see it on Twitter. Or talking to people or being at a game and listening to people.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear, why is Harrison Barnes still starting? Why is he playing? If he's going to go 2 shots in 22 minutes and score 2 points and grab 1 rebound and have 1 assist, why is he out there? If he's going to get cooked by TJ McConnell when he guards him on defense, what is he doing? Like, what's the point? And we've talked about this before. The Kings don't have a really like logical replacement.
Yeah.
Who's going to be significantly better without messing up what you're doing down your bench. But I think this is the Kings acknowledging by sending Kessler Edwards down theoretically to get him some playing time to see if he can play over Harrison Barnes, is acknowledging like, yeah, no, we know. Like, I promise the Kings aren't looking at Harrison Barnes going, hell yeah. Like, this is awesome.
I mean, this could be something way more simple, like Kessler Edwards hasn't got to play in weeks and you need to stretch his legs because the Kings haven't been able to do a full contact practice for a while because some of their guys are banged up and they're on the road and all that stuff. And so maybe you're just trying to get Kessler Edwards some burn. So it doesn't
I'm going to ride my theory.
Okay. Your theory is much more interesting. I totally agree where you're like, hey, why not? Like at this point, why not?
Yeah.
And you know, like if you look at last night's game, right? The fact that he has 1 rebound and 1 assist in 22 minutes is just unacceptable. It just flat out. It's unacceptable. Now the assist, I can look at the assist total and tell you, hey, I don't look at that because the dude doesn't have the ball in his hands enough to make it to have any assists.
No doubt.
But the rebound number, when you put someone else in his position, all of a sudden they go and get 3 or 4 rebounds. That's kind of all everyone is asking for. Maybe get 5 because this guy used to average 6.5 rebounds a game.
Yeah.
So like maybe that's what you need to do. But I would say even if you look at last night's game where he goes 1 of 2 from the field and everyone could say, hey, I want him to have more shots. I want him to have more shots. Why didn't he take more than 2 shots? Well, Keegan Murray took 18 and Domantas Sabonis took 13 and Kevin Huerter got hot and took 17 and De'Aaron Fox took 20. So the other guys in the starting lineup took a total of 68 shots. I believe that's what the total is. Quick math, 30, 50, 68. 68 shots.
Mm-hmm.
Your starting lineup took 70 shots. That's a really good total. So Harrison Barnes is left out in the cold. He's not part of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way for him to, like, on occasion, maybe he could demand the ball or something. But, like, look.
He's not going to do that.
No. Well, that's just not who he's ever been, is
right.
to be, like, a selfish guy. But last night specifically, the bulk of shots that came from the starting lineup was a lot. And it's because they were hitting, you know, like Fox, 8 of 20. That's still 40%. It's not perfect, but it's still 40%.
I get the whole field goal attempts aspect of this.
Yes. It's all the other stuff.
And it is wild. Like I posted a shot chart on Twitter. It is wild that you look at all these other starters shooting all these, and then there's this guy with 2 shots. It's not even the field goal attempts. And it's not really even the points. It's that rebounding number. It's the fact that in 22 minutes, this 6'8" athlete grabbed 1 board. You got 1 again. And this isn't a one-off. This isn't, hey, Harrison Barnes had 1 bad night. This is an exclamation point on an accumulation of games where it's a lack of overall effectiveness. You can pick whatever stat you want.
Yes.
But it is the lack of overall effectiveness from Harrison Barnes. And maybe you have mentioned this several times when we've talked about this. Maybe if he goes up and gets a rebound and gets a putback, or he gets a rebound, he kicks it out, he relocates, now he's open because he has grabbed an offensive rebound. Maybe if he grabs a defensive rebound and gets out and runs, defense is scrambling. Oh, look, he gets a wide open coast-to-coast layup. And now all of a sudden he's got 8 field goal attempts and he has 12 points. And the field goal aspect of this goes away because, hey, he is grabbing rebounds. He is asserting himself, or not asserting himself, but just inserting himself into the action and forcing the issue by going and getting the basketball. That's where the frustration lies for me. It's not, hey, he only took 2 shots. He needs to shoot it more. Like, nah, man, that's not really the issue. It's the fact that he just exists on the court so often without impacting the game.
Well, Kyle, I mean, to your point, this season, he has 12 games where he has 1 rebound or less. And 3 of those games, he has 0. He also has another 6 games where he has 2 rebounds. So he has 18 of the team's 41 games where he's had 2 rebounds or fewer. And
that's
like,
crazy.
look, that's
to
me,
a starting power forward in the NBA.
Yeah, that's where I'm confused. Like, why is it? Is he being told not to crash? Is he the first guy back? What is it that's happening here? And I'm not sure. I don't know how to but I'll also tell you, Kyle, this happened midway through last season. It started in February where he stopped rebounding. And I don't know if that was made some sort of structural change where he's not in the same position to go rebound, whatever it is. Like they have what's called the crash zone. And it's where the two guys that are in the corners fly into the middle to go crash the offensive glass. Yeah, I mean, it's just not happening. Again, I don't know what to heads or tails of what's happening here, but this season, that crash zone, I mean, 20 of the 41 games, he has 0 offensive rebounds. And, we're talking, he's only got an offensive rebound in more than one offensive rebound in 11 of the 41 games. The other 30, he has 1 or fewer offensive rebounds. And that's where the crash zone thing is real.
Mm-hmm.
And you see other players come in and all of a sudden they're living in the crash zone. But I also know it's difficult when you're playing alongside the best rebounder in the NBA, when you're playing alongside Domantas Sabonis. And
Sure. But somehow that doesn't affect so many other players' ability to average as many or more rebounds as Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
Sasha Vezenkov. All right. Sasha Vezenkov is playing 13 minutes a game. Sorry, 12.9 minutes a game and averaging 0.2 fewer rebounds per game than Harrison Barnes.
That's wild.
And it's not like Sasha Vezenkov is some 7-footer who just goes in there and cleans up the glass.
I don't know that he can jump over a phone book, but 2 phone books stacked on top of each other.
It's dicey.
That's not who he is, but he's a very, very smart position rebounder.
He gets to a spot. And
he's a body. And he reaches up and snares the ball.
Gets the ball.
Yeah.
Like that. And that is where, like I said, I understand that if maybe, I don't know the guy, but maybe being included in every trade machine involving the Kings affects a player that much.
Well, okay. And that's what I'm going to say. A lot of people say he's checked out. This dude's under a lot of stress. He signed back in Sacramento for a 3-year, what is it, $54 million deal, whatever.
Yeah.
Expecting to finish out most of the rest of his career here. He signed a 3-year deal to play in Sacramento. He did not sign a 3-year deal to just get money and then hopefully get traded somewhere else. And so this is wearing on him. I know that to be the fact.
Okay.
And so look, it's tough. Every player deals with it differently, but it's also really tough for you to be a player who slowly has been downgraded and downgraded and downgraded in your situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we're seeing guys in Golden State who are clinging on to who they were so hard that they can't.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that there is a happy medium here between, being Klay Thompson and refusing to acknowledge that you aren't the same player and being willing to accept a lesser role, and being where Harrison Barnes is, where you're too willing to accept a lesser role and you need to be more. And that's difficult. It is I don't know how to put a guy in the right spot and make sure that he's right mentally, especially where every single day you see his name in every single trade. Everyone. The Kings are mentioned with every single major player that's up for grabs, and Harrison Barnes is now the centerpiece in every one of those trades.
It is Harrison Barnes and stuff.
Well, I mean,
every
just
deal
for sake of so people understand. If they made the Pascal Siakam trade, Harrison Barnes was getting traded to another country.
Yeah.
He was getting
on
traded
the opposite side of the map,
3,000 miles away to a different country, where moving your wife and child, maybe you don't get to move your wife and child. Maybe they have too many things going on.
Maybe you have to go get a passport and then you have to expedite it. And that's expensive.
And
let me tell you.
And if you can't get it, you need to call your congressman if you can't get it in time, or your local senator.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to get a long form birth certificate.
Yeah.
You got to say, it's a whole thing.
I know. It's absolutely
deal
wild.
with lines at the post office.
Oh my gosh. It's Kyle, this is happening for you right now. I can tell.
Yeah, it is.
yeah. We've got our 16-year-old. We got to get his passport renewed.
I love the idea that Harrison Barnes is sitting there and oh man, he's stressing out about the trade deadline. He's like, no, I haven't gotten an update on where my passport is. I expedite.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be 3 weeks. It's been 3.5.
He's sitting there Googling, what is it, Tom Hortons?
Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons. Yeah. Like just looking up like
Different
no, it's
coffee
tough.
shops.
That's what like I always try to
Vic
explain.
Biscoff.
Like getting traded in the middle of a season is brutal for players, especially
No
players
doubt.
with families.
No doubt.
And I get it. If it's weighing on him, it's like it would weigh on me. The trade deadline takes a ton out of me as well. Like all the things that I'm doing all the time, the conversations I'm having all over the country all the time.
And you don't even have to move.
I don't. And all the little information that we're getting, and they can't trade me somewhere else because at this point, I think they would like to trade me somewhere else, but they can't, Kyle. They can't trade me somewhere else.
No, for sure.
I wouldn't show up in the 72-hour window.
The Kings have acquired Dorian Finney-Smith in exchange for Harrison Barnes, a 2028 second-round pick, and James Ham.
Of the Insiders.
Subscribe to the Nets beat. All right.
There it is.
Yeah, so I get it. Like, I don't, and this is, again, everything I say on this show, everything you say on this show about any athlete is couched in like understanding that the personal side of this is separate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to look at Harrison Barnes' performances this year and go, actually, it's okay because he's stressed out. Like I get that that's a cause for it, but at the same time, we needed to, the Kings have lost 4 in a row. They are in a spot where their roster does not look like it's ready to compete for a championship, and our discussion has to center around like, hey, how did they get there?
Yeah, and how did they get out of it?
And how do they win a game? How do they get their team to championship contention? Like that has to be the conversation. So again, all due respect to every single player as a person, as a human, and as a man. Like I can't fathom what they go through, put their bodies through, but during the season, after the season, the stress of free agency, the stress of getting traded and, getting benched, whatever it is. I get that I couldn't fathom what that's like. But also, we need to have these real conversations about a player who goes out and in a game that the Kings lost by 5, their starting power forward went for 2-1-1
in 22 minutes.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you, man. I like it. Yeah, we have to keep it real. We have to be honest with, the conversation, but also it has to be nuanced, and people have to understand that there's more than just a guy isn't doing anything on the court, because if you could find a shooter that if Harrison Barnes is going to be this player, right? You can find other people. Kessler Edwards in reality could do a lot. Now, people aren't going to respect Kessler Edwards. They're not going to stay with him on the 3-point line. So yes, it would hurt your offense. They're just not. They're not going to defend him.
Right.
You have to defend Harrison Barnes.
Yes.
And so there is something different than I think people are missing there. But there are a lot of players in the league that can shoot the 3 ball at a high clip, that people understand can shoot the 3 ball, who can also defend at a higher level than what we're seeing, or who can also go get you 6 rebounds. Like you swap out Harrison Barnes for Josh Hart, and this team is totally different. I mean, straight up, like you.
Josh Hart's like 6'4".
Yeah, you add that rebounding element, and you're totally different. You switch him out for Matisse Thybulle, and all of a sudden you have an elite defender on the perimeter to go with. Like the TJ McConnell thing doesn't happen last night.
Yep. You
have someone else to slow down Steph Curry in game 6 and game 7.
Yeah.
Like those are things that actually matter. And so, yeah, it's tough. They got some things to figure out, which is why these guys are mentioned in trade conversations.
Yep. And they will continue to be mentioned all the way through the trade deadline or until the Kings make a deal, which could, happen any day. So keep it locked into ESPN 1320, because the second there is a deal, we will have it for you and we'll be breaking it down. And we appreciate everybody who is here watching and listening to the Insiders. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. We need to hit a break. We're also going to switch gears real quick. The 49ers play a playoff game this weekend. Saturday, 5:15, they host the Green Bay Packers. We're going to talk to Nick Wagoner. He covers the 49ers for ESPN. Good buddy of mine, a good friend of the show. We will talk about this 49ers-Packers showdown at Levi Stadium with him. Coming up next on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, right here on ESPN 1320.
It's just me, or they keep having like parties behind you today?
That keeps happening.
Like, because I can hear that.
No, yeah, that keeps happening.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm going to come up with a fake trade.
Oh, okay. TBD on if Nick is going to be video or...
Oh, we're still TBD?
Yeah, I'm going to hit him up right now.
Oh? And Houston is interested in Harrison.
Yes.
Um,
Or,
that's-
Mark Stein.
That's the rumor out there. And Mark Stein is based in Texas. He's close with the good folks in Dallas.
Yeah, he's a Dallas guy, right?
Yeah. I would tell you that the trade I would go after if I were the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, God, please say it. Say it.
Tari Eason
Jayshawn Tate?
and Jayshawn Tate.
Yes.
And the trade actually makes sense. I mean, it actually works in a trade. It would actually, like, you could functionally do that trade. I don't know how, because they make a combined 10 million and Harrison makes 7. They must have cap space or something, but for whatever reason, some sort of issues with the salary cap, it works.
All right, Nick will not be on the video.
Okay. Can I call him Nikola Wagner?
I wouldn't, but I mean, you can try and see how that goes.
I'm so used to calling people Wagner. But he spells his name very differently.
Yeah, I'm guessing his name comes from like a lineation of wagon makers.
Yes. Nick Wagoner. That's interesting.
Let me ask him the keys to the game question.
Okay. At the end? You got some good questions in here. I think you've done this before, Kyle. I'm going to ask, I'm going to steal your best question in here and see if I can get that's a great question. Oh, he's got his earphones off. Yeah, it's like a weird party behind Kyle all day long with different people. Oh, I think that's just in case right there. That jean jacket with the fur collar, the glasses, shorts with black socks. We're back. What's going on, Kyle?
My man, thanks, James. Sorry about that.
No, you got things to do.
A little bit of a technical issue, but we're working that out. Nick Wagoner of ESPN will be joining us right now as I figure this out. Doing a two-man show is very difficult, it turns out. But Nick Wagoner, ESPN, covers the 49ers for ESPN. Nick, what's going on, man?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Working our way through another tough Sacramento Kings loss. I know you were locked into that last night on via text. We appreciate that very much. Where are we? Sorry, I'm flustered, man. I got a million things happening. You wrote ESPN. That's where you work. You wrote a really great piece about Brock Purdy on ESPN.com. How do you think he responds here in his second postseason trip?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, Kyle, because I was asking him about that the other day. I said, Brock, does anything feel different the second go around? Because last year he was still such an unknown. And I think even with it, for himself, he didn't know exactly what kind of player he was yet. And he said it does feel a little different. And he said the two things that kind of stick out to him going into this the second time are, A, he has far more familiarity with the offense, but B, he does know what kind of player he is. And he even said that he went back this week and watched those playoff games just to kind of remember what it felt like. And I said, well, what did it feel like? And he said the biggest thing that he walked away from watching it again is just kind of reminding himself that when you get into a win or go home scenario, every single play matters. And so kind of walking that tightrope between I'm trying to make plays and I can't turn the ball over is a huge part of what you're doing. And that's true anytime you play, but it certainly is ratcheted up in the postseason. So I don't get the impression that Brock is fazed by this. I think if anything, he's probably going to be more comfortable. I also think that this applies to him and the rest of the team. I just get the impression that this is a team that is like just kind of foaming at the mouth to get back on the field in a meaningful postseason game because they continue to have to climb the mountain. And that's the hardest part when it ends like it did last year for them is, oh crap, it takes so much work just to even get back to the postseason. So I think there's a bit of relief that they're finally kind of back at this point now.
Nick, when you look at sort of Purdy's progression throughout, whether you want to look at late last season, but realistically this year, and you get to the end and his stats say that he's elite and everything says that he's elite and everyone wants to put an asterisk out there because he's got such a great team and all these weapons. But is there a sense with him that he believes that he is that guy, that he's a 4,400 yard passer with 31 touchdowns and, a couple of rushing touchdowns? Does he have that ultimate confidence that he's not just a system quarterback, that he is the guy there?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think one of the things that his teammates love about him so much is kind of the edge and the swagger that he plays with. And it's funny because if you get to know Brock and you're around him during the week or you see him, walking into the stadium and he's just wearing khakis and a plaid shirt, and he's just a normal looking guy, you don't see that. But then when he gets on the field, you do see that. I always like to use the example of Trent Williams, who's, well-established, 11-time Pro Bowl, 5-time All-Pro left tackle. And Trent, I always joke with him because anytime you see the Niners score a touchdown on like a big explosive play, so 40, 50 yards, Trent never runs down to the end zone to celebrate, right? He likes to save, I like to call it, save a few clicks on the odometer. He'll meet you on the sideline and dap you up there. But one of the results of that is Trent loves watching Brock celebrate because Brock just loses his mind. And I used the example in the story about how guys, and Kyle Shanahan included, still make fun of Brock Purdy about the first touchdown celebration he ever had in the NFL. It was his first preseason game against Green Bay last year. He throws a touchdown, turns, and there, it's Aaron Rodgers on the other sideline, turns to the Niners sideline and does the discount double check. And they still give him crap about it today. But I just say that because, I asked Trent about it. I always give him, I said, you just like watching Brock celebrate. That's why you don't run down there. And he said, well, other than being an old man and not wanting to add more miles on the tires, I do like watching it because you can just see the confidence and the charisma kind of oozing out of him in those moments, and it's really fun to see. And so I think that appeals to guys. I also think the way that Brock kind of balances that with just being super accountable and someone who's very transparent in his own self-assessment, I think is something that kind of appeals to his teammates. But I do think it's just who he is. I've spent enough time with him now and been around him enough to know that, like, this is a guy who is really grounded. He's grounded by his faith, and he will tell you that. But he also has that edge to him that when the game starts, he's going to be out there competing at the highest level.
This is Nick Wagoner. He covers the 49ers for ESPN. You mentioned that the 49ers are kind of foaming at the mouth to get in and play a meaningful postseason game. Well, they could have gotten the Eagles. They could have gotten that NFC title game rematch. They could have gotten a matchup with a good Bucs team that they played earlier this year. They get the number 7 seed Packers. Is there a chance that they wind up overlooking Green Bay because they are looking ahead to the NFC title game in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, you can't rule anything out, I guess. As you know, Kyle, I always like to say never.
You do say that.
I just think that the Niners are so locked in and so understanding of where they are within their window, right? And I mean, we've been talking about this since the offseason. I wrote a big piece about it in August, that they know that the window is going to close at some point. They don't know when, but they also know that they better jump through it here pretty quickly because it's going to happen at some point, probably in the near future. And certainly once they have to make it, to figure out Brock Purdy's contract, which wouldn't be this offseason, but as early as next offseason. So you're looking at that window and saying, we got to get this done. And I think human nature would indicate, yes, it would be easy to look past and say, okay, we got to look ahead to the Super Bowl because this is what the goal is. But I think the fact that you have so many guys on this team that have played in these meaningful postseason games and they understand how hard it is just to get back to this point, to go 12-5 in the regular season and get the 1 seed. I mean, even though they've been to 3 of the past 4 NFC championship games, they've only been in this position once. And so I think they understand what an opportunity this is for them, particularly, they won't say this, of course, but I think if you look at the NFC right now, it looks like the Niners and everybody else. And I've felt that way for a while now, just this season. So I don't think that they're going to let that happen. I think guys like Fred Warner, the guys who have been around and been through this, aren't going to let anybody be overlooked. And I think they're taking the Packers seriously.
Nick, when you look at the NFC, it sure does look like the president just rolled into town and like the police block every single like on ramp to the freeway. And then there's just this wide open path right to the Super Bowl for the Niners. I don't want to be totally disrespectful to the teams that are still left, but the first week of the playoffs, you lost basically the 3 teams that might have had a chance to beat you. That's what it looked like, at least. Do you feel that way? Or am I just overlooking the Lions, overlooking the Packers, and there's a shot that somehow this thing spirals out of control?
Yeah, I mean, I do look at it that way. Like I said, I've felt like the Niners are the best team in the NFC pretty much all season, and I think they've proved that repeatedly with how they handled the Cowboys, how they handled the Eagles, although the Eagles were fairly fraudulent, and I kind of felt that way even going into that Niners-Eagles game before we even saw what happened. But I'll say this, anything can happen every week. That's the cliche thing to say, and we know that. But I think that the path to beating the 49ers, the blueprint to do it, is one, kind of hard to control, which is turnovers. That's true every week, as Kyle will allude to. It's one of the keys to the game for every game. But I think that's kind of an X factor. But if you look at also, let's just use the Minnesota game, which is that the only NFC game the Niners lost this year that wasn't a meaningless game?
Yes.
I think it was, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. And the reason the Vikings won that game, other than a bad defensive play call before the end of the half and some weird stuff happening turnover-wise, was Kirk Cousins played out of his mind in that game. Yep. He was so good in that game. And is Jordan Love capable of that kind of game? I think he probably is. So I would say that would be the cautionary part of this for the Niners, although I think a lot of what this game is going to come down to is, can they stop the run? Because to me, it was the Packers' ability to run the ball consistently, even when they weren't having a ton of success. The fact that they were able to keep doing it over and over and over, and eventually the dam broke, and Jordan Love played really well too. But that would be kind of the cautionary part of this week. And then if it was the Lions next week, I think the concern with a team like the Lions is they're extremely physical. They have a very good offensive line, and they will run the ball until they are stopped, essentially. And if you get into a game where you're playing against a team that can do that and limit your possessions, because to me, I don't think there's a defense, certainly, James, in the NFC that can stop the 49ers at this point. But if you can limit possessions and keep the offense on the sideline, that would be a potential key to pulling an upset. But that's a long-winded way of saying, no, I don't necessarily think there's an NFC team that is a serious impediment to the 49ers on the road to the Super Bowl. but I do think there's at least a couple of paths for it to happen, however much of a long shot they might be.
Nick Wagoner covers the 49ers for ESPN. Nick, 2 quick ones to get you out of here. One, do you think Dre Greenlaw is going to play on Saturday?
Yes. Yeah. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. I know you got to be careful when it's an Achilles, things like that. But the fact that he was at practice the last 2 days gives me every indication that he's probably going to strap it up and play.
All right, you got 3 keys to a 49ers victory for us?
I don't, but I leave that to you. I think you're the king of the keys, Kyle.
Yeah.
So
right.
I'm sure something about 4 quarters and turnovers and the ball, I think, is important, probably.
Yeah, you know what? It's actually, you know what?
Broth,
You got to win special teams.
Is a big thing.
4 quarters is actually not a key to this one. I think you can get away with 3 quarters. It's the red area for me.
The red zone.
Oh, the red area. Well, what about
We call it the red
broth?
area here.
How
We're
does
football
that
guys.
factor in?
You said what?
Chicken broth, where does that factor in? I heard that last weekend was a big thing.
Yeah, no. If it rains, it's going to be a huge factor. So that'll be weather dependent. Underrated chicken broth city, Santa Clara. So that'll be big.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, once you cross over into Santa Clara, I think it's fine. I heard San Francisco's a little overrated on the chicken broth.
Yeah,
so.
San Jose, bad chicken broth. Santa Clara, prime chicken broth in Santa Clara.
Absolutely.
Nick, thank you so much for hanging out with us, man. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
You got it, guys. See ya.
Nick Wagoner covers the 49ers for ESPN. I like his keys there. Yeah. Turnovers in the red zone.
Win the special teams battle.
Yeah. Take care of the ball.
Yeah.
We're late. We're just going to go anyways. All right. We'll be right back. We'll have more Kings next.
He's good, man. He's fun. What's going on, Chatty House?
Yeah, that's a running bit in our group of friends is the every time you see keys to the game, it more on national broadcasts than anything. It's always like win the turnover battle, score in the red zone. You get like local broadcasts like if Katie or whoever's doing Kings has their keys to the second half, it'll be something like very specific. But man, the national ones, got to protect the quarterback. Yep, sure do.
Sure do.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yeah, science.
It's hard though. I get it. Like when you cover a league nationally, like being locked into the very minutia of every single team is impossible. So, hey, this team generates a lot of turnovers. The other team needs to make sure that they don't do that today. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You are correct.
Glad we landed that plane. Sorry, everybody, for the start of that horse shit.
You were fine. All
right. Same.
Yeah.
I am our boss is wearing a Brett Favre jersey.
I know that's
in 2024.
I don't think that's going to go over
that is
real well
wild.
with our friends here.
That is wild.
G. Lobo, James, why aren't the Kings resting Fox? I'm pretty sure Fox has had like 31 points, 33 points, and 24 over the last 3 games. I think he's pulled through whatever it was that was ailing him. I just think he's just a little bit off still. So, but the whole team feels like it's off. So I don't know. Like the last season was the good vibes season. And this season right now, the vibes are a little odd, a little off. So tough look. Bonus Keegan. Let's see. Oh, Keegan's up to 16.2 points. Yeah,
10 seconds. I thought we had one more spot. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. This place, and by this place, I mean our office, is just crawling with Packer fans today.
It's really weird.
I had no idea
No.
that we were just amongst these people.
This is twice this week I've wanted to say the Spaceballs reference. Once was with Steve Ballmer wearing the big white helmet.
Uh-huh.
The other one was today. I'm surrounded by a-holes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because in our Odyssey little G chat last night, Kim, who does a great job just running the show here. That's what she does. She is just the top of the totem pole.
Not our show, the show.
The entire office. Anytime you need anything here, they're like, go talk to Kim. And Kim just takes care of it. It's great. Anyways, she hits the group chat last night and is like, hey, everybody wear your 49ers gear tomorrow for the game on Saturday. Great. That sounds like a lot of fun. What a cool thing.
Yeah.
And then she's like, oh, and or if you're a Packer fan, you can do that. And I was like, nah, if you wear your Packer stuff, you're getting launched into the sun. So I had a whole thing about it. I knew one person in here was a Packer fan. Two. I knew two people in here were Packer fans. Our boss, Aaron, the guy in the Brett Favre jersey, and then John, the sales guy. It turns out there's like three other people here decked out in green and yellow.
It's wild.
But not the A's. They're not excited that the A's might play in Sacramento.
Nope.
It is Green Bay Packers. There's like a beanie in here. Jonathan, our engineer, the homie Jonathan Nurse.
I know. He's in the circle of trust.
In the triangle of avoidance.
Is that triangle of avoidance? He's part of the triangle of avoidance.
And he's just in a Packer t-shirt today. Like, what? I didn't even know you liked football.
What is happening?
He's just diehard Packer fan, I guess.
I want to see what Complex is wearing, because Complex is not a sports fan at all. Wait, I see it. I can see on he's wearing a 49ers like
Complex?
Yeah, he has a 49ers like sweatshirt on or something.
What?
Or maybe
like
he's
Complex of 102.5 FM DJ.
Yes, it's possible. It's possible, Kyle. Like I've zoomed in. It's very possible he was wearing a regular shirt and then someone made him a printout of a 49ers logo and he taped it to his chest. It's possible that is what I'm seeing.
I could ask Complex to name 5 49ers, just any 5 from any era.
Ever.
Anybody who ever wore a 49ers uniform. I'm not sure he could give me 5.
I think he can give you
Joe
Montana.
I'd set the over-under. I don't even know if he could give me that.
3.
I'd set the over-under at 2.5. And I think I'm leaning under.
Yeah. I might take the more, but not much more.
You're taking the more in prize picks? That's going to be a prize pick. Well, how many 49ers can Complex name?
It could be our mad prop.
I'm going to try and get, no mad props next week, by the way, guys. Or this week, I'm out next week.
Yeah, Kyle is taking off. It will be James and
I was
friends
gonna offer to do a mad props today, and then from Hawaii next week, just hop on the video stream and run through them.
All right,
but I'm not doing that. I'm sorry.
You're not coming in and saying hi?
No, because the show is from 1 to 3 Hawaii time.
Oh,
I plan on being well over half in the bag by 1 o'clock every day.
Okay, yeah. So that's how like some of the greatest bits happen here on the show. Like
me being more than half in the bag?
No, me coming on the show from where I'm up from a location.
Oh, so, right.
So like Fedora Ham was when I was in New Orleans during the Final Four.
Sure.
And then there's Sombrero Ham from when I was in Puerto Vallarta during free agency.
Mm-hmm.
And I think our video was not great. It did look like I think I was witness protection. It was a little dark and everything else. But yeah, that's some of the best versions of James happen right there.
Flannel Ham right here.
Flannel Ham happens here. Frozen Ham happens at home because my internet locks up. Yeah.
Yeah. Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. We've not given you that yet. Oh. We'll give it to you right now.
Yeah.
We're going to try something a little different with this one.
Oh.
Kevin Herter is your Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. And maybe you're listening for the first time, or maybe you listen and don't pay attention and you're going, hey, what's that? It is where we give you a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. And all you have to do is enter a code word. That code word today is going to be Kavon. K''VON. All right. ESPN1320.com. There is a Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game page. It is front and center. You don't even have to scroll down. It is right there. You click on that. You enter the code word Kavon, K''VON.
Yep.
Enter that. You'll enter for a chance to win a $100 gift certificate. You will also enter for a chance to win a Sacramento Kings jersey that we will be giving away at the end of this month. We'll give away another one at the end of February. We'll give another one away at the end of March. And then we'll give another one away at the end of the regular season in April.
So why not red herder?
Because it can only be one word.
Why not just one word run together, headband herder?
Because we did headband last time. Last time he was the player of the game, which was recently.
Oh,
it was headband.
Sacktown Tony has it all right in the chat. Code word, free throws. The password is not free throws.
No, it's not. It's Kavon.
The password is
K''VON.
Kavon. K''VON. Let's do this. And hey, if you get in, like you're put in the gigantic like pool for the jerseys. So let's do this. Everybody in there.
Yeah. So you're gonna want to enter. Get that $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Basically pays for an oil change, depending on the oil you use and depending on your car, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But $100 to Jiffy Lube is a nice little bag.
It is.
And you'll also be entered for a chance to win a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube and a Sacramento Kings jersey at ESPN1320.com. Enter the code word Kavon, K''VON, on the Jiffy Lube Fast Break contest page.
There it is.
Bang, bang. Yeah, this place is just crawling with Packer fans today, and it's gross.
It is weird.
I just needed to mention that.
They didn't even bring like open the show with
that. Right,
like,
right.
If you're gonna do that, bring me a charcuterie board,
dope ass cheese curds or something.
Yeah, like bring me something that shows that you are actually a Packers fan. Somebody wear a cheese head. Nobody's wearing a cheese head.
I'm gonna say this. I feel like Milwaukee's probably an underrated city.
Yeah,
because like you're telling me, apparently the beer scene there is very good. So you're telling me that I can go drink beer and eat cheese curds at basically every place that we go? Like that is a win for me.
Yeah, I think
that sounds like a great spot.
At one point, Milwaukee had like 5 of the biggest beer distributors in like the United States. Like it was like Hamm's, Old Milwaukee, like Schlitz, like all of them were there in Milwaukee. It used to be like the beer, like budget beer capital of the world. Yeah. That's a trivia question somewhere I remember answering.
That's the last nice thing I'll say about the state of Wisconsin until after Saturday.
Okay.
I will never go there.
You'll never go there.
Cold and snowy. It was super funny. Not to brag, but I went on the radio in Green Bay yesterday. And it is really funny because I have an immense respect for the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yeah.
I think they absolutely have a chance to win. I believe the 49ers will probably win because I think their roster is just better and it's going to win out. But I think the 10 points or 9.5 or whatever the spread is insane. I think it's way too many points. So I think the Packers are going to cover. I think it's like 30-24. I think it's something like that. But if they won, I wouldn't be like, wow, what happened? Like they're good and they're playing really well. The Green Bay guys, like exactly the same about San Francisco. Like all the questions were like, hey, this guy's really good. Tell us about him. Oh man, they're really good at this. Tell us why they're so good at this. It was not.
They believe the same thing.
Yeah, no, they are. I think happy with how the Packers are playing, but I don't know that they're super optimistic.
No, I mean the Niners are exceptional. Like, but that doesn't mean they won't lose. I mean,
really good teams lose in the playoffs all the time.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction is not that they will lose, but yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, I would not if they played the. I don't know. At the end of the year, if they had played the Panthers and the Panthers beat them, I would have been like, what?
Yeah.
Like that. But no, I think they win. I think they handle business against Green Bay. We'll have predictions for each playoff game coming up in a little bit. Let's do a little halfway point check-in with the Kings and try and kind of put a bow on our conversation today and see if we can find maybe a little optimism during a 4-game losing streak. If there is any to find. I don't know. I'm going to try.
We're filled with coffee and donuts. We've got to find some sort of energy and optimism here.
Well, we'll try that next. We'll also have the handoff. One of D'Lo and Casey will be in here as well. Stick around for that on ESPN 1320.
Okay. Oh yeah, so Miller I believe, is based at major breweries in Milwaukee. Schlitz, Pabst, Blatz, Miller,
PBR is in Milwaukee.
PBR.
Love PBR.
You know, I got my PBR hat.
You know what, Manny? We're talking beer and cheese curds, not cereal.
Yeah, come on, man.
Come on, bro.
Stick with the program. Yeah. Schlitz from 1849 to 1982 was Milwaukee's industrial brewing giant.
Dude, Manny, I'm about to. Oh, boo. Google lied to me
About
where General Mills was located.
Oh, where is it?
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Minneapolis, to be exact.
I just got done watching Fargo.
Hmm.
The latest season of Fargo. Man, it's good. I like it. It's not over the moon like the best show ever, but yeah, it's solid. I'm not sure about like this True Detectives new season. It's gonna need to figure itself out pretty quickly.
I'm still working my way through season 1.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Ten seconds.
Yes.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Kyle. That's James. We're hanging out with you until noon, and then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC. I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened to the Kings last night. Man, I'm not even. You know what? Not even. Here's my thing at this point. It's not even about last night. It's not. Oh man, what happened last night against the Pacers? The same thing that keeps happening. It's not like there's something new every night, which may or may not be a good thing. But to me, like I watch them play. And I saw somebody in the chatty house earlier mention they shouldn't make a move just to make a move. And I agree with that for the most part. Like you can't make a bad deal looking to make a deal. But on the other hand, it really feels like post-trade deadline, I think we see a little bit different version of this team. Whether they make a move or not, but I think they have to shake it up somehow.
Yeah, you don't make a move to make a move. You make a move because you've plateaued.
Yes, thank you for articulating that better.
Yeah, I mean, like you plateaued, and what do you do now?
Mm-hmm.
Like you were 9 games over 500 4 games ago, and that was showing like a major increase, but it came with like a big caveat that you've got blown out at a bunch of games, and that you don't like. There's nights where you don't take it serious.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you go from here? And how do you shake things up without intentionally just, again, you don't just shake things up to shake things up. You shake things up because it's not right.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's something wrong. There's something missing. There's an ingredient that's not there right now. And some of that ingredient can be that Kevin Huerter regains his form and looks like Kevin Huerter. And all of a sudden, this is one of the great offenses, again, that we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird that it's one player and that it's Kevin Huerter. But, like I was showing you some things, like drawing some things out for you, like why Kevin Huerter maybe struggled and why he didn't get the opportunities and why it's important that Keegan Murray did and why, how Keegan Murray is going to be the future of this team. And you have to put time and effort into growing him. But some of the things that he does aren't the same as Kevin Huerter, and the way that Kevin Huerter comes off of that high screen and takes the ball and keeps going around the corner and draws the whole defense out, where Keegan Murray doesn't do that. He stops right there at the pick, turns around and fires. It's a different gravitational pull. It changes things. And I think that like those are things that you got to grow through. You've got to understand that in order for this team to be great down the road, you have to get Keegan Murray up to a certain speed. he has to be able to do certain things. And we're
Mhm.
starting to see it happen. But now it's time where Kevin Huerter starts to find himself. It's time where maybe Harrison Barnes starts to find himself, because you got to a certain point where these other guys are starting to fire. Now, can we get the fifth or the sixth piece of the motor going? And I'm not sure, because
Right.
I still think that there is a lack of defensive acumen on this team, and the only way to address that is by adding a better defensive player.
Yeah. Do you have that diagram that you drew up for me?
Yeah.
Can you show the stream? Just the high level play diagramming that you gave me. You can check this out on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Where is it?
Yeah.
No, how do I?
So I have it up here. And I'll explain, like, for people who are actually watching this stream. So here's Domantas Sabonis, the X.
At the top of the arc.
Yeah, the top of the arc, right? When I swear it's all backwards. That's the problem. Where you see this is where Huerter goes all the way over here to
It's
shoot
like a
his
long
three.
arch away from the handoff.
Yeah, and while that happens, see these arrows, the arrows right here, which again, I'm doing this backwards.
Down near the key and
Yeah.
on the perimeter.
Everybody starts drawing towards that.
Mm-hmm.
And so it has this, when he starts going wide off of that, the whole entire team starts to shift over. And the key to that is now the three guys who are on the other side that are all lined up, because what you're doing is you're weighting the floor. So there are two guys on one side of the floor and three on the other, right? So you're getting these two guys to have this action at the top, the DHO action.
Mm-hmm.
And as that happens, the entire defense starts to move towards those guys, because that's what Kevin Huerter brings. And what that does is it opens up sort of the backside, the weak side for rebounding. So your crasher has a much easier go, but it also, that's where, like, Kevin Huerter, sometimes he doesn't shoot the ball. Sometimes he takes a couple of big steps and you think he's going to shoot the ball, and then he accelerates towards the basket and he drops the ball to Domantas Sabonis for the cut. But the thing is if you're pulling the defense all out that way, it now opens up everything else. And the difference is that Keegan Murray doesn't do that big loop. He likes to come around the top of the pick and then settle in right on the backside of Sabonis and shoot it. And it's very accurate, but it doesn't have the same pull. And so these are some of the things that the Kings are working through.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because everyone is different and everybody likes a pass thrown to them differently in a different spot. Like we had this situation years ago where Marco Bellinelli didn't want to play with Darren Collison because he didn't think Darren Collison threw the pass to him the same way that Rajon Rondo did. And he wanted to be with the starters because Rondo's he throws the perfect pass to him and Collison doesn't.
You mean the starting point guard is better than the backup point guard?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah, and a guy who, like, if he wouldn't have been a little odd, may have been a Hall of Famer, and Rondo, that he's not going to give you a better pass. Well, like, look, you don't always get to play in the perfect situation with the perfect group of players and all that stuff. So, Kyle, I don't know, why are we like all, oh, here.
Yeah, change it so people could see the diagram better.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
There we
that's
go.
all. Yeah.
Anyways, so
welcome.
yeah, I just think it's interesting that, like, there are so many nuances to what's happening with the Kings, and adjusting to these nuances on the fly is not simple.
Mhm.
It's not just like, oh, well, like when Kevin Huerter stops being able to hit a three, it changes a huge dynamic.
Well, and that's why when you're going to put just Chris Duarte.
Yeah.
When you're going to put him as the shooting guard with the starters,
Mhm.
it doesn't, that changes so much more than, okay, he can knock down some threes.
Yep.
Like it's not just that thing. So for them to replace Kevin Huerter in the starting lineup, and this is where the question comes for me of, hey, is he helping his trade value right now, or is he becoming an indispensable piece for the Kings? That's why, to me, I'm leaning the direction of becoming more indispensable, which maybe it's both. Maybe a team suddenly looks at Kevin Huerter and is willing to give up something more for him that maybe ultimately helps the Kings out. But it's more than just, oh, we'll find somebody else who can hit threes.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But I think the idea of Kevin Huerter and what we talk about, this gravitational pull that he has as a player, as a shooter, right? it matters for sure.
Mhm.
But I also think that like there's a track record. Like, and you need to make sure you can trust what you're seeing today and what you saw in large parts of last season versus what you saw in those other parts of last season where he wasn't part of, like, he couldn't hit a shot, or where he was like the last 6 weeks where he really struggled, or
the
where he was in the
playoffs.
playoffs, or, you
Mhm.
know, like these are things where you got to make sure, because, you know, he's still young. He's 25 years old. He can grow through a lot of this stuff.
Sure.
But when you're a better team, when Kevin Herter is playing well, for sure, like there's no question. I'd even say, like, I haven't looked it up, but I would say if you go back to last season and see games where Kevin Herter scored 20 or more, I almost guarantee the Kings were a much better team. Like their record was really good when Kevin Herter was on. And so, like, look, I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to, like, but we're halfway through the season and this team is still searching for their rhythm and sort of their identity. And if one guy can step up and, like, all of a sudden he can change the identity of the team, then I think you're going to be in a pretty good spot.
So, I don't mean to shoot down your point, but
Were they not good?
they were 9-8 when he scored 17 or more, 20 or more. Sorry. There were just 17 games where he did that.
Okay.
Now, if you bump that number up to 25 or more.
So wait, there's only 9 games where he scored more than 17 on the season?
No, I misspoke.
Okay.
It was more than 20. There were 17 games where he scored 20 or more.
Okay, but they're 9
and there were
8.
9-8 in those games.
Okay.
25 or more, he did that 9 times. They were 7-2.
Yeah.
So I think that's still
when Kevin Herter's on a heater, you're tough to beat.
when he's Kevin Heater.
Yeah. Kevin, not Huerta, but Heater. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm there's obvious value there. And I think you see it. It's not a coincidence that we're going, hey, what's wrong with the Kings offense? And at the same time, we're going, all right, hey, what's wrong with the Kings offense? Next segment, why can't Kevin Herter make a shot?
Yeah.
Like those two things very much go hand in hand. But at the same time, there's a bigger picture the Kings have to consider.
Well, I think that's the point, right? It's that, sure, Kevin Herter's had a bad first half of the season.
Mhm.
Like, you can't sugarcoat it. I don't know, maybe there's 8 games where he was good.
Yeah.
And the rest, it was like he had a lot of bad games, right? But there's also this element that in order for this team to take the steps it has to take, Keegan Murray has to become that player. He has to become not the player that draws everybody. He's probably the one guy on this team with the long-term future of being a 20+ per game scorer outside of Fox and Sabonis that has this ceiling that isn't there. And you have to find that ceiling, or at least push and see how far that ceiling is right now, so you can continue to develop this team. Because if you go into next season and you have a big 3 of Fox, Sabonis, and Murray, and you're still not sure who Murray is, then you're in trouble. If you know who Murray is and he's an 18 point per game scorer this season, which I almost guarantee you by the end of this season, he's going to be really close unless they go out and get a big time offensive weapon. He could very well be like an 18 point per game scorer by the end of this season. Then you know that next season he can average 20 or 21 or 22. And that's where this team starts to really develop their identity of who they are moving forward for like an 8-year playoff run. But for right now, you got to take some bumps and bruises as they try to figure it out. And everyone needs to remember, it wasn't just Kevin Herter who couldn't hit a 3-ball early in the season. Keegan Murray couldn't either.
Yeah, he really struggled.
He really struggled. And the fact that he's up to, I don't know, 37, 38% at this point is really, really crazy. But like that's what being part of a team is. And that's why, you know, some players are untouchable and some players aren't. And like it's just it's putting all these ingredients together and trying to come out with the right formula is not as simple as throwing a bunch of stuff into a pot and thinking you're making chili and you know, like eventually you hope that all of it simmers together and the flavors mix, but sometimes they don't, and sometimes something's a little off and you got to find something else to put in there to fix it.
So you mentioned Keegan Murray struggles kind of at the beginning of the season, a little bit up and down.
Yeah.
Where he's really struggled shooting the 3-ball. So his 3-point percentage is down. It's at 37.2. It was at 41.1 last year. But across the board, His volume is up.
Yep.
His shooting percentage from the field is up. The 3-point percentage is down a bit, but like I said, it was more because of struggles early in the year. From 2, he's way more efficient, 56.6% compared to 52.7 last year.
Way more aggressive at the rim.
Much more aggressive at the rim. He's scoring 16.2 a game compared to 12.2. But to your point, over the last 20 games, Keegan Murray is 18 points, 5.5 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 51.3% from the field, 41.9% from 3 on 14 field goals and 6 threes a game.
Yeah.
Like that is development. There's a real chance that we look at his overall numbers by the end of this year and it's like, okay, yeah, there was an improvement, but maybe he didn't shoot as well, but whatever. But then if you eliminate that first 20 games or so, you go, oh wow, this is a really good player for most of the season.
Yeah. So October, he shot 34.5% from the field in 3 games.
Yeah.
In November, he shot 26.2% from 3 in 10 games. December, it jumped to 44%, and then he's at 40.4% right now.
Man.
Yeah.
Shooting the heck out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is.
Keegan's going to be fine. And with Keegan specifically, you mentioned the dribble handoff stuff. If he adds an element of being able to put the ball on the floor.
That's what he's
off the
showing right
dribble
now,
handoff,
man.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he's getting out on the break.
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa, look, that is impressive. Like, what is happening?
He had 8 points last night just by being under the basket.
Oh, yeah.
And that's...
No, I mean, he was getting
growth.
out, he was running, and like he's the guy who has the length, the speed, the athleticism to become that next level scorer that they need.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great that Kevin Huerter can hit the 3 ball. And again, Harrison Barnes can hit the 3 ball. But at some point, you have to invest the time and the energy into developing a player so he can be your next generation.
Yeah. All right. You want to do some NFL picks for the weekend? We got 4 games this weekend.
Sure. I'm worried my computer's about to restart.
Oh.
And they're the best team in football. And look, I'm back.
Hey, there we go. All right, let me get that and get rid of that. All right, there we go. This should be a little more normal. All right, the 49ers and Packers are the second game on Saturday. 5:15 kickoff at Levi Stadium. Who you got?
31-17 Niners.
We got 30-24. So you got the Niners covering. You're taking the points.
Yeah, I am.
All right. I will not. I will take the Packers and the points, but I think the 49ers win. Bucks at Lions. Do the Bucks swing an upset?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
I think they're gonna. I think the Lions might kind of smoke them.
Yeah,
just where
I'm kind of feeling
the
that
vibe
too.
in there is going to be nuts. Yeah, and I think they're gonna have a really good plan against Todd Bowles, and then Chiefs at Bills. Who do you got?
Oh man, can you ever bet against Patrick Mahomes? I don't know. You know what? I am. I'm gonna say Bills. I'm gonna say Bills. They're at home. Josh Allen with his legs has been like incredible. Like he can throw in any weather. I don't love everything that's going on there, and he makes a lot of mistakes. But this is the first time Mahomes has had to go somewhere else for a playoff game.
First ever road playoff game.
It's wild.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
I've got the Bills. I think the Bills get them this year.
Okay.
I think they're locked in. Let's welcome in Damian Barling of D-Lo and KC for the handoff. How's it going, man?
Good, man.
It's been a hectic day in here.
Yeah, that's all right. Hey, always remember, it's a radio show. If the stream goes down, if the computer blows up, you're still on the radio.
No doubt.
And there's a lot of people listening on the radio.
No, I knew that. I just wasn't 100% sure what I should be doing with my buttons back here.
Well,
yeah,
because I don't think I needed
sounds like
to
a talk
change
between you and your dad. I don't.
You guys do it. I don't. I didn't. Come on.
I don't know what I'm doing back there. That's for sure.
Is there a larger problem with the Kings right now than
Yes.
What is it?
No, I don't even know what was going to come in, but there's maybe larger problem. There's a large problem with the Kings for sure.
Yeah. I don't think it's just roster construction and they need to make their free throws. There's something like wrong.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I liked yesterday, courtesy of James Ham, was Domas at his locker talking about the locker room. And I thought that was an important note, because not that you need that type of reiteration, but like Malik said it last year a couple of times. I'm not going to let us splinter apart. I'm not going to let this happen. We're right there. We need to do a couple of things. Like Malik was kind of that voice a couple of times. Domas said that yesterday, and I thought that was really important, because I probably would have gone in today wondering not if the Sacramento Kings are the Philadelphia Eagles, but like what exactly is going on in there. I disagree a little bit with what you said. They do have a roster construction issue. You're getting nothing from a starter, and that's a problem. As much as I like Harrison Barnes, he can't keep contributing nothing and being a starter.
Sure.
That was compounded by the fact that your bench gave you nothing yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Sasha, who scored the first non-Malik Monk bench baskets late in the third. He just steps onto the floor, heaves a three that I swear hit the top of the Golden One Center and went in. And that kind of got him, like he wound up, I think, with seven maybe.
Yeah.
But that was it.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting from your bench.
But
this bench used to be extremely reliable. And that is, I think, the crux of the issue. Mike's all in is gone. That's done.
Yeah.
And I feel like with the little, I don't want to say Mike's playing a game, but what he had going on with Kevin Huerter, I thought that was harmful. I think that did far more bad than good. And now it's created this situation. Chris Duarte don't play anymore. Davion Mitchell don't play anymore. Keon Ellis don't play anymore. Like, I don't think you have a fractured locker room, but I think you have a fractured rotation that's not all bought into achieving a goal.
So
I think there are guys in Sacramento Kings uniforms who are waiting for February 9th to get here.
Oh no.
And that's what I mean. That's what I mean by a larger issue than just the roster construction. Yeah, the roster is flawed. The roster is not a championship roster. I don't disagree with any of that. But it's really clear that the way they're losing these games and the way just the vibe is really bad. There's something more than just
But
they're not getting enough from Harrison Barnes. They didn't get enough from the bench. Like there's something at the core there that is.
But I think there's an important distinction, though.
Just the on-court product.
I think there's an important distinction. Is the vibe them or is the vibe us? They're losing games. They know they're losing games. They're trying to correct it. This is something Kenny and I talked about yesterday. We talked about this team's ability to respond, the ability to respond. And I said yesterday, like, are they just going to keep responding? And last night was the first time where it was like, no. And then we drew the parallels last year. They had lost 3 games in a row going into the Indiana Pacers game at the Golden One Center last year. And it was Domas Sabonis who, after the game, said, look, everyone was wrapped up in Indiana and Tyrese and Buddy and all that. That's fine. We couldn't let 3 become 4. Last night, under very, very similar circumstances, 3 became 4. The ability to respond is getting more difficult for them. You've got a Pacers team that plays Kings basketball better than the Kings play it now. And so a larger rooted issue, maybe, I don't know what it is though. If the vibe in the locker room isn't bad, I'm going to put the vibes just on us. We don't feel good. We watch this team play. We see them getting blown out. We see them blowing teams out. We see them falling apart late in the fourth quarter. I don't buy the run in the final 2 minutes worth nothing. That meant, in my mind, the Kings got blown out yesterday.
Yeah.
It was cute. There was no point. Hey, I'm sorry Malik missed those free throws for his brain, for his mental makeup. That's the only reason I care. Because do we believe he was going to make 2, foul, like everything was going to go the Kings' way?
Or he was going to make 1, miss 1, get the rebound, put it back.
Yeah, it's such
overtime.
Over the top circumstances, right? So I don't buy anything I saw in the final 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah.
But it did leave me with the question is, why did y'all start playing like that then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say too, like, hey, the vibe issue. Okay, we got to run. But real quick, like I do feel like a lot of players are not only looking whether they'll be there, but who is gonna be missing, and I think they're feeling that as well.
No doubt. They'll continue this discussion on D'Lo and KC. I'm sure. Stay locked into ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports later. Bye.
What I mean by that is that because I'll be back later, but
I'm gonna go. See you guys.
Yeah. Like I think that you got Harrison Barnes.
You're coming back, right? No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean Harrison Barnes. Everyone sees it. He's in every single trade room that there is, right? But it's not just Harrison who feels that. Like that's been De'Aaron Fox's big brother on this team for 5.5 years.
Sure.
Not like a couple of years, like from early in his career until now. And I think that there's just like a weird instability vibe with who's going to be there, how it's going to look, and like how do they move forward. And I don't know how all of that works, but like it's tough. Like what's going on right now? I mean, you can feel it. Like none of it feels right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting. Never a dull moment.
Hey, kill the mics for a second.
Let me see.
Just
Stay locked into ESPN.
That was the Sacramento Hoops Report, brought to you by Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the well. It is the divisional round in the NFL playoff this weekend. Players who are 2 old NFC rivals. The Bucks this weekend as the former NFC rivals in Detroit. While weather will not be a factor in this game, still isn't expecting these 2 teams to light up the scoreboard, at least not enough to go over the total. The BetQL 5-star best bet is to take the under between the Lions and the Bucks on Sunday. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
At Granger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who master the art of keeping business moving. We are
Back on.
So we can talk about it.
All right. We'll see you at 3. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to go home and do a pod. Sorry about it literally, I kept doing the whole thing and it just.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. That's dumb shit. That's not your fault.
Push it off.
Yeah.
And then that time it didn't have to drop down for the 4 hours. And it just goes, oh, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not good.
All right, you guys. All right, big dog.
I met with Complex this morning. Oh, am I plugged in? Jesse, you there? Okay. Are we on? Oh, okay. Okay. One of the things I pitched for Soul Bloom is to put the logos on those screens behind us, along with stuff that goes with the announcement next week.
Right.
And I pitched, I gave Complex a couple of ideas, so hopefully we should have some.
The good thing about that is
Yeah.
throughout the show.
Right.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Vibe check. What's up, baby? Welcome in here to the Friday, January 19th edition of D-Lo in KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
Hey, don't ever say I don't love you, bro. Come on, man. Don't ever say I don't love you.
Appreciate you.
See?
I appreciate for the people here. I got me a donut. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my partner D-Lo.
I've been here. I had some meetings this morning, and I was like, "Oh, let me make sure my man's taken care of.
Good looking, man.
Make sure my man's is good. It was
good looking. Appreciate you, big dog.
Right there, screaming your name, and we did some of our work yesterday. So I was like, let me get my man set up.
I need something.
He got a big weekend.
I need something today.
I tried to wear. I don't have. Everyone's wearing their team gear, bruh.
Yo, we already no. I already had a talk with a couple people.
Did you see
said, what the hell's going on here?
Did you see what your boy the tribal chief is wearing?
Yeah, and I told him, first of all, you need to get a Jordan Love. You can't be rocking around that board.
Yeah.
Or second of all, that came out of nowhere. I said, what the hell are you doing?
The tribal chief is walking around in a Green Bay Packers 4 jersey. I said, sir, we're gonna have to get you a promo sweatshirt. Like, you can't walk around with that.
I also told him he's not the tribal chief this weekend. That's on hold for the weekend. And that is what it is. I told him that. He knows what the deal is. And then my guy Jonathan with just a Seth Rollins chair to the back.
Oh no! What are you?
Oh my God!
Did you see Jonathan?
I haven't seen Jonathan this morning.
Green Bay Packers shirt for Jonathan.
Wow.
I said, bro.
Wow.
I wasn't ready for that. But that's all right.
So I tried to wear, I got 2 things that have 49ers colors on it. This multi-logo hoodie and the Insiders hoodie. That's all I got.
I appreciate you.
Trying to rock with y'all.
You want to borrow my Trey Lance jersey?
No, I want to slap the idiot that bought that as a Christmas present. That's what I want to do.
It's still there.
No,
I got it.
No, he's
still there.
That individual is a jackass is what he is. Goodness gracious.
Oh, no.
Not the idiot that walked into the store and bought that one.
It's a Randy Gregory jersey now, right?
Randy Gregory. Put a duct tape of 1 and put Jennings on the
I can't
name
live
too.
y'all life, man. Buying jerseys that get old a year later.
I stopped buying Dolphins jerseys like a long time ago. I just bought one throwback, and that's the one I have.
Yeah, you got the Merino one, which is fire, right?
That is fire. That is fine.
It's actually Larry Zonka.
I gotta get a.
Oh yeah. Who you didn't? You don't have a picture with a merino one on?
Maybe when I was a
Don't you have a
kid
white
a long time
merino?
ago. No,
I thought you had a. Yeah, I thought you had one. Yeah, that's
everyone's
what I
got a
thought you
white
had.
merino.
Wow.
So-
Well,
I still got to get my Debo, and I'm telling you, if this guy keeps cooking the way he does, man. Well, especially if he delivers this year,
uh-huh.
I get a 13.
Is Debo ahead of Lamar?
Yeah, he's ahead of Lamar.
Okay.
Lamar, my boy.
Is Lamar ahead of Jason Tatum?
No, because the spring summer is right around the corner, and that's when the tank top is coming. But he's obviously not. They're not ahead of Fox and Monk.
Well, I guess that's where we should start then. The Sacramento Kings, for the first time since the first 4 games of last season, lose their 4 straight. Obviously, everyone is very aware of this. And I mean, I don't know where you want to start. I said this on the Insider, so I'll say it to you because I'm curious your opinion on this. The run at the end of the game meant nothing to me. The final 2 minutes and 20 something seconds meant absolutely nothing. I don't think it was a legit run to win the game. I never thought that they were going to win the game. I feel bad for Malik's psyche for missing the free throws at the end, but I don't think if he had made the first that we'd be lighting a beam or dropping Drake bars today. Drake bars should probably be suspended until further notice.
Actually, I was thinking about the exact opposite. We may have to go back to the old Kings. Where after every win, it's a Drake bar. that may be the next.
So here we are. We're back to the Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry Kings.
We've been doing the undefeated streak bit, but it's been a defeated streak, honestly.
It's pretty bad.
We might have to
You're like,
this is what happened.
What was his name? You're like broke. Was his name Broke Corbin?
Oh yeah, Broke Baron Corbin.
Yeah, Drake bars are now Broke Baron Corbin.
Yeah. It's either that or it's a Gilbert streak at this point.
Yeah, not good.
Corbin.
Not good, big dog. Not good, big dog. Yeah, I didn't buy the final 220, and I'll keep it a stack. I thought De'Aaron was peak James Harden last night. I thought those 24 points were empty calories. I thought it was far too late. I think he had 2 scoreless quarters. I don't know why. I don't know if it was something the Pacers were doing. I don't know if it was something De'Aaron wasn't doing. I don't know if it was the lack of movement on the Kings' offense, because God knows there was plenty of that. But he walked away, I think, with 24. I just didn't feel like there was any substance to it.
And that's fair. That's fair.
I don't think that's normal for Fox, but I just don't think there was any substance to those points last night.
No, I mean, that's fair to have that assessment of it. It was a scramble to get back to that point where it was a 1-score game with under 10 seconds to go or whatever the case may be. So I understand that. I mean, I just didn't. They just didn't. They didn't. Well, really, they didn't play well on the defensive end. And right now, it's getting to the point where it's always something with this team. Yesterday was probably multiple things as far as free throw shooting and defense, but it's always something like don't close out the fourth quarter, or don't hit your free throws, or turnovers, or something like that. It's always something. And yeah, they got a couple days to just try and figure this thing out, man, and get back on the same page as a group. I agree, De'Aaron. That wasn't a typical De'Aaron game last night. He just did not seem as engaged as we've seen him in the last year and a half, to be honest with you.
Given that they've lost 3 in a row, isn't that concerning? I mean, I'm not of the belief, and you can rip this to shreds, and I know people will say they make millions of dollars, blah 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 blah. Yo, I have a bad day at work. You have a bad day at work. I'm guessing if you're listening and you have a job, you've probably had a bad day at work. I'm not of the belief that these guys can't come in. De'Aaron got a tough phone call on the way. Just the day goes wrong. Like, we've all had that stuff. So I'm not of the belief that you can't be off, right? But man, if your assessment is correct, that is a really, really tough day to be off.
Yeah, for sure, man. And
mentally.
Yeah, and it's one of those things though where how do I put this? Because he's accountable for how he approaches the game and how he plays and things of that nature. But it's almost akin to he can't have a game like that, and that's also not what you want.
He
right?
lived that life before.
Yeah, that's also not what you want. You know what I mean? Like,
But
you don't want a situation where if he's got 11 points going into the fourth quarter,
yeah,
that you don't have a shot. First, and that's twofold. He shouldn't have 11 points going into the fourth quarter, and you don't want it where if he did for whatever reason that night have 11, that you're down 15 or whatever it is.
The tough part about this thing with De'Aaron is, like, if going back to the analogy I was using, if I'm off, I got you, right? You and Jesse can pick me up, and like, when I'm off, and I can see you elevate, I can see Jesse elevate. De'Aaron's relying on multiple other people. So it's like, it's cool. Like if Domas is up, yo, Kevin Huerter, come on, man. Awesome. That's terrific. Keegan, fantastic. But you still have a large group of players that you need to elevate themselves. Mm-hmm. There is a problem at the starting 4 position or 3 position, whichever Harrison is considered. 2 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist is extremely problematic for this basketball team. It's compounded by the fact that the bench was non-existent yesterday. Because and I understand Malik. I don't consider Malik part of the bench, and I don't think anyone does. I understand semantics. He comes off the bench. But when we talk about bench players, we're really talking about Trey Lyles. We're talking about Sasha Vezenkov. Shout out to Sasha. He scored the first non-Malik bench points late in the third quarter.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I think, he was the only one.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
It ain't going to do it.
That can't happen.
It ain't going to do it.
That can't happen, especially when the bench, and I know you talked about Malik just now, but when he's only got 9.
I just looked at my notepad. You remember the call we got yesterday about gambling?
Oh, that's the first thing I thought about. It was like a half point over, right?
It was 245. Yeah, the number was 245, and they scored 247 yesterday.
That's why you don't.
I can't do it. Can't do it.
You don't bet. And especially in that situation.
I need to know if my man did it though.
And especially in that situation, because that game had no business going over.
No, right.
Had no business.
Right. The Kings went on the 15-2 run.
You're
or
like,
whatever
yeah, we good. Like that's a bad beat.
Yep.
That's a bad beat.
Yeah, super bad. Oh, I just looked down. I was like, what is it? Oh my God. 245.
Yeah, I thought about that last night during the post game and just looking at those numbers. I was like, hold on, what is
yeah.
that's tough.
It's the Buffalo Wild Wings commercial. They made the call.
Man, made the call. Kevin Huerter made the call. Shout out Kevin Huerter. I was looking at I was trying to gather some info here. Prior to Sunday, it was the Bucks. Prior to Sunday, the Kings were 4-0 when Huerter scored 20 or more. They're obviously they're 4-2 now. They've lost their last 2. Last night being 1, and then the Milwaukee game being.
But I know people like to say no moral victories or whatever, but that is a good sign that you're starting to see him play better. I think that helps out, and that's a piece of the puzzle. That you can
right
work with.
But you lost all of them.
Yeah,
all the games in which you play well, you lost.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We're just getting started. Obviously, there's a ton to talk about. Kyle Madson's going to join us. We'll talk Kings basketball with him. We'll certainly. I mean, how you feeling?
I'll talk.
We're going to talk 49ers Packers. Everyone says this is a blowout. Do we even need to talk about it? 49ers win going away. It's easy work.
I mean, I hear
Sharpie them in.
I hear a lot of people, trying to make the case.
Okay,
trying to make the case for the Packers.
We're going to talk a lot of Kings basketball. Divisional round weekend. We'll talk about that as well. We got James Ham in the final hour. Kyle Madson coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, definitely. I gotta.
That needs to be his name.
Yeah, we'll call him Brandon the Gambler from now on.
How y'all feeling, man? A lot of people were distraught last night. Maybe that's a little strong, but a lot of people were not happy with this team. Well, I mean, Dr. David, it's not guaranteed, but it should happen. Should happen. But hey, like I continue to say, and like I'll stay with, it's football, man. It's football. The ball bounces funny ways sometimes. Elements, all this other stuff. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. It's one game, so nothing is guaranteed. But I'd be shocked if this Packers team beat the 49ers. Beat this 49ers team. I'd be shocked. I know Aldrin. Where's it at? Lloyd Pierce, man, he didn't follow the script. Don't blame me. Blame Lloyd Pierce. We had an understanding and follow the script. And this is so. I'll talk about this, Ramsey. I'll talk about this. I'll talk about that. I'll talk about all this. You know what I mean? I'll talk about it. All right, I'll talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. You gonna get why I sound the way I sound and why I'll continue to sound the way I'll sound. Hey, shout out to Coach JT, 94 feet with Coach JT. He got some goodies for the crew.
Young Zell, did I hear Young Zell on the intro for Coach JT?
Yeah. Young Zell collab. Coach JT, man. Hey man, we gotta have him pull up on us one time, man. We gotta have him.
Trying to have Coach JT do more than pull up on us for a while.
Yeah. Maybe we can get it started there, him pulling up on us.
We deal with a lot of stubborn people in the game. That's the problem. I'm such a know-it-all. I go around telling everybody how to do their job. I feel like everybody in this building hates me. They're all very receptive. Kyle, are you coming in? I don't think I like his attitude right now. I'm feeling vibes.
Oh my,
feeling bad vibes.
Well,
one little computer shut down. A couple buttons he's concerned about now. He wants to go. That's what it is. He wants to throw hands. Oh man, Kyle Madson on his way in here. James Ham will be with us later. Let's talk to our man Brandon.
No, his official name is Brandon the Gambler.
Brandon the Gambler. Bro, did you place the bet?
Oh, I placed the bet, and I felt like I was good the whole time until I realized that Harrison Barnes wasn't going to score more than 2 points the whole game.
So you went, but wait, do you go under or over?
I went over.
Okay. Oh, you won. That's a hell of a win.
But it was a parlay. I needed the Kings to win also. So I didn't win anything.
All right. Well, sorry about that.
What I decided is I'm just not going to bet on the Kings until Harrison Barnes traded because you can't be a starter. And
damn. Brandon the Gambler lost his whole game because
that boy Brandon the Gambler got a sore ankle.
Oh, well, he's on strike. Kyle Madson. What's your problem?
Just vibes are down today.
Yeah, I see that.
The vibe's tough today,
dude,
man.
You got a Disneyland hat on. How upset can you be with a Disneyland hat on?
The Kings.
Your football team's got a cakewalk coming up this weekend, from what everybody tells me.
I disagree, but okay.
No, they're gonna beat the hell out of the Packers.
They might. They definitely could.
Give me a football reason why the Packers will hang with them.
Because the 49ers don't stop the run particularly well, and Aaron Jones is very, very good, especially as a pass catcher. I can see him generating a couple explosive plays on screens. And if the Packers can get in a positive game script where the 49ers are playing from behind and the Packers don't have to abandon their run game, then I think it could be closer than you might anticipate. But on the other hand, the 49ers are way more talented, and maybe they go up 7-0 and Jordan Love turns it over once, and then it's a 2-score game, and the Packers can't use Aaron Jones, and it turns into a rout.
Let me ask you about I'm seriously asking because I can't remember. Since that 3 game, like when we talk about stopping the run, I think there was a Cardinals game in there where they didn't stop the run particularly well late in the season. And then you got the 3 games that they lost that they didn't stop the run particularly well.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, has there been any issue?
Because they haven't had to, because they haven't, like, that's the big thing is they get up on teams and teams have to get one-dimensional.
Hey, can I read something from the Kings real quick?
Yeah.
Just find this interesting. This is the Stockton Kings.
Is it analysis of the 49ers-Packers game?
It's not, but I just think it's interesting enough to interrupt you.
Okay.
Monty McNair announced that Anjali Ranadive has stepped down as the general manager of the Stockton Kings to pursue a PhD and focus all of her attention on her nonprofit, Jaws and Paws. Stockton Kings assistant general manager, Gabriel Harris, will resume day-to-day responsibilities.
Well, that's interesting.
I just thought it was interesting.
That is fascinating.
What y'all thinking?
Well, it was a really
this radio show. What you think it got?
No, it was a really big deal a few months ago when Anjali and Lindsay took over as as the first 2 females to lead a
right,
and it's over just like that.
Yeah,
I don't. Hey, good for her. I love the Jaws and Paws thing. We saw the dogs on the drip walk last night.
Yep.
I don't know if Davion and Keon are afraid of dogs, but they certainly did not look comfortable holding them. Shout out to Herder and Domas, who were treating dogs like the loves they should be. I don't know. I saw a front office transition alert, and I don't know. It's interesting to me.
That is super interesting.
Hey,
That is just like
at Nani, salute.
Just shout out at Nani. She changed everything here.
Well, some would say that.
Changed it all. Big ups.
Some would say that.
My first thought is, it feels like, and I don't know her at all or anything like that, but it feels like Anjali kind of is trying to find out what she wants to do. She used to be an artist, then she got into the basketball world, front office, and all this other stuff, and now she's doing this. So she's like, trying to figure out what she wants to do, what her purpose is and stuff.
That's an incredible life. That you figuring out what you want to do is like, all right, I'm going to start a nonprofit, and I'm going to go be the GM of a G League team. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm going to go get my PhD instead. When I was doing that, I was like, all right, I'm going to try working at a pizza place. I'm going to see how that goes. I'm going to go do laundry at a skilled nursing facility. Let's see how that goes.
I'm going to point something out, and I don't mean to be cryptic with this assessment, but I feel like Casey and I have said for years, be careful about what you read. Be careful about what you hear. Some people don't have filters. They're told something, they immediately recite it. We share a lot with you. We don't share everything with you. And all I'll say to Vivek, bro, if you're listening, you got a lot of people around you that aren't about you. Because we were told stuff. And that announcement flies in the face of all of that stuff.
That is why it's fascinating.
And to be honest with you,
hey,
to be honest with you,
Vivek, change your circle, bro.
Yeah.
You've got some.
Come to 13.
Change your, yeah. Hey, Vivek, we got you, bro. We got you.
And to be honest with you, I didn't believe none of that stuff for a second when I heard
none of it.
I said, come on,
absolutely
man.
none of it.
And it sounded like people were trying to just make them look bad by putting that stuff out there that
we didn't put out there.
Yeah,
right.
The people who relayed it to us, we didn't put it out there.
Right.
But I every time that was told to me, it was like that doesn't check out. Like that does not check out.
Yeah.
And thus, this announcement confirms all of that stuff we were hearing. That does not check out.
Like you said, keep them squares about your circle,
man.
Yeah.
That bothers me so much. It bothers me so much that he being Vivek Ranadive, has, I'm going to say, more than one person around him who actively works to make him look bad.
Yeah.
And it's just a question of whether a journalist is going to vet that, run with it, or if a non-journalist finds out and just spouts it out.
Right.
And that's the worry.
Right.
I think a lot of these
because once
trainers-
that stuff is out there,
right. I think a lot of these
because once
trainers-
that stuff is out there,
right,
it's out there.
right, exactly.
And that's been the case now for years
Yeah.
under Vivek Ranadive.
Yeah. Man.
So Angelia
Well,
steps down as the Stockton Kings general manager.
The Kings are doing the whole 4-on-5 thing by continuing to start Harrison Barnes. Am I right?
Well,
am I right?
You're not wrong.
That's a good one.
You're not wrong.
That boy Harrison.
2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, ain't it?
Hey, one thing's for sure. Boy, Harrison gonna get his cardio in.
Oh,
he gonna get his cardio
jog.
in.
I
Hey,
love
that's
it
what
for
he's
him.
doing, man. He getting his cardio in every single game.
You tell me I can go do 20, 25 minutes of cardio and then go watch an NBA game courtside?
Come on, man.
I get paid $15 million for it?
I wanted to
17
chill.
million?
I wanted to chill on Harrison because I've been pretty rough on him for much of the season, so I was going to chill on him today. But since it was brought up, I mean that's awful. That's awful that this continues to happen.
Right.
At what point? I'm just going to say, at what point do you have some pride in your production that you say, another 25 minutes or so with 2 points, 1 rebound, not doing nothing? At what point do you say, you know what, my name's attached to this? I don't want to, it don't matter if you're upset or uncertain or anything that's going on. I get all that. But at some point, have some self-respect for the production that you're putting out there if you're asked to go out there every time.
Yeah.
Because that Harrison Barnes is too good. He is too good, too talented.
That's it.
To have those type of stat lines night after night after night.
That's it. And for me, it's not even the field goal attempts. It's not the 2 points because James laid it out. Like, you look at who was taking the shots last night, and those are the guys you want taking the shots. But the fact of the matter is the field goal attempts are so low because he's not going in and getting rebound. He's not going in and asserting himself more. And like you said, it's frustrating because Harrison Barnes does not suck. Harrison Barnes is not a bad basketball player.
Not at all.
He is a very good NBA player who a good NBA team could use, and they're not getting anything out of him. And that's the frustration.
So at what point, though, and I agree with everything both of you said about Harrison Barnes, at what point do I start to point the finger at Mike Brown?
How so? For what?
I mean,
why is he still out there?
Yeah,
who's replacing him?
Trey Lyles.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Trey Lyles
can't get you 2 points and a rebound?
Trey Lyles is not Charles Barkley, Tim Duncan or nothing like that.
Sure.
But he's averaging 5 a night.
Sure.
He'll go out there at the very least. When you see Trey Lyles, you'll say he'll get active. He'll get active out there. And it can't be any worse than what's going on right now. Put Trey Lyles in there at the starting
I think it
four,
might get
have
worse
Sasha
defensively.
behind him.
I think it might get worse defensively if you do that.
How?
Did you watch last
Harrison-
night? Did you see
what
what
is
happened
Harrison
last
doing?
night?
All right.
He's
He wasn't
not
good last
doing
night.
anything.
He was really bad last night.
No
doubt,
one was
no
good
doubt.
last night. This basketball team, what was it, 17th or whatever defensive rate? This team is not good defensively. What I can't figure out, and maybe this is why Mike Brown isn't at fault for any of this. How did Mike Brown go to the podium 10 minutes after that game and explain exactly what to do with TJ McConnell? How did what Mike Brown say to do coincide exactly with what Mike Bibby said he would do during the game as it was happening? How did they have the same exact philosophy on defending him, but yet the guys on the floor didn't defend him that way? TJ McConnell was threat level 0 to shoot a three-pointer. And he blew by that Sacramento Kings team time and time. By the way, who called that?
You did.
Dealing with KC said yesterday, TJ McConnell's going to cook. If y'all aren't paying attention to what you're doing, TJ McConnell's going to cook.
Yep. He's a good
Fried
player.
their asses up last night.
Yep.
Again.
And the bad thing about that,
TJ McConnell and Kevon Looney own stock in the beam.
the bad thing about that for me is TJ McConnell isn't a first-year player. He's not a second-year player. He's been in this league for a while. We all know what it is with TJ McConnell. And they just continue to let it happen. Just continue to no assertiveness, nobody taking responsibility and accountability to get in people's face and say, hey, let's cut this out. It's TJ McConnell doing this.
That's the thing. And I know it doesn't necessarily work like this, but just follow me on the kind of broader picture. Who is the player on the Kings that when this happens, when Mike Bibby says, hey, when TJ McConnell is driving and he gets down the baseline, you need to cut that off. And when Mike Brown says, hey, when he's driving down the baseline, you got to cut that off and make sure that he can't get through the baseline. And then the players aren't doing it. Who in the locker room after the game is like, hey, or halftime, hey, we need to figure this out. Like, you need to, pointing fingers and saying, hey, you need to step up. Who's the player in the locker room doing that?
It should be Fox.
It should be
Monk. It should be Sabonis.
It definitely should be.
Hell, we talk about veteran leadership. It should be the veteran. He ain't doing it.
JaVale?
Yes.
No, you meant Harrison. I know you meant Harrison.
No, but that's, I think, a little bit of the problem. And D'Lo, we were talking about during the handoff, like the bigger picture kind of problem with this team. While I agree with everything you talked about with the roster construction, I have no quarrels with that. I think there's also a problem of, hey, they're not doing X, Y, and Z correctly on a night in, night out basis. And I don't think that there is a vocal leader who's going to call people out and force the issue on that. And I think that's a problem.
I mean, so there's that, and these guys just gotta know. Like, they gotta know.
They figure it out. Yeah,
they have to know these things. If all these guys, they understand NBA basketball, they understand what's going on or whatever. That they know basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got to this point, they know basketball. The little things that we talked about the other day with not giving up 3-pointers, late in games when you're up 4 or 6 or something like that. That's common knowledge. You should know that.
Mm-hmm.
TJ McConnell, I'm looking at the shot chart right now. Every single one of his 14 shot attempts were in the paint last night. Once you get to 7, it's like, just back up off him a little bit. Back up off a bit and sit your cup down. All right? Because he's not shooting a jump shot. He doesn't want to shoot a jump shot.
If De'Aaron Fox got 14 shots in the paint out of 14, you'd be like, oh my God, he cooked.
Well, we have more breaking news, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Antonio Pierce will be the new head coach for the Las Vegas Raiders.
There we go.
Good for him.
There we go.
Good for the Raiders doing the right thing.
Good.
Love that for him.
There we go, Antonio.
Again, from Adam Schefter, the Raiders are working to finalize a deal to hire Antonio Pierce as their head coach.
That's the right move.
I always get the wrong. It's Champ Kelly, right?
Chip Kelly.
Stop it. Because Bailey always lives in my head. Champ Kelly. It sounds like he's going to remain because he was a part of the interview process.
Yeah.
He was obviously the interim general manager. That hasn't been announced at all, nor has any sort of search been announced.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's been a part of the process for looking for a head coach sure gives pretty good indication that it looks like he'll be back with the Las Vegas Raiders as well.
Yeah.
That's good stuff, man.
So that poses a lot of questions we don't have to ask or attempt to answer right now. But Antonio Pierce is back with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Good for AP. I'm glad to see him get this opportunity.
Me too. It was the right move. I don't know long term if he's going to be a good coach or not, but I know right now that team needed a foundation and a direction. And I think he gave them one last year, and I think pulling that rug out now would have been a huge mistake. So good for Mark Davis and good for the Raiders.
He earned that this opportunity,
no doubt.
With the way that he took over the reins and did his thing when he was given the opportunity, he earned the opportunity to see this through for a couple years.
The way that defense played in Kansas City at the end of the year on Christmas Day, that sealed it for me. Like, I was already leaning that way, but when you win a game when you don't throw a pass after the first quarter, like that's remarkable. And that comes down to coaching. So good on him.
I'm a bad host and don't know what to do because I've interrupted you to break Raiders news. I've interrupted you to bring Anjali
breaking news.
Can I talk about donuts for a second?
You can absolutely talk about donuts.
I got donuts today.
Thank you.
And I went to Baker Ben's Donuts right down the street on Douglas. Shout out. Open 24 hours, by the way, which is big time for your boy. When you pull up at the time I'm pulling up,
that's big
it's
time.
really nice that they're open. And
your day does not start at 10 o'clock with the insiders.
No, it does not. I got 2 of the chocolate donut with the peanuts on it.
Yes, you did.
Because I knew that last time you guys had a little quarrel about it. So I just made sure in my box of 2 dozen, I said, let me get 2 of those.
We appreciate you. But is this chocolate?
It is.
Okay.
I double checked. I was concerned too. I thought it might be like caramel.
It definitely looks like Nutella.
I thought it was like
It's
caramel.
got a
or something
Nutella
like
vibe.
that. And I was like, well,
I can confirm.
It's good either way.
I can confirm.
Like the bread is really what takes it over the top. The dough takes it over the top. So I'm not really tripping over it. But I didn't know if it was chocolate or not. But yeah, good looking. Big dog.
Yeah, no doubt. I went when I was in there and I'm ordering. There's two people in the back and they're making the donuts. Like they make them and they put them on it is wild, their operation. And they're back there singing and they're having a great time. I was like, I kind of want to work at a donut shop. They were having a great damn time back there.
You get to work early in the morning. Nobody's really bothering you too much.
Yeah. Anyways.
So Kings, 49ers, or Raiders? What do y'all want to do?
Let me go 49ers while I got.
Yeah, let's do that. We're hitting the over today, Jesse.
I have I have a healthy respect for just the game, and what could happen. I have a healthy respect for that. I have a healthy respect for Aaron Jones. Jordan Love looked really good last week. He's played well towards the end of the season. And I continue to say the drawing a blank coach right now.
Matt LaFleur?
Matt LaFleur. I think he's a really good coach.
He's
a really good coach.
Very good.
You gave a football reason why the Packers could beat the 49ers.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they will. I'm not betting on that.
Yeah, I don't think any of that happening. I don't think it. Like I think everybody's kind of overthinking this thing because the Packers beat up a flawed Cowboys team that other people thought were like elite.
Sure,
and they had some elite qualities, but that secondary and that linebacking core has been what they've been all year.
Mm-hmm.
The only time the Cowboys look good is when they were playing the worst teams in football.
Mm-hmm. Well, they had trouble stopping the run the entire second half of the year.
That's the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I mean, but they would beat the hell out of the worst teams in football, and people would look at them like they were elite.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the same time, when they would play the better teams, that defense would give up points. That offense wasn't as explosive. So I say all that to say, the Packers handled a team that probably wasn't as good as everybody thinks they were.
Yeah.
And now they're coming into on the road on a short week, coming into the house of arguably the best team in the NFL or in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gonna not saying this is what you said. I'm just that they're gonna handle these guys. They're gonna do enough to put some fear into these guys. I just don't see it. I don't see this team. Number one of the biggest thing is I don't think their defense is good enough.
So
the defense isn't good enough. So the Niners will always be able to play at their pace.
That's one of the big things going the other way. Like you said, give you a football reason why. That's just a football reason. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys all year could not generate a run game.
Mm-hmm.
All year that was a problem. They let Zeke go. Tony Pollard, he's the dude. Tony Pollard was not the dude. Mm. And when Green Bay's run defense has been susceptible all year, they gave up 200 plus rushing yards like 5 times.
Mm.
That is so many times to give up 200 plus rushing yards. Yeah. And it's like 8 where they give up 140 or more. Mm. And the 49ers want to and will run the football. So that's to the point you're making right now. That's what I think the biggest difference is the 49ers are not going to get into second and long, third and long because they can't, at least consistently, because they can't run it. Like they are going to scheme up ways to generate explosive plays with Christian McCaffrey on the ground, with Deebo Samuel on the ground. Those are going to be there. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think the big difference is between the 49ers and the Packers. The 49ers are going to be able to run it. And I don't 100% know what the Packers do to stop it. That doesn't make them susceptible to the passing game. Yeah.
There's no football reason. We went over this with Rod Brooks yesterday.
I love Rod.
Everything awesome. He is just phenomenal. Everything lines up for the San Francisco 49ers in just terms of a matchup, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There's no. I mean, you talked about defending the run and things like, but that's a pretty small thing.
Yeah,
overall.
it's not right. It's not like I'm sitting here going, "Wow, Aaron Jones is going to rush for 140 yards." I don't know what the Niners are going to do to stop.
And that's essentially what it would take.
That's what they would
right?
have to do. Yes.
Like they can give up. They could probably give up 100 yards to Aaron Jones.
Yeah.
And to that point, you're right. And they haven't. There's been games when they haven't been great against the run, but don't they still have a 100-game rusher streak going on?
Yeah, it's a long time. It's like 30 plus games now.
Crazy.
But a lot of that is because of game script that they get into.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they just teams have to abandon
But I'm
the run early.
surprised they didn't give one up against Arizona. Like
Yeah.
I don't know what their running back ended up with, but it felt like he had some big runs and
He
he
had
would have
like
got
80
100
plus.
yards in that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I was saying, it's going on like 2-3 years where they haven't given up a 100-yard rusher.
I think I want to talk to you about specifically, Kenny. I feel like the Niners and Packers have a weird rivalry. So this is going to be the 10th time they played in the playoffs since 1996. So that's 10 times in less than 30 years in the postseason.
The most in NFL history.
The Packers owned the first 5. They were 4-1 in the first 5. The 49ers 4-0 in the last 4. I feel like there's a split among Niner fans where Niner fans like 36 and older view the Packers as like, hate the Packers, hate everything about them. Whereas 49er fans like my age, I don't really remember. The Terrell Owens catch was my first vivid football memory. That was 1999, January of 99. I don't remember any of the other losses to the Packers. So most of my life, they've just kicked the Packers are the annual, like, hey, they're going to kick the hell out of the Packers and move on to the next round.
Yeah.
Like, that's just been the thing. So I don't view the Packers that way. But Bonte is like, hey, the Packers, like, I hate them, can't stand them. Because Bonte is like 65 years old. And so, I think that's a fascinating aspect.
And I'm there because it was Brett Favre and going into Lambeau, and it's playoffs and it was regular season too. It was just dreadful. It was just dreadful. And they in 95 when they got him, it felt like, oh, Niners are about to go back to back. I was a young boy. I wasn't like really engaged in the X's and O's. I just know, oh, the Niners Super Bowl champions last year. Those are my boys. We got the Packers. We're probably going to play the Cowboys again. Let's go. And then all of a sudden, old boy puts a helmet on the ball, fumbles, or forces a fumble for the 49ers, and they get beat up by the Packers. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Where'd this come from? And then you got Desmond Howard in the rain.
Yep.
You got them with Jeff Garcia and Terrell Owens and the interception late in that game.
Yep.
And it just felt like they were going to kick your teeth in every single time you played them until you got over that hump. And there's really been no looking back since then.
Kyle Madson, NinersWire.com, of course, the insiders as well, 10 to 12 p.m. here on ESPN 1320. I forgot your score. What was your score for this weekend?
30-24, I think is how it's going to go. But I think the Niners control it for the most part.
Really? 30-24?
Yeah. The over-under is 50.5.
I think they cover.
Wow.
I think they cover. I was talking on the morning roast this morning. I think I said 37-20 or something like that. The Niners,
cool.
the Niners aren't unbeatable.
What'd you say the spread was again? 10?
9.5.
Oh, it's
the Niners aren't unbeatable. This team doesn't have the formula to beat them.
Yeah. I think a team like the Lions or even Tampa Bay, with the way Tampa Bay is playing right now, would have a better chance to go into Levi's and win than the Packers do.
All right, let's get the 49ers through this weekend first before we start worrying about their
opponents. When we come back, I'll explain why I ain't going to be humble. Forget it.
Can't wait for that.
Baker going to pull the upset?
I'd love to say yes. I don't think so.
No. All right.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I've discredited the Lions, but I haven't really bought into the Lions all year.
Sure.
They're a good football team. I love Baker. I love what the Bucs have done. I think this is probably where it ends.
I agree.
I'd love for them to do it. I just don't think it happens.
I think the Lions might kick the hell out of them. I think it might get ugly.
I don't think that. Well, it's possible. Yeah, that's certainly possible.
Real quick, the other two, just real quick. Wins.
Go call.
Ravens win it. And what's the other game?
Bills.
Chiefs. I think the Bills get the Chiefs this time.
Oh, we're all going the Bills.
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
I'm betting on the Chiefs.
Wow, we're all going the Bills. We'll come back. We'll get back to the Kings. Much more ahead. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm sorry to everyone, particularly to you. I was distracted during that.
I was distracting.
Entire last 10 minutes.
Dude, it's really
you caught
fun.
that. Yeah.
Not you, the distractions.
Can you talk to the chat for 2 minutes?
Hi, chat.
Yeah, just hang out.
Is Kenny going too? Yeah. Oh, okay. They're both gonna go. All right. Yeah, no, that's fine. Hey guys, how's everyone doing? What's everybody's does anyone think the Texans are gonna upset the Ravens?
No chance.
Oh, hey, Jesse's here. Hell yeah.
Kyle
I thought
and
you were
Jesse,
gone too.
producers
that's
for the break.
Let's go. Hey, just bring us back. End the break right now. We'll just take this over. We'll just
Honestly,
go
we
pirate.
could.
We'll just go
They'd
pirate.
probably like go hang out for like 4 hours or whatever and come do the Case FM show after.
Yeah, 1000%. If I texted Damian right now and like, hey, me and Jesse have this great convo going. Take your time. We're just gonna take this to
right
4
now.
o'clock. Let us cook. Yeah. Who do you got? Texans and Ravens.
Ravens are gonna beat them up.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be one. I think it's gonna be one of those games where the Texans have like a really good plan, and early on, like maybe they're up like 6-0, and it's like mid-second quarter. It's like, oh, here we go, and then the Ravens just kind of start to steamroll. Like the game starts to get away from Houston a little bit.
You think the Ravens cover?
Yeah,
I think so.
but not by a lot. I think they cover, but not like 31-10. I think it's one of those I think it's like 27-13 type of games.
Yeah, I can see. I don't see Baltimore putting up 30 or something like that.
No. Fear level of the Packers. I mean, 4. I don't know. Like fear is a strange word to use.
That's a game where
I don't know what to
win.
like.
It's because the Niners beat themselves, I think.
No, totally, and that's kind of what I have a like difficult time with conveying. It's like I think the 49ers are going to win, but that's very obvious to me. So I try to like, and hey, the 49ers have Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and a really good defense. Like, yeah, no, we know that. But what are the ways it can go wrong? That's what I try and kind of bring to the table. But I think the way the Packers' path to victory is a lot of Aaron Jones. What about Chiefs Bills?
I'm going with the Bills, but I don't know. It's just something about Mahomes, you know? Why not?
Is there a rooting interest for you Dolphins wise? Like because the Chiefs just knocked out the Dolphins, but the Bills
I have no beef with the Chiefs and Bills. My beef is all with the Dolphins right now. Like my beef is with the Dolphins.
That's how when people go, you're not a real fan if you don't do X, Y, and Z. Like to me, you're not a real fan if you don't hate your team more than you hate any of them.
Oh yeah, like I'm still not like I'm annoyed still. Like it's not Patrick Mahomes' fault that they didn't show up in December and January and all that.
Like that's why I love Sacramento and I love Kings fans because it's not been a single Kings fan that I follow on Twitter or who has been in my mentions. It's like actually everything's cool. Same place, 23-18, 5 games over, would have killed for this 3 years ago, man. Enjoy the vibes. Every single person's like, nah, to hell with them. Like, yes.
No one's gonna yell at them as much as I will.
Like everybody, right? People are still gonna watch. Like everybody's gonna watch still. Everybody's gonna be in the building. Like no one's saying that you're done with the team. You can tell a real fan by how much a person hates their favorite team when they're doing.
Oh
poorly.
man, TC loves the
biggest,
49ers.
the world's biggest 49er fan.
Oh my God, TC love him some 49ers if that's the case.
Oh
man!
All right,
we just got great analysis as to why Jimmy didn't work.
Well, we did. Thank you for covering for us.
You're welcome. Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you in a couple weeks. I'm on vacation next
week. Oh yeah,
week,
you are going on vacation. Yeah.
Oh, I read that as February. Well, bye, Kyle.
Goodbye.
Well, sorry. Well, I would. If we told y'all what's going on right now, you wouldn't believe us.
No, you really wouldn't.
If we told you what was going on in this building,
that's kind of crazy, man.
Y'all would think we was lying.
It's kind of crazy right now, bro.
Yeah.
It's a trip, man. It's kind of crazy.
Hey, all I can tell everyone listening and watching, we loved you. We love you when we tried. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say is we tried.
If we get that run in, oh man.
I'll text you, Kyle. Kyle's confused. I'll text you, Kyle.
We get that running. That's crazy.
It might not be dead. We're working on it.
Say what's up. That's all you got to do.
That's it.
We ain't got to talk about whole. Just say hey guys.
Well, you may want to do a little more than that. We got to do a little more than that. Like, come on, man. We got a responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna try.
Cat Williams is here. That's what it is.
What Cat say?
I don't know, man. I don't know where that button
I don't know,
is
man.
yet.
What?
I don't know where that button is
I need
yet.
that drop. I'm gonna cut that up. I'm gonna find out. I don't know, man. What?
Where's that drop at? This one.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
No.
Doesn't apply to anything.
It does. Drops. It's the anniversary of the Who Was Talking About You today.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? I think we still got that up.
Yeah.
Who was talking about you?
think it was a wrestling one
What
today.
do you
too,
call
Ken,
him?
you
Bum
retweeted.
ass Crabtree?
Yeah, he said when you put me up against a receiver like a bum ass Michael Crabtree or whatever, that's the result you're gonna
He
get.
said sorry ass receiver
That,
like Crabtree.
that's what he said. That's what he
Man,
said.
That was tough. I walked into that bar head down. I was hurt. I knew the Niners
Understandable.
were going to win that one. It's also the anniversary of the last time the Niners won the NFC Championship, which was against the Packers in 2020 on this day.
All right. I'm going to do my best to kind of refocus us here. I do want you to pay something off. I want to get back to the Kings. But you said you're not going to be humble. No humble hearts. Forget it. What was it?
No. So look, here's the deal, man. Here's a couple things going on.
Okay.
49ers have an excellent shot to win the Super Bowl. They got an excellent shot to win a championship. I'm looking back, and I'm 40 years old. Let's just say I remember starting at 5 years old. 35 years of rooting for this team. How many years do you think I had like, yo, this team can win the Super Bowl? It's less than 10, less than half. So that point being, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to talk crazy because there's numerous times when I couldn't say anything because the team stunk. So we're going to enjoy this. We're going to have a good time. All right, I'm going to talk that talk this whole road through. Here's the other thing. A lot of people, well, there's actually three things. So here's another thing. If I came on these airwaves, if I was on Twitter and, it's just like, especially at this point in time, you guys know me for about 3+ years. At this point in time, if I came in, I was like, just humble hearts and, just both teams played hard. And yeah, I'm just hoping to get to another day, all this other stuff. And the Niners were to lose. You think the people out here are going to take it easy on me?
No.
You think they're going to be like, oh, well, Kenny was humble, so we're not going to troll him or we're not going to get in the chat and talk crazy. Do you think Rob W. going to be like, oh, well, Ramsey, no, it's okay. No.
Nope.
So what's the point of me doing that? I'm going to talk my talk because you're going to talk crazy regardless.
See, that's the thing. As a fan, the only things you can do are talk trash and cheer for your team. Why not take advantage of it?
That's it. And that brings me to point number 3. Because
this is a multi-point presentation here.
Our guys
do you want a laptop too, sir? There you go.
That brings me to point number 3.
Thanks, Mike.
It's hilarious when people tell me and anybody else, hey, man, you're cheering a little hard for your team right now, a little loud for your team. Be humble. Be humble. What the hell me cheering for the team got to do with Fred Warner? What the hell does my tweets have to do with Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy going to play bad because I tweeted wrong? If that's the case, I'll be nice as hell. So if my tweets have that much power, I'll be nice about basketball. I won't troll the Warriors no more, say nothing crazy about them. I'll be nice to the Dodgers. I'll be nice to everybody in football if my tweets have that much power. They don't. Okay? So I don't need to be humble because I don't have any say-so on this game. Simple as that. So we talking. And if the Niners win on Saturday, I'm talking all next week. And if the Niners make it to the Super Bowl, I'm talking for 2 weeks. And if they win the Super Bowl, if the Niners win the Super Bowl, all you haters, take cover.
Let a naysayer know.
Take cover. Take cover. Everybody that talk crazy, take cover. Oh, you better hope they don't win. All y'all out there, oh, you better hope they don't win because I'm going in. I got drafts. I got bookmarks ready now.
That's how fans need to be. No more, I need to respect the opponent. No, you're not playing, buddy. Your Lucky Socks don't matter.
And on top of that, how many times have I said, I'm nervous as hell? I'm nervous as hell. There's nothing at ease with this. The Packers can come into Levi's and crush everything. and I'll be hurt. I told y'all that already. So it ain't just, oh, there's no chance they win all this. There's a chance. I just don't really see it. I don't see it at all. Actually, ain't no really see it. I don't see it at all. Niners should take care of business, but who knows what's going to happen? Get ready. Get ready if they win this Super Bowl, goddammit. Get ready.
I just know if I stay quiet long enough, he'll say something else. Like, it's kind of like I know he's not finished yet, so I'm just going to go ahead.
I'm just telling people to get ready.
All right.
I'm just thinking, like, we get this great rant, like, here or whatever. Just imagine the other side on Monday, though.
Yeah, you haven't even played the divisional round yet. Like, I've thought
we're setting it up. I'm hyped now.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. You know, I always keep it a buck. That's why I can talk crazy. I'll be hurt.
I told you.
I'll be hurt. They don't win. They don't win the Super Bowl at all. Like, it don't matter when they win. Like, it's not gonna feel better that they lost in a Super Bowl or an NFC championship. Like, I'd feel just as hurt if they lost next week as if they lost on Saturday. The sting will be the same. They got to win the Super Bowl for me to be happy.
I understand.
So,
be their 14th Super Bowl.
Once again, people gonna talk crazy regardless. So I'm gonna talk crazy.
You guys got any like trash talk moments where you were just talking so crazy and it just completely blew up in your face?
I'm not a big trash talker. At
Some
least
would
not
say,
about sports.
Some would say some would say last year the backhanded comment.
Oh yeah, that was kind of tough.
Yeah, there's an inside radio discussion of that, but I said it. It's on wax. I didn't run away from it. I thought the Kings were going to beat the Warriors.
Yeah, the Warriors. Yeah, of course. You said the Warriors have to score 150 points for them to.
Come on, man. These guys over there. I was hollering at my boys this morning, man. We both down bad with basketball.
That's not good.
We're both down bad.
It's not good at all. Not good at all. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Divisional round jumping off this weekend. My man's is ready to watch his football team advance. Hopefully they'll take it on the Green Bay Packers. We'll talk a little more football as the day progresses. We'll talk about the other games as well, but we want to shift our attention after a rather chaotic first 56 minutes of this show, both in front of the mic and behind the scenes. We'll try to get back on track for those just tuning in. I'm confident that's not how news works. No one really finds out news from the radio anymore. Is if you heard us announce it, you probably already saw it on your phone that the Raiders are moving forward with Antonio Pierce as their head coach. That is official. Adam Schefter reported they are finalizing that deal, and Antonio Pierce will be the coach of the Las Vegas Raiders moving forward.
I love to see that, man. I love to see that. Like I told you guys when Kyle was in here, I feel like Antonio Pierce earned this opportunity with how he galvanized that locker room and got those guys on the same page to close out the season. And they had, I think it was week 7. There's 18 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was week 17. They were still technically alive for a division championship, or maybe it was week 16.
No, I think it was 16.
Yeah,
there was I think did they lose to the Colts? There was I think it was the Colts. There was a Colts game. I think they lost that kind of ended that conversation. But the Raiders have a lot of work ahead. Antonio Pierce has a lot of work ahead. I assume it's Champ Kelly has a lot of work ahead to kind of fix up that roster, particularly at that quarterback position. But a quick follow-up before we get back to the Kings that doesn't necessarily have to do with the Raiders, but does have to do with the last few weeks. If I give you the Wolverines, if I give you your Wolverines or the field, where's your boy going?
Oh, the field. He's going to the
Really?
NFL.
He's leaving?
Yeah, he's going to the NFL.
Okay. We know he's interviewed for the Chargers. I think he's interviewed for the Falcons. Is that it? I don't even think he interviewed with the Raiders, did he?
No, I don't think so either. And if he did, they didn't announce it.
Okay. That's what I thought.
One thing about that kind of raised my antennas a little bit about, you talk about Michigan or the field, is I think there's like 3 guys that are coming back to school. And it was just, I know Edwards, the running back who had a big national championship game, was like, yo, the hell out of here. Like,
Y'all
you see what you
taking?
just did in the championship game? Like, go out of here. He's coming back to school.
I have fun with the rivalry. I'm not necessarily. I can't
Well,
classify myself.
Shout out to your new offensive.
Well, I was going to ask, are y'all taking applications? Are you allowed to switch teams? Because when I saw Ohio State hired Bill O'Brien,
oh man,
I said, well,
oh boy, B.O.B. is in Columbus.
I knew college football was going to change forever, but I didn't know it meant that. So I guess I'll just treat college football like I treat the NFL.
We'll be at the big house, Ann Arbor, to start the season against Fresno State. Come on,
I could do that. I'll do that. I was gonna say I ain't gonna go sit out in the cold, but I could do that at the start of the season. I could do that.
One day I'm gonna do it. I think probably maybe when my kids are grown up.
You to the game in November?
Yeah, because it's always. I mean, we could still have Thanksgiving. I leave on Friday. That could happen.
I mean, you could take them with you.
I don't think they have no
probably
ties
wouldn't want it.
Yeah,
but I think sports fans should see I know you can point to schools and all of that. Every sports fan should see a major college football game. You should be in a college town it was something that never crossed. Like would I love to go to Ohio State, Michigan? Sure. Would I love to go to some of these big rivalries? Absolutely. But being in Tennessee for Tennessee, Bama, Tennessee, Florida, yeah, man, it's special.
Good stuff. Man.
It's very, very special. Even as obviously I was a fan of Tennessee, but even just being there as a sports fan, it's an incredible. Sacramento, California. No, shout out Sac State. We don't have that. When you see, I always point to in Knoxville, you walk as you're on campus, you kind of walk down to the stadium, and then when you're on top of that hill, and it's not a steep hill, but it's an incline a decline that you see down. It's just a sea of orange, like nothing else is there except orange.
Yeah.
And it's 100,000 people walking into that stadium. There is no sight like that. It is phenomenal, and I encourage every sports fan to if you're lucky enough to get that opportunity, take it.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Even with no ties, I think you'll be amazed.
Yeah, I got to go to a big time game. The closest thing I've been to is SC Cal at Cal. And it was the year after SC won the Rose Bowl. So they were good. I think they were like a top 10 team. Cal was whatever. But it was the middle of the day. Like it was a picturesque day. It's like old school Pac-10, right? Like it was a 12 o'clock start. It was the third week of the season. So the weather was good. And I was like, this is dope. Like walking through Berkeley to get to the stadium. Like, this is dope. I went to a SC game. They played Arizona at the Coliseum. That was kind of whatever, but I definitely need to do one of those big time games.
Indeed.
For sure.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to the national championship game, but it's not going to be in Vegas.
It's not?
No. Remember, it was scheduled to be in Vegas, but they had like a electronics convention.
That's right. Yeah. We looked that up the other day. Yeah.
And they got booted out of there. So
they're
like in the back of the line. I think it's going. I don't know where it's going.
Probably have the other.
Yeah,
it's probably like, set. Yeah.
It was like 3 or 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And yeah. Hey, speaking of locations, real quick, because we probably won't get to this any other time. Did you see the World Cup final got their location?
I didn't.
It's gonna be at Jerry's World.
Okay.
When it's here, the World Cup final.
Yeah.
It's a fail by LA and SoFi because they built that place where they couldn't have a regulation soccer stadium there.
I don't get how you don't plan for that.
That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
In Los Angeles?
Wow.
Yeah, you sell out every game like easily.
That is crazy. So they kind of eliminated themselves.
Bad luck.
And it was between MetLife and Jerry's World. And Jerry's
MetLife is New York, New Jersey.
Jerry's World got it. It's a pretty big deal. What's that, 2026?
2026.
Man, World Cup coming to USA. That's gonna be pretty dope.
Phoenix can do it, right? I was gonna call it the University. The Cardinal Stadium can't.
I think they have games there all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say they've had games there before. Okay.
It's not.
Is Jerry still the gold standard? Or is that
for
stadiums? Given that SoFi's built now, given that
Allegiant,
Bank of America's built,
Bank of America,
and Allegiant.
I think Jerry still is. People go crazy.
It's still
SoFi though.
Yeah,
they say SoFi is amazing.
Allegiant's pretty. Allegiant's fire. Yeah. Allegiant's fire. Looks Allegiant's fire. Incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
My homeboy, he I was telling him about that.
I'm a Vegas guy now, so I know all about Allegiant.
Vegas Barley. He was. I was like, yeah, Allegiant looks like it's lit. He's like, Allegiant is cool. He's like, it's like a basketball arena though. He said SoFi the one.
Okay.
SoFi is the one. I was like, I got to check out.
I wonder what he means by that. Basketball arena. It's all black. Yeah. Like on the inside, like it's just all black. Yeah. The wind suite that we all talk about. Yeah, no, it's fire though. Sick. It's fire though. Okay. Now we can get back to the Kings. I though I don't know what to say that we already haven't said seemingly for the last week or so. A lot of frustration, I think, lies with Harrison Barnes. A lot of frustration lies with the Kings missing free throws.
I was just gonna say Kings related because before Kyle came and everything, you'd asked me. You said, "How do you feel about last night and everything that's going on?" Last night was frustrating, for sure. Once again, they had spurts and moments, not just talking about like that final 3 minutes, but just throughout the game where they played well, but they haven't been able to put together a complete game for about a week or so at this point.
Yeah.
And they're in a rut right now. Like I think a lot of people
Milwaukee was pretty complete, wasn't it? Milwaukee, I mean, you missed it. You obviously missed the free throws, but
they
the other stuff, they played well.
But they're just I look at it like this. I feel like they're in a rut right now, and they've got to get out of the rut. They've got to come together to get out of it, but they've got to figure out which direction they want this season to go. It's not going to turn around or fall apart in one game, but there's a stretch of games that I don't have a number for that. All right, man, figure your way out of this thing.
Yeah.
Figure a way to work out of this thing.
Figure out Atlanta. Let's start there. Figure out Atlanta on Monday.
But they're 100% correct. But my whole point to that though was, if they beat Atlanta, it's not all fixed.
No, no, for sure. But
just
then,
like last night, if they would have won,
right,
wasn't all fixed. That's like it's not all lost because they lost the game. But that's a good starting point, right? Like get a win.
Yeah,
get a win. Get a win on Monday. You feel good about yourself again, and start to put together, a string of good games.
5 straight losses is uncharted waters for this team. It hasn't happened.
What would it take for you guys to start to feel better about this team? Because looking at them, the 4-game losing streak is bad, but it's kind of, to me, it's like who they are this season. They're gonna win some, they're gonna lose a couple or whatever. Like you look at their schedule this season, it's win a couple, lose a couple. It's just they have no flow they've been able to get into. So I'm not too worried about this just because I feel like they'll reel off a couple of wins or whatever and go back to this.
So you say, what will it take to feel better about this team? Yeah, give me 6 of 7, give me 7 of 8, give me something like that. That makes me feel better than I feel right now, but probably puts them on track to just being what they've been for the last little stretch.
Yeah.
How they follow that 6 of 7 or 7 of 8 up or whatever, that will tell the story of is what we've seen this first half of the season. Is that the Sacramento Kings? We don't have to. I understand it's frustrating. It's really frustrating, especially when it's the Pacers, especially when it's Buddy, especially when it's all those intangibles, and you have the 3 straight losses and the way in which they happened with the missed free throws, the Dame Lillard buzzer beater, and the blowout on national television. Right? Emotions are high. You want to yell, you want to throw things, you want to tweet angry things, but we don't have to pretend like teams haven't gotten better in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
I think for us, though, the group of us watching and listening who watch this team on a night-to-night basis, I don't know what to hang my hat on to say that's going to get better. Right? We could do the Kevin Huerter thing. And we pointed this out 2 weeks ago. And this is where I'm really stuck. Because we pointed this out 2 weeks ago when chatter started. Yo, we're like a month away. This what we're doing for the next month? because I absolutely believe there is a concern, whether it's by individuals, a collection of individuals, or it's the roster as a whole, about who's being traded or who could be traded in the next couple of weeks. They've got a lot of games before February 9th or February 8th, excuse me. They're going to have to find a way to get over that. I don't care if y'all don't want to talk to the media. I don't care if y'all don't want to do that's fine. I don't care about none of that. But if y'all are really wrapped up about who may or may not be traded, this is going to be a really, you could find yourself in a position that you can't get out of. Not to insinuate they're going to lose every game until the trade deadline. Right. But if you're losing a large chunk of games until the trade deadline, I think that's problematic. I think there are guys that could be lost. I think Davion is a bit lost. And I think, and I absolutely do partially blame Mike Brown for that. I think Kevin Huerter just now hulking up, I blame Mike Brown for some of this, right? I'm willing to point the finger in a lot of different places. And I'll point the finger at Harrison Barnes too. Yeah. He doesn't suck. No matter how he's discussed on social media or radio shows or podcasts or whatever, Harrison Barnes is not a bad basketball player. Harrison Barnes is playing like a bad basketball player, and that's a problem.
Right.
And that's a problem when you can't afford that. When your bench, as who earlier this year and all through last year was such a strong point for you, has just suddenly run into a brick wall and can't contribute the way that they have on a regular basis. That's a problem.
And what's going on right now, and everything you laid out is 100% correct. What's going on right now is really a time that's going to test their mental toughness as a group. I know Sabonis talked yesterday in the locker room, and he kind of talked about, like, we gotta figure it out. We're still together. We're still here. He said the locker room is still strong. We're still rocking with each other.
Yeah.
But we gotta figure this out. We got to get out of this rut. And if they are overly concerned about the trade deadline and who's going to be here, who's not here, all this other stuff, it's understandable. That's also a testament to how mentally tough you can be in these type of situations. Because yes, nobody likes to be on the trading block. Nobody likes to have their job security or where they're going to play and a whole bunch of uncertainty. But you still got a job to do. Just because that's happening doesn't mean you can't play well, or it's okay to not play well, or it's okay to lose games. Like, you still got a job to do. And the toughest people mentally are able to, at least for 2 hours, get past that, execute what they can, and keep moving. You know what I mean? And right now, it's not only the guys that are on the trading block, it's probably some of the guys that are safe, that are just like waiting for the other shoe to drop.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. James mentioned that earlier. Kings are 23-18 halfway through the season. We'll talk about that. We'll get your vibe, and we'll open up the phone lines. 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Terrence, I'm curious why this matters so much. You said, I don't understand why Domas can't say that at the podium, though. He said it in a media setting. Why is saying it at the podium so important to you? And I'm generally just asking, like, TV could use it if they wanted to. It's all over social media. Like, it's still readily available. At least as it pertains to that particular point. I'm curious why you are frustrated or appear to be frustrated about that not being said at the podium.
Yeah, it's still a good donut.
I don't think Trey's been MIA, but he certainly wasn't it last night. I did see Okada's a free agent. I'd be surprised if WWE signed him. As talented as he is, that's a promo heavy company. I'd be really surprised. But just insanely talented. They don't really have managers anymore. You get him the right manager. He could
It's
be
a lost
incredible.
art.
Like Okada, like he's it.
It's a lost art right there.
Yeah, for sure. Orlowski is pale, boy. That Connecticut, man, that Connecticut winner got to my guy. Holy smokes. Get your ass in here.
That was a trip.
Yeah, that was wild. I know he's standing right there because he didn't walk by. He's got to be standing like right at the door, unless he went into Stacy's office.
Talking to the Favre lover.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What happened? What? Who's calling what? What? I don't even know what we're talking about.
Oh, what you in trouble for?
I don't know.
Sorry, guys.
Well, that's a good look.
That's awesome. Boy, man, when a joke becomes reality. Hey, you didn't hear that, did you? Oh, you didn't hear that. When a joke becomes reality. Woo. Okay. Oh. All right, Jasmine.
What happened?
No, when she said, ain't that the pot calling the kettle? Oh, I see.
But what did
okay.
you say?
When I made a remark about Orlowski looking a little pale.
Oh, no, come on. Come on, Jeff.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow. Wow. That was this day, boy.
Why do these things always happen on Friday, too? Every Friday is something.
Hey, I told the chat when a joke becomes reality. Woo! And now Jazzy 510 has turned her vengeance towards me because I made a little remark about how pale Dan Orlowski looks on television. And
that's
Jazzy 510
that's
getting
Seth
the jokes
Rollins
off.
right there. That is Seth Rollins.
Jasmine?
Yeah. What she just did, that was Seth.
Swinging around steel chairs. Here comes Jazz. Oh my God! Long, slow fall to the ground. Wow.
Oh, it's D'Lo with the slow fall to the ground.
He's just hanging on the ropes.
Hey, Roman sold that like $1 million.
That was like the hardest chair shot of all time.
And he just like the way he sold it, where he didn't even fall and then just kind of collapsed. Oh, so good. So good. But yeah, that's Jasmine. That's cool. That's fine, Jazzy. I see you.
Come on.
I did. Yep. Thrown right through the barbershop window. Right through the barbershop window.
D'Lo tried to escape out
He
the barbershop.
He tried to jump. He tried to jump through the barbershop window.
I think that anniversary was like a week ago or something.
Yeah, it was recently.
They got like 3 wrestling things today. No, that's what it was. Tyson and Austin when they met on
Fresno.
Raw. Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Yeah, Tyson and Austin. That's a great call by Jim Ross. Tyson and Austin. He knows how to get a call on Sports Center.
Didn't in the melee, didn't Tyson really like hit some people?
No,
his bodyguards or something like that.
So one of the stories about no, I don't think he hit anyone. His bodyguards did.
That's
and they were trying to sell it a little too much and they connected, so they kind of got checked a little bit by some of the older guys. But if you go back and watch it, you can see it when the whole melee breaks loose. I'm sure it's an exaggeration, but Bruce Pritchard tells the story, and you can see it. Like $5,000 to $10,000 goes flying out of Mike's pocket, and it's all over the ring. And as they're scuffling and there's money flying all over the place. So as the camera's moving, you can see his guys walking around the ring, picking up $100 bills.
You know what I'm about to go to.
They said they went to the back when it was all over to tell Mike what a great job he did. And he's screaming at his associates about all of that money flying over the place. He said they opened the door. Mike is screaming at his guys, and they go, "Hey, Mike." He goes, Hey, great job, man. You killed it out there. Oh, man, thanks. I appreciate it. I love this so much. I had so much fun with you guys. I'm so excited about the next couple of months. Well, let us know if you need anything, Mike. You know, we got you. Okay. Hey, Mike, we want to do more over there. Hey, whatever you need, I got you. Like, I'm really excited. He shuts the door. Y'all let all that money go. And he just goes back to screaming at him the second the door shuts.
Oh, there they go getting the money.
You see?
There they go
See?
getting the money.
See?
That is hilarious.
Never noticed that before, did you?
No. The boys is down there trying to get that money. Because Mike is standing up. Mike is good.
Mike's
and they're on the ground.
They
like,
had to hold Mike back as part of the Austin bit. They had to hold him back to separate the two. So yeah, they had to go pick up all that money.
I see the guy. I think Austin really started hitting.
Is that the guy on the ground?
Yeah.
I think he got a little sick of. Brody and just. I think you can tell him. I think you can see him tell him don't get up. Like because he's hitting him and he goes towards his ear. And I'm assuming he says, don't get up, because when he moves, bro doesn't move. He stays right there until Austin is out of the ring.
Stay down, don't get up.
And Austin hits him with or McMahon hits him with you ruined it. You ruined it, damn it. You ruined it. And he throws like the worst left hook in history.
Bruh, that's crazy. That happened in Fresno.
That's Fresno, California. Yes, indeed.
Quick question about Jannetty going through the window. Is that a big deal because the moment itself or because the careers went completely opposite directions after?
A little bit of both. They were a pretty big tag. They were like, what, the tag team? At the time, them and the Hart Foundation, maybe?
The Rockers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was big.
They were a big deal.
Well, and the breakup was violent. Like that was not, for that era, that wasn't a thing. Like there were very, 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 very few instances like that. Like that was violent. Like they threw him through and he was busted open.
What happened before we can get back to the Kings?
This is all better than talking about the Kings.
It's Friday. It's Friday.
This is all way better than talking about the last 4 games.
What happened when didn't they have a match as the Rockers and Shawn Michaels walked off the apron or something like that?
Yeah, he was hitting on a girl. So Marty went to make a tag and Shawn was hitting on a girl at ringside. Marty went to make a tag. Shawn wasn't there. Marty gets rolled up. That's like what started the breakup. And watching it as an adult is so much better because looking at Shawn, and I'm sure I picked up on this as a kid, but watching Shawn come out in all black.
Oh yeah, at the bar.
Black leather jacket. Yeah. No, it was like,
it was
that's a heel right there. And I can't remember when he transition to the Heartbreak Kid, because I feel like he might have worn the rocker stuff for a little bit longer, not super long, before he transitioned to, I think he got Sherry involved and had that big mirror, the big heart mirror, and that was the birth of the Heartbreak Kid.
It was a cool. There was I'm sure you saw it a couple of weeks ago. Somebody showed a clip of they were playing Sexy Boy in the Club.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Oh, bro, if they play that.
That was hilarious. Because you said I'm doing the whole Shawn Michaels dance.
Doing it all, man.
Can you do it? If the 49ers win the Super Bowl, will you do the entire Shawn Michaels dance on the stream?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. Do the little shimmy.
Yeah. Does that too. The Kings.
Niners win on Saturday. I might do it.
Well, hey. I'm with it. The Kings are sending their fans through a lot of heartbreak.
There's no joy in Mudville right now.
23-18 halfway through this season. I keep going back to the same word, entitled. Is anybody on board with me with that yet?
I'm not there yet. I think a lot of what's going on.
Do they expect to be better than they are?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. But
Because you put your hand up. No one saw that. You put
Yeah.
your hand up when I said, "Is anyone on board with this word entitled?"
They're entitled. They show up when they play the top teams, and when you play teams like Indiana's a good team or whatever. They got depth. If the Kings are what we thought, you don't lose to this team like that.
Yeah, they got.
Okay? You
depth,
don't
but
blow
not
a
that
20.
damn much
You don't
depth.
blow a 22-point lead with 6 minutes left. The Suns can run whatever offense they want to run, whatever, go small or whatever. There's 6 minutes left. You're an NBA professional team. That's a game you win no matter what. That's why KD after the game was saying, "Oh yeah, I don't know what the hell happened." They are entitled. They show I don't want to say like they show up when they want, but they don't play up how they should every game.
I understand it. I wouldn't label it entitlement. I don't get that feel from them of entitlement. One thing that I see is I just think they're not connected as a group, as a unit on the basketball court. They may like each other just the same, but they're not all pulling in the same direction all the time. And number one, that's a problem. And number two, I think there are people who say you got 8 people pulling in the right direction, and you got 9 people, 8 people pulling in the right direction. Take that back. You got 10 people, 8 people pulling in the right direction.
Okay.
And you got 2 guys that are kind of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not just outright not doing nothing,
Mm-hmm.
but they're not doing it with the same
Mm-hmm.
intensity and focus that they did last year. So that's already a problem. But then you got guys like, man, I rock with Jesse, but man, like I wish he stopped being like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and now their mind is somewhere else as opposed to the task at hand. So I think
do you think
there's a
that's happening?
Yeah, I think there's a disjointed nature. I don't think they're all connected, and they're all the most important thing to that team is winning.
I agree with
As a
that.
group,
I
as a
agree with
whole.
I agree with that line. I don't know that that's why I feel like I'd honestly think I'd feel different, and maybe even a lot different if Domas hadn't spoken in the locker room yesterday.
Mm.
If no one had said the line about, "No, we're good. Like, we're fine. We still love each other. We're still working towards the same thing. There's things that we're not doing right." I'll pull the clip up from James and play it for everybody for those who didn't see it. But I would have questions about the locker room if they weren't.
Mhm.
If he hadn't said that, excuse me. I agree with the idea that some of them are thinking about something else, but I don't know that it's necessarily, man, I can't stand when Jesse does that.
Mhm.
I don't think it's that.
I don't even.
I think it could be more like, yo, is Jesse going to be here in 2 weeks?
Well, there's that, but it's also like there's a certain thing I've never.
I don't know why we keep using Jesse as an example.
Is there something I don't know? Am I getting traded? I'm gonna go talk to Aaron right now.
Nobody's talking to Aaron right now. Nobody. Not till Monday.
He looks ridiculous today. I cannot stress that enough. He looks absolutely ridiculous today.
But I don't even. I think it could be some of that, but I don't even mean it in a malicious, nefarious type way, right? It's like, and I've never been in a professional locker room as a participant, so I can't fully speak to it, but I can imagine it's like Jesse has something going on. Jesse's uncertain about what's going on, and it's like, I know Jesse not all the way tapped in with us. I ain't really gonna say nothing because it's his life. Like he got to look out for. It just is what it is. When in actuality, you would hope you could go up to Jesse and be like, Jesse, I know you got a lot going on, bro, but what you're doing, this ain't it.
Yeah.
And I understand. I love you, dog. Like I know you got to do what you got to do, but I don't know if you need to go as far as saying you're letting us down or whatever. But like, hey, I need you to pick it up.
Here. We need you to be here.
Exactly. And I don't know if those conversations are happening. And I think those type of things are going on. Because like I said, I can absolutely empathize with what's on Jesse's plate right now, right? Like, damn, like I get it. I get it. I ain't even gonna tell you wrong for feeling how you feel, man. I get it. So I'm just gonna kind of like leave it alone. But somebody needs to be like, yeah, I get it, but this ain't it. I need you to. I'm holding you accountable as long as you're here with us.
Yeah. Let's pull up the sound so you guys can hear it for yourself. In case you haven't, this courtesy of James Ham at the locker last night with Domantas Sabonis.
Domas, it's your first 4-game losing streak since the beginning of last season. Just what's going wrong right now? It seems like you guys are struggling to finish games, the free throw thing and all that.
Like you said, there's plenty of games in this losing streak that we could have won. We've just let them slide, and it can't happen. And that's 4 in a row, and we got to do whatever we can to come out against Atlanta and get that win.
It looks like there were a couple times you were kind of frustrated defensively. What did you feel like you guys should have been doing better there?
I just feel like we were scrambling all game. They moved the ball really well. They run out fast, and it was just tough. It was tough to stay locked in.
How do you explain the defensive inconsistencies? Coach was talking about there are times where you guys can be really good, couple that with your offense, and you guys are a really good team. But then other nights it's just not there at all. We play good most of the game, and then there's obviously times in the game where, like for example, the Phoenix game, end of the Milwaukee game. There's moments that we just, I don't know, let go. I don't know if the moment gets too big or whatever it is, and we just don't play our normal defense. We got to figure out a way to get back into the game quicker. Bill, I asked you this earlier today, just free throws. I asked Kevin, like, hey, what do you do to get over that?
Yeah.
What for you? What's the way of working?
You just practice them. For me, the more every team I've been a part, the more you mention it, the more that it actually becomes a thing. Today, Malik was 1 for 6. That's unheard of, So it was mentioned. So when it gets mentioned, stuff like that happens, in my opinion. So we're all professionals. We're going to work on
up right there.
That's what we've been doing our whole careers, and no one wants to miss them when we go up.
I mean, not to make this bigger than what it might be, but is this skid? Mike talks about wanting to see how you guys respond to adversity.
Mm-hmm.
Is this adversity feel different than maybe any adversity you guys have had?
Doesn't matter. We just need to go out there and win. All this, it's all talk now. It's four games we've dropped. We can't have a 5th one. We're a top playoff team, a top team.
I didn't even catch that this morning. It's exactly what he said last year. Exactly what he said leading into the Indiana game. Coming out of the Indiana game, he said we couldn't make 3, 4. He just said we can't make 4 or 5
in the league, and we got to figure it out. We should have figured it out by now.
Domas, on the positive side, it seems like Kevin's found his game. It seems like Keegan is showing more and more of who he is. Just how good is that, especially if you guys are able to snap out of this, and what that might mean for you guys going forward?
I think it's great. I feel like we have snapped out of it. We showed great basketball against Milwaukee, great against Phoenix. There were just some little spurts there that happened. So we can't go away from what has been working and what's been going good, So we just got to take that negativity out and come out and get this win on Atlanta. Everyone will be happy.
Is this team's like togetherness and cohesiveness being tested now in ways that you haven't seen since you've been here?
No, we're all great. That's the one thing about this locker room. We all stick together. We all love each other. And we know what we got to do. We've done it. We showed it in the Suns game and in the Milwaukee game today. Even we just haven't done a complete game, so we couldn't leave with the victory. Other teams might just collapse the whole game.
Didn't hesitate either. It's a big deal to me. Especially coming from him. It's a big deal. Didn't hesitate one bit when he was asked when Jason Anderson asked him if the togetherness is in question right now, being tested. Yeah. Nope, absolutely not. Yeah. It's not far from what Malik said last year. I'm not going to let us splinter apart.
Right.
I know everyone wanted to be past this. You wanted to be Boston or Denver or I guess Minnesota. That's what. There wasn't a big trade. There weren't massive roster upgrades. It's basically the same team. It's really, really unfortunate because De'Aaron is playing so well. Like totality, De'Aaron is playing really, really well. I actually started to form a theory like, is De'Aaron losing his All-Star game spot? And I looked a little. I don't think we're there yet. It's it might be a little more in question. I don't think we're there yet. You look at what Domas is doing. Like you have these
another triple double.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. That's just bad. That's just not
that's
news
like Drake
today.
Bars.
Yeah,
that's how you get a triple double. They
man. Is Domas stat padding? Chasing rebounds? What was the term they used for floor rebounds? Never heard of a floor
They use that
rebound
for Russ?
before. Never heard of a floor rebound since. But somehow when Russell Westbrook was accumulating 82 triple doubles a year, they created some term called floor rebounds that they never used again. Those two guys playing so well, it's like, man, it's tough that everyone else can't keep up. And while you have two guys who seem to have, hit the gas pedal a little bit with their games, you have a couple that are running out of gas or hit the brakes, or maybe in Harrison Barnes, maybe Harrison took a wrong turn. We need to get
Harrison's at Jiffy Lube.
We need to, hey, Jiffy Lube can fix it. Whatever's wrong, Jiffy Lube can fix it.
Harrison need new brake pads.
Man, he might, and that bench needs a pep talk.
But you know what? And the Kings, what the Kings are going through, or what the Kings are going through, it doesn't make it any better with what I'm about to say. Like, it just doesn't. But these things happen from time to time in the NBA and in sports.
Yep.
I mean, look, remember how now we knew they had some real issues in the locker room that I don't think this team has anything close to that going on. But the Warriors last year, that team that they couldn't find footing and it looked like they weren't going to make it, end up making it into the second round. The Los Angeles Lakers, remember what they were looking like for a little bit last year? Were able to turn it around. The Miami Heat literally was a playing team, just like the Lakers. Were able to turn it around. Sometimes these things happen, and sometimes you're able to kick out of it and, and continue to, ascend as a franchise and as a team. Sometimes you don't. I don't know what this Kings team is going to do right now. I don't know that right now. I feel like they'll be fine. And what I mean fine, I mean top 6, worst case play-in type team. But we don't know either way. But these things do happen. You have rough patches in the season, and you got to be able to kick out of them. The strongest teams kick out of them.
I'm trying to find this.
Hell, Denver had one.
I want to revisit the Warriors thing, but I don't want to ask about last year's Warriors. I want to ask about this year's Warriors, but I'm trying to get a version I can put up on the screen because a push notification just went out from Bleacher Report that Chris Haynes said on a podcast that something happened behind the scenes that soured Pascal Siakam on Sacramento. I mean, I don't want to do the bit where I put my phone up to the microphone and turn it up because that's idiotic, but I'm going to try to find this sound because I would like for us to all listen to it together because, again, it's sound, so I can't read the transcript of it and relay it to you. But I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to find that. If anyone sees it on Twitter, tag us in it, tag me in it specifically, and we'll play that sound. But I'm curious to see what Chris Haynes says there. Chris Haynes been on top of this story for a while, so I'd be curious what Chris Haynes said.
I'm reading another tweet. I think this is from him, and maybe it's from the same. I don't know if it's from his podcast. We got to talk to Chris, man. We got. He's a busy dude right now. We got to talk to him. Yeah, absolutely. But there's a quote, I guess, from Chris Haynes saying that the Kings seem aggressive to make a move.
Okay.
So,
I love my brother Chris Haynes, but okay, that's good. I don't know what to do with that. Like, that's not a Chris Haynes thing. That's James says that. James tells us, what do you want me to do with that?
I think we heard the thing about it though is I think we heard different earlier in the week or maybe last week or something like that. I thought I heard it was circulating that Sam Amick said that the Kings were not like overly aggressive.
I don't think I'm allowed to listen to Sam Amick. I don't know the rules.
I can read them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know the rules.
I saw it in text. I didn't hear it in audio form.
I got you.
I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble around here. Yeah. But that would
be the only one.
That would, that's what I thought I heard maybe late last week, early this week, is that they weren't pressed to make a move. And now there's a report from Chris Haynes saying they're aggressive to make a move. And like you said, James has said the same thing. And that's another thing that I wanted to talk about too with this team. I feel like they need a move, man. I feel like they need some new blood, some new energy in that locker room on that roster. And part of me believes a lot of these people might just be waiting. Like I said, we talked about it before, waiting for the other shoe to drop. When does this happen so we can move on as a unit, whatever unit that is, so we can move on and try to be better. And I think that's the one thing I will say about last night that I was thinking and it had me thinking is I think they do need to make a move. They need to shore up this roster.
Was there okay? So here's where I get stuck with that. Everybody was extremely upset about the way, and understandably, the way that the defense was playing. And we had Woj, I think, said on TV the other night about the Kings pursuing I think the term was strong defender. The hell is that?
I don't know.
Like, what are we like? What are we talking about? I found the clip though.
I don't know, and that's not even what I'm looking for.
Sounds like Matisse Thybulle, like to me.
Shout out to our brother. Here's Chris Haynes. Nope. No, that's fine. No, this is a great day. Let's try this again. Here's our brother Chris.
Keyword
Haynes.
Usher.
Thank you. Oh, what a jerk! What a jerk!
No, that was
See,
hilarious.
no,
We're gonna have to talk about it now.
That's fine. No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
fine.
your boy
it's
threw
funny.
you under the bus. We're gonna talk about it
No,
now.
Yeah,
that was
wow.
funny. That was funny. That was
What a jerk! That happened.
Did D'Lo mess up yesterday?
Oh, I messed up
But the
bad.
funny thing is, it was
I messed up bad.
It was a harmless, simple mess up, but it was so random. That's what made it funny.
It was, yeah.
It wasn't a big deal. Like we press
was
start
just
right on
dumb.
over again and do it.
It was
I was
so
like,
dumb.
Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I fumbled the ball yesterday. Boy had a bad day yesterday.
That was funny.
Here's our boy Chris Haynes.
Something happened behind the scenes, I should say, that I believe soured Pascal with Sacramento. Something, I'm not prepared to go all out and say what I've heard. I want to get some get more other sources involved with this, but I'm comfortable with saying something happened behind the scenes in which soured Pascal on Sacramento. Because Sacramento, they were a team of interest as well. So, but yeah, he's in the mix with Indiana. Indiana, a high gun running team. They only get better with Pascal, and so it's good to see teams that's actually going for it. It's rare that you see small market teams.
Okay, all right, Chris. I don't want to hear your love for the Pacers anymore. This is a good ball. Everything Chris said was right. I just don't want to hear it right now, Chris.
Mr. Halliburton was having a good time last night.
Well,
oh man,
I do regret that. I actually wasn't sure if he'd make the trip with Tyrese not playing. I wish I had gone out there to say hi to our man.
He probably
Halliburton.
don't even remember me. He remember you though.
That's Cap. That's big Cap. He definitely does.
I wonder if he was
I
listening
think
to our
Mr.
discussion about face of the league.
I hope he was. I'm guessing he wasn't, but no, I think Mr. Halliburton still peeps us out once in a while.
Shout out to the whole Halliburton family.
In fact, I know Mr. Halliburton still checks us out once in a while because he told me. So I'm confident he does.
Shout out to the whole Halliburton family, man.
Great people.
Somebody asked, I think in the chat or something, maybe during a break or something, they're like, how long are we gonna like celebrate Tyrese when he comes here? Like forever.
Yeah, Tyrese is dope.
Forever.
Yeah, like Tyrese will always
he
always welcome
standing ovation and and love every time he come here, man.
Yeah.
It's love for Tyrese here in Sac.
Yeah, he always welcome here for sure. I mean, Tyrese was booing Buddy last night.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. He was booing Buddy, so he always welcome here.
Yeah.
Shout out Buddy too. Buddy
had a couple shots too.
Buddy 6 threes last night. Only 9 field goals, 8 assists for Shavano in a big time 36 minutes. I don't think he did. Let me look.
He locked up Kevin Huerter
one
on
turnover.
one of them late plays,
He only had 1 turnover.
He locked up Kevin Huerter on one of them late plays too.
Yeah, Buddy Hield heard our top 5 Buddy moments and
played a good
like,
game.
all right, I
last
got
night.
you. I got you.
He played a good game last night. Buddy Hield's a good ball player. We've said that repeatedly. I'll say it again. He's a good ball player. He just wasn't good for the Kings. He wasn't a good fit for what they were trying to do.
One thing that will always. I just looked at the clock. Let's come back. There's more ahead. We'll pick up right where we left off. I promise I won't forget. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here in Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Buddy. Jair played against the Cowboys, didn't he?
Yeah,
I guess
he got hurt in that game.
Yeah. Oh, he got hurt again.
He came in with an injury.
Yeah.
Played, and I think it was an ankle when he came in. He hurt the ankle again during the game. I don't know if he came back in or not. I don't think he did.
That's my bad because I thought he did. But it's whatever. But it wouldn't matter when you have that type of injury. You're going to be questionable every week, so it doesn't matter.
Injuries, the player's worst nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
What you know about that?
Zay says I'd let Chris Haynes start before HB. Well.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of bring this up in a roundabout way when we come back. No, we'd never trade Jesse. We've said this before. Package deal. Package deal.
Straight up.
If y'all treated me for like Stephen A or something, though, I'd get it.
Or as Kenny would say.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy. Where'd that come from? Damn it.
Aldrin J, I don't know what to tell you, dog. You're going to have to wait till next week. Gonna have to wait till next week, dog. But D'Lo and KC having an increased presence at Soul Bloom. Excited about it.
Yeah, man.
Excited about it. Not to mention, we about to throw a night for the lovers on March 1st.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all gonna want to be out there for that one.
Oh, yeah. Joe.
Donnell Jones.
Jacquees.
Pleasure P.
Adrian Marcel.
Case. Might as well get used to it because we're going to cut that commercial again.
Hosted by Marcus Anthony.
Is Jacquees the one that Keith Sweat yelled at, I think, or checked?
Yeah, Keith Sweat Keith Sweat got mad because he said the King R&B, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Jacquees, that's my boy, man. I've always liked Jacquees. Always liked Jacquees.
I almost said Keith Smart instead of Keith Sweat.
Shout out Keith Smart.
Keith Sweat can still perform. I don't know if Keith Smart can, but Keith Sweat can. We about to be the kings of R&B if we got that other show at the venue too.
Come on now. Come on now.
A night for lovers, Jodeci, and Boyz II Men.
Come on now. You see what we doing? Between the Sheets coming back 2024. Wasn't Midnight Love a thing too?
A show? Midnight Love. That sounds familiar. Was that BET?
I thought it was on 102.5.
Midnight Love? I don't think so.
Because I remember they would play the intro would be the Raphael Sadiq, Midnight Love. Back door open. Maybe it was a BET too. Oh no, it definitely was BET, but I don't think they used.
I remember the visual.
Yeah, I don't think they used that song on Midnight Love, but that was a show.
We created a customizable graphic that DJs can share on social. Oh, they make us do all the work. Why don't you do the work for us? This looks pretty cool though. Thanks, RCA. I love what we do for a living.
It's a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun.
I'm so excited for the stuff we got going on at KSFM, man.
Man.
We're announcing the Soul Bloom lineup next week.
Ooh.
We got a Night for Lovers coming up on March 1st.
Ooh. That show gonna be
We're sending people to
fire.
Jodeci, to Janet Jackson. Man.
And that's all before concerts in the park. We don't even know what's going on with that. And we know it's happening.
We know a couple. We know a
I'm
couple.
saying.
Wingstop for everybody. Yeah, we in full effect, man. It's gonna be a great summer to ride with us, man. We hope y'all come along for the ride, and hopefully it involves a playoff run from your Sacramento Kings here. I saw Ramsey a minute ago said we were talking about Buddy Hield in the game Buddy had. Buddy played really, really well, and Ramsey said, Shavano had 8 assists. When does that happen? One thing that I'll stall Buddy out. I'm not going to stall Buddy out. You're responsible for your own actions. One thing I do think about with Buddy, though, and I think about this with Tyrese as well. What would they have looked like with Mike Brown? Now, Tyrese is different because I think everything came together with Domantas Sabonis. I feel like you would have been like shuffling and experimenting and doing all sorts of different things if you still had that kind of flooded backcourt the way that you did. And obviously Kevin Huerter wouldn't be here. There'd be a huge domino effect. But if for some reason Buddy Hield was here with Mike Brown last year, would it have been different? Because I think part of the difference that we see in Buddy, though Buddy still has some of those Buddy tendencies, I think overall his overall game has improved a lot in Indiana. And I do think last night's game was personal for him, and he absolutely wanted to beat Sacramento, and he didn't want to dribble the ball off his foot, and he didn't want to do all of those things that fans and maybe some radio show hosts make fun of. But I always wonder, like, what if Mike Brown have been that calming voice that would have, similar to what I think, and maybe calming voice is the wrong word for both of those guys, but could he have been that influential voice? Could Mike Brown have been that influential voice the way that I think Rick Carlisle has been for Buddy in Indiana?
It is absolutely possible. It absolutely hasn't.
Again, I get why the moves had to be made and all of that stuff,
Yeah.
but every time I fire off a Buddy joke, I think about that. He was part of a terrible team with a terrible coach, with a front office that was desperate for change.
The whole thing about, for me, a lot of the times with sports is about people being in roles that they can excel at, and in situations that they could excel at. And Buddy Hield, when he was here, he was really asked to be like the second best player, maybe first on some nights. And I don't think he's that type of player. I don't think he's that level.
And he's
player.
never been asked to do that in Indiana.
No,
it was
not at
Tyrese first, and
Yeah.
it was Miles Turner.
Mhm.
Now it's Siakam.
And it's like him and Benedict Mathurin kind of taking turn. Like if Buddy doesn't have it, he can pick up the slack and all this stuff. He was phenomenal last night. But there's not as much on his plate. And when you take things off of his plate, he can excel at the things that he's really good at, shooting the ball and being a sharpshooter. And it's worked to the best. So, and I think Rick Carlisle has empowered him, to do those things. And like I said, taking things off of his plate so he can be the best basketball player he could be. And maybe Mike would have done the same thing.
Yeah. It's hypothetical. Sometimes I feel like we're a little hard on Buddy. But
I think Sacramento's a little tough on Buddy a lot. Now, he brought some of it on himself
he brought a lot of it on himself
with his comments,
Mhm.
right? But Buddy Hield, he was fine. I didn't like some of the energy he might have had. That would be my biggest gripe with him.
Yeah, for sure.
Some of the energy he brought during those losing years, it didn't help things.
For sure.
But Buddy was more than fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, as a player, like I sympathize a little bit in the terms like who was going to succeed in that situation. Hell, some would make the argument even De'Aaron didn't.
Right.
And definition of success in that conversation, but whatever. But De'Aaron has been better in multiple categories in overall game since Mike Brown has been here.
We have fun with it yesterday. We have fun with it all the time, man. It's all jokes. It's all good. But do you think Indiana comes to town next year or wherever he's at next year? You think Buddy should keep getting booed?
Should keep getting booed?
Yeah.
No,
I don't think so. He's not Spencer Hall.
He's not right.
Like
Yeah.
that's on site forever. He's not that. So I think we've had 2 years of fun.
But it's almost like it's almost funny, right? Is there ever a point where it's like endearing? Like if they keep doing it, like if he's in Charlotte next year, and they keep booing him, at that point, is it just a bit?
Yeah, it feels like it's just a bit.
And then maybe at that point, it's like it's fine. It's like when fans chant "You suck" at Kurt Angle because it goes along with the theme music. Kurt Angle could be the biggest babyface in the company, but it goes along. They do it. It's like it's cute. It's part of the show.
Right.
Kings fans booing Buddy Hield could be like a part of the show moving forward.
I wonder how,
especially if he's not with Indiana.
I wonder how Buddy feels about that.
Well, he blew kisses to the crowd last night.
Oh, I didn't get a chance to
when
see
he
that.
got booed. Yeah, at the beginning, he got the big boo at the beginning, and he did the whole thing. There was a point where he checked in, and he got booed, and I felt like, and I could be completely wrong, I felt like he looked around, like really, but he could have been doing something else. Are they really still booing me? We're winning by like 10. I don't know, but. Guys, shout out Buddy for a hell of a game.
Shout out Buddy, man. He played his ass off yesterday.
I mentioned my concern about De'Aaron's play recently and how maybe his all-star consideration could be evaporating right in front of us.
Which is crazy. Not the thought of it, but not your thought about it, but the thought that's something that he even has to deal with. That's just crazy. He's still a top 10 scorer in this league. He's like number 7.
He just doesn't get the grandfather treatment. And there's a stretch of, I think it's like 6 or 7 games from Orlando to Philadelphia where he averaged 18 points per game, 40% from the field, 33% from 3, and 77% from the line. Most of those numbers go up once you start to include the 32-point game against Milwaukee, the 33-point game against Phoenix, and even the 24-point game last night. The free throw number drops by 5% when you include those games. It goes from 77% to 72. I don't think someone's going, De'Aaron can't be an all-star because he can't make free throws. I don't think that's a thing. I think the numbers are a little bit more surface. He obviously climbed a little bit in the standings, the voting that came out earlier this week. So I don't think that's a reality, but I do have a bit of a concern when you start to pinpoint 3-point games, 19-point games, different things like that, combined with loss. These guys don't care about individual accolades. I 100% understand that. But this individual accolade could be slipping away if the Kings don't start winning games over this next week or so.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy because it doesn't feel like anybody else is graded on that scale.
There's no conversation about the Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. He's going to be an all-star.
Right. And that's Steph Curry. That's fine. It's nothing against him. But like even Devin Booker, like they have people like complaining that Devin Booker wasn't being looked at as an all-star until then. This was like last week when they were barely in the play-in. They're like, it's ridiculous that Devin Booker isn't getting. I'm sorry, what? He's a great ball player, but they're not even winning. Let De'Aaron Fox slip off for a week, and now all of a sudden he's got to worry about his spot. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but you're not wrong.
Let's get our man. Wow, man, our man is back. I'm happy about this. 916-909-1320. What's up, Lazy?
Oh man, let's go.
D-Lo and KC. Yo, in the words of Drake, I'm going back to back.
Okay. Lazy, hang on.
Okay.
Because I'm going to say publicly what I said to Lazy privately. Lazy, you did a fantastic job on that edit for Young Zell's video.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely terrific.
Yeah.
It has been a joy watching you execute this craft over the last several months. You've done an amazing job as an editor and a creator, and I know that is your passion. I hope you continue to pursue it. And I love witnessing the growth in real time, man. You're killing it.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that, D'Lo. Yeah,
go ahead,
it's definitely my passion. You guys really helped me. Yeah, you guys really helped me, like, open doors for me and all that. So I'm always grateful for you guys. I appreciate it.
Go on with your happy ass, Lisa. Go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to make 2 comments about the Kings. I think number one issue is sometimes they kind of play to their competition. You know, if it's a game against the Bucks, they're probably going to get up and they're going to give their an effort. But sadly, as we saw last night, you know, when it's a team like the Pacers and they're undermanned, you know, you kind of take your competition like less serious. I think that's just an issue. It happens a lot with a lot of different teams. It's not just the Kings. And you guys talking about Buddy a little bit. I totally get everything you're saying. But, man, we got to stay focused on Bagley. We always get on Buddy. Bagley was refusing to check in games and stuff. Bagley deserves more, a little more hate than
I hear you. I hear you, Lizzie. You know what I think that it is? Buddy going to be in the league a long time. Bagley's down so bad.
He is down so bad. You see him ball out last night, though?
I know.
He balled out.
No, I was busy being frustrated with what I was watching in Sacramento.
Yeah,
I didn't see none of that.
I think it was his first game with the Wizards. I want to see he had like 22-10.
Man, good for him. Did they win?
I don't know.
Oh, hey, good for Marvin. Marvin Jr.
They lost, by the way.
Okay.
He had 20 and 11.
Well, that's on brand.
20 and 11, 3 blocks. 39 minutes.
I know Lizzie wants us to hate on Marvin. I just, you know, at this point, let them both live.
That to me, outside of Spencer Hawes, who was like, yeah, I want this team out of here. So it's on site, you know, every time you bull him. Outside of that,
Jason Terry.
Yes and no.
Jason Terry ain't coming.
Yeah, he not. Yeah, he don't. He didn't do anything that sticks out in my mind forever for me to think that he should be booed. You know, just because he said I won't come here. Like, all right, cool, whatever. But Bagley and Buddy, I don't know. I'm not saying.
Well,
like
Bagley doesn't
down.
get booed here. They didn't even react.
Yeah.
When Bagley walked out, they did not even react.
They didn't. I'm over that aspect with those two. Like you said, let those guys live. I hope they have prosperous NBA careers, man. Prosperous NBA careers. So yeah, let them live, man.
I feel like maybe they booed him for a second. We were at that game, weren't we? Yeah. Oh, I was.
You were at
No,
you were at the
matter.
game. The game last year when he came back with the Pistons, they were on his ass all night.
Were they?
Oh yeah.
I remember the first one. I don't remember them staying on him all night.
Yeah, they
that's just
they,
all right.
It was the Buddy Hill treatment. It's
Wow,
probably
I
worse
do
than Buddy.
not remember that at all.
Yeah, it's probably worse than Buddy. He got a technical. They got happy.
I
about
remember that.
They got happy about that.
It was Buddy level for real. Yeah. All right. I want to let's get Manny. I do want to address the other thing Lizzie said though about playing down to your competition. I have a thought on that. What's up, Manny?
What's up, y'all?
Shout out, Manny. He calls no matter where we're at.
Yeah, man.
Manny was trying to win Janet Jackson tickets yesterday. I'm all about it.
Appreciate you, man.
Man, I was trying to get that Valentine present early. You know,
hey, we got you again today.
Sure, I'm gonna be calling. Sure,
no doubt.
It's crazy, man, because with the chats, right? Like, you know, I know we're off the hinges a lot, but we like to have fun. And then if you go to night chat, right, they're like beyond off the hinges, trying to trade Fox, fire Mike. And I know it's a small portion, right? But it's hard for me to be in that particular chat because they get really crazy. But it's like I literally, like with Fox, right? Like for me, watching him play, I feel like he's playing through something, right? But it's like we always have this thing like, if you play hurt, then people are crying about sit down, you're hurting the team more. But then if a player sits, they're soft because they're not playing through injuries. It's like, let's not. And then with Mike, like, oh, look, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's like, y'all, look, man, these are all growing pains. Yes, this isn't the ideal, like what we wanted to see. The roster needs some revamping somewhat. There's a lot of things in play here, but we're in year 2 again. I know this is year 2 of the build. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's going to change over the next, who knows, from 6 months to a year, whatever it is. It's not a finished product. We all want to see instant success, but let's give everybody from Monty, all the way from Monty down to Mike Brown, like, they're going to figure this out. It hurts watching right now, but let's keep our faith where it's at and let them figure all this out before we decide we want to get rid of a franchise player or, the whole free throws thing. I get that too, but let's let all this sort itself out.
All right, Manny, I got you. Zach says Manny gets torched over there. Oh, no. Manny. Oh,
Come
no.
on, man. Hey, y'all leave Manny alone,
The
man.
all caps like really puts the emphasis like, they really get him over there.
Hey, that's all right, Manny. Hey, Manny, this is home, baby. This is home over here. I'll say that about those guys. I'm sure there's a level of crossover with those two chats, but that's also like right after the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're probably at I don't know what our show would sound like if we started an hour after the game. It might be different. I was frustrated last night. Like frustrated. I was just like sitting there and like in silence, just agitated. Like, man, really? And I think I was more agitated by the final 2 minutes. Like, y'all doing this? Y'all want me to buy this? Because I watched the whole thing with a completely pessimistic view. No, this is cute. This is box score hoeing right here. That's what y'all doing. Ain't nothing here. And then they got that last stop. They got it within 3 and kind of like looked at the screen and thought, boy, okay, it'd be fitting after what happened against Phoenix. We'll see. And then Rick Carlisle, which I don't know why every coach doesn't do this. Rick Carlisle committed a foul up 3. And sent Malik to the line. Not only with the way the Kings were shooting from the foul line, that just makes sense to me. And there's no chance you're losing the game on that possession. But combine that with the fact the Sacramento Kings were shooting terribly from the free throw line. That was great coaching in my estimation.
Yeah, I mean, the concern with that always is making sure you foul them
the right time.
Yeah, at the right time. And that was kind of spotty because Malik was facing the basket. And that could have went sideways for Carlisle.
Mm-hmm.
You say something this often happens with you, especially like if and you could explain it.
Mm-hmm.
If a team Kings are down 25 at one point, and in the fourth quarter they come back, you're like, that don't mean nothing. Is that a steadfast rule, or is it just situation to situation?
It's situation to situation.
Because my question to you would be, well, I don't want to be like I don't think it was like, oh, this is this can change their season that they came back and got it close. But like, what do you want them to do? Down 15 with 5 minutes to go or 3 minutes to go. Like, just be like,
no, I'm not like turning my nose up at the fact that I'm not Triple H-ing the get away from me that they did that. What I mean is I didn't it doesn't mean anything to me. It's a story in the game for sure. But it wasn't like, oh man, the Kings showed some heart there at the end. Like Mike Brown said that in the post game. Like fine. If that's what you believe, fine. They for some reason they ramped up on the defensive end. It seemed to scare the hell out of the Pacers. The Pacers missed a couple of shots, which hadn't really happened all night. And the Kings were able to hit a couple of shots, which hadn't really happened all night. They got to the basket. It wasn't like what Phoenix did, where they just walked down the floor, hit a 3, came back down, hit another 3, got a steal, hit another 3. That's not what they did. De'Aaron dunked. I think Herter like dunked or layup or something like that in the final 2 minutes. It was like, so y'all just turning it up here in the final 2. If they had done that exact same run 6 minutes earlier, then I'd feel a little bit different. Then it would be, they actually pressured the Pacers. I think there's a certain degree of a salute to the Kings, but there's also a certain degree of the Pacers thought the game was over. Mm-hmm. They were trying to just run out the clock at that point and failed. Mm-hmm. And that's as much on them as it is on Sacramento. Sacramento did a great job of trapping, doing all those different things. I thought Mike Brown's challenge was wild.
who's in control? They got to get that responsibility.
It was
revoked.
so clear live in real time that the referee just pointed the wrong way.
Yeah.
I feel like he told Malik as such.
Right.
And for Mike to again, maybe it didn't matter. Maybe it's just like, Mike's, I'm going to use the timeout.
Mm-hmm.
I have it. I can use it, whatever. I thought that was insane.
That was crazy.
But I mean, yeah, I thought that was insane. But it's not like I wanted them to roll over and die and just end the game. I'm not weighting it towards anything. Oh, maybe they can capitalize on this and take it into Atlanta. No, Atlanta's 3 days away. What happened at the end of that Pacers game isn't being pushed over. Like, I hate that. I hate that lame ass commentator talk. You're down by 40. Well, they cut the lead to 10. Boy, these young guys, you want positive things that you could carry over into the next game. The next game's 3 days away. None of that is carrying over because one team is up 40. They're kicking it. They want the clock to expire. They're hungry. They want to get home or get to the next city or whatever they're doing. And this team's just trying to put some money on tape. It means nothing. And I hate this idea that it's going to translate to something that's 3 days away.
Well, a lot of the times with the scenario you just laid out, you're right about that because that's guys who don't play cutting the lead down. So they're not going to play the next game. So it doesn't matter how they close the game out. In general, though, I mean, there are times when they can carry over. There are things that you could take from that. Last night specifically, I don't know. I didn't have a feeling like, oh man, this is gonna spark a change with this team. I didn't have that feeling, but I didn't.
What did you think?
It was good to see. Go out there and try and compete and do.
Did you think they were winning? And I won't even do the whole 2 minutes. When they were down 3, did you think they were winning, or had a shot to at least send it to overtime?
I definitely thought they had a shot. Like I'm not really the type that it's just different. There's not one wrong or anything, but like when a game is a certain way, like, I ain't winning this game. I'm just kind of like watching. So I didn't think they would get it to a point where they had one shot to tie or win the game. I didn't think that was going to happen. But once that happened and there was like 39 seconds left, it's like, oh, you can get a stop and get a 3. All right, let me see what happens. Like I didn't have any feel one way or the other. When they got the stop, the Aaron pulled up with the 3. I was like, oh, maybe this goes in. And then it didn't hit anything. But I don't know. It's just I'll put it to you like this. I'd rather neither one may matter, but I'd rather that than the long ass faces when you're getting drubbed by 25, 30 points to the Pelicans. Show me something.
Well, no, it's fine. Like, so that I feel like that's another extreme. What was it? A 15-point game? 15-point game. If it ended a 15-point game, I feel the exact same as I would with it ending a 5-point game or 6-point game or whatever it was. It didn't change anything to me. It actually left me confused. Y'all just got hit with a sense of urgency with 2 effing minutes left. I didn't know what to make of that.
And that's also not exactly fair because they had a sense of urgency in that third quarter. And they had an opportunity. They got it from 13 to I think 2. It was like 2. It was 4 or 2 at one point. I think it was 85-81. And they had the ball. And they just couldn't get over that hump.
Okay. Yeah.
So, they showed a little something and were able to get back into that game. And then it walked away from them again in the last 2 or 3 minutes of the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I'm looking for them to sometimes in these situations you got to grasp at anything. When you're struggling the way they are, you gotta grasp at that. You gotta say, you know what, we did not play a complete game, but when we lock in on the defensive end and really lock in to get some stops, we could do that for 48 minutes. Not trap and all this other stuff, but just stay on the board, scrap, be scrappy out there. You guys have the ability to do that. When you're struggling the way they are, sometimes you look at something like that to hold on to something to say, all right, We aren't what Twitter's saying we are. We aren't. The season isn't over. We don't suck. We just got to play a little better. We got to channel what we did so we can play a little better. Sometimes.
Leezy said something about playing down to the competition that I do want to get to. Phone lines are open for you as well, 916-909-1320. We'll come back with a lot more. James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour as well. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Where is... Uh-oh, my bad. There we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to them. Shout out to Jordan Brandon. Shout out to Cola C. Moss. You already know the vibes there, baby, for sure. Go to colacmoss.com. Go copy one. Go get some of that. Some good stuff. Especially in like this cold and flu season. Help your body and your immune system stay right. Ryan Garcia and Oscar De La Hoya continue their feud. Oscar De La Hoya was on Twitter, I think it was Wednesday, talking about how a fight between Ryan Garcia and Jose Ramirez is pretty much a done deal. Now, the funny thing about this is Oscar De La Hoya, or Oscar De La Hoya, as I should call him, tweeted it out like he was some kind of boxing writer. Bro, you're engaged in it. So he tweeted out, hearing that Garcia Ramirez looks to be close to being done. That's what I'm hearing. Bro, you're not Coppinger. You're the guy directly involved in all this. What the hell are you talking about? Ryan Garcia comes out the next morning and says, yeah, Jose Ramirez fight definitely isn't happening. I don't know what Oscar's talking about. It's just another opportunity where this guy's such a problem. We got a guy like Ryan Garcia. We got a guy like Virgil Ortiz. Two guys like that could be leaders of the new school or help being leaders of the new school. Messing around with this clown who's messing around with their career left and right. I mean, Oscar De La Hoya, this guy's awful. He's awful. We need to get him out of the paint in 2024. That's what I'm hoping for. Him, and then don't get me started on Bernard Hopkins, shoulder bumping Bill Haney for whatever reason. Golden Boy Promotions, Oscar De La Hoya, Bernard Hopkins, get the hell out of here. Release your fighters and get the hell on. That's the 13th round. Oh, we got a deal coming. Okay, cool. Didn't even know.
Cool.
You didn't even know. That's not apparently you ain't even know it. You ain't even know it. Carmelo Anthony. Oh, come on. Flood warning. Yeah, Sacramento, but it looks like all of Sacramento, but I know off of 5 is really Elk Grove, my area. That's yeah. That's not apparently you ain't even know it. Jay Lee, you know what
I was looking at some numbers. Said D'Lo and KC on 102.5 is big in Elk Grove. Elk Grove and North Highlands.
You know what it is?
Aldrin, I feel like people either love him or hate him at this point.
Manny said he's got options for his farewell fight. Excuse me?
Did he name those options? Or he just said?
I don't even know, but you retired 4 years ago. What do you mean your farewell fight? We already said bye.
I don't know. I didn't know what the big lead in out of the commercial break was going to be. Not in terms of a story. Just normally we got something. It was just like the music hit, and I was like, I was singing the song in my head. It was one said about a man who couldn't quit. Dope man, please can I? It's like, hey man, you should say something. It's a radio show. I didn't know where to go.
We got James Ham coming up at 3.
Yep.
We're definitely gonna be talking more Kings. Can I ask you something? Non-Kings related.
Yeah. Can I throw out one thing that because I mentioned it, something Leezy said about playing down the competition.
Yes.
I think that's a crutch for playing like crap. That's all that I think that it is. I don't think that's actually a thing.
I don't think so either.
I think that's a complete myth. It's a line used in sports that I don't think is real.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No, okay.
Like, just play better.
Yeah. That's all it is.
You don't think there's a correlation though, because
not.
they do it against the weaker teams.
I do not.
I mean, they get their ass beat against good teams. So
yeah, I don't think it's a thing just with Sacramento. I don't think it's a thing, period. I don't think playing down to your competition is a real thing. I do think there's a thing as playing like you I just think you could have an off night. And if it correlates against a bad team or a so-called bad team, then we use this crutch of playing down to the competition. Like, no, you played bad. So that's it. Yeah. You played bad. Yeah. And teams that we like does here do the Celtics struggle against the Wizards?
No, not really. No.
It's a thing that like that's a so you're either good or you're bad.
Oh yeah, so then maybe they're just not as good as we thought.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
I mean, yes, and I agree with you. I don't think that's normally a thing, but I mean, usually teams there's plenty of occasions where teams just don't play well, and the other teams play good. It's the NBA. I always say that. It's the NBA. It's full of talent right now. So because you think you should beat somebody or the record says one thing, there are guys that could drop 40 on your head on that other team. It don't matter what team you're talking about. And sometimes they're playing well.
Did Charlotte beat Boston?
Yeah, Boston gave it up in the last couple minutes.
Did they play down to Charlotte, or did Charlotte just beat them?
I guess Charlotte beat them. It's a game Boston had, but they gave it up in the last couple minutes.
It happens. It's sports, man. It happens.
That's all it is.
That's all. Leezy had mentioned that, and I wanted to respond to it, but that's it. Go ahead.
I wanted to just kind of get your opinion on and get your POV on one of the big topics going on around here right now. Insiders were talking about it. It's buzzing all over the internet about the A's coming to check out Heart Health Park as a potential spot for the A's for a couple years before they finish everything in Vegas.
Me personally hate it.
Why you hate it?
Because I can't stand that A's group. I think it's trash. I think everybody should. No, you made your bed, homie. You sleep in it.
I understand that.
From a fan's perspective, though, I get it. Good for the city. If it's good for the city, go for it.
I feel bad for Kyle Madson's, James Ham's, and everything like that. And I understand that to a certain degree, this city was in that same predicament not too long ago. However, if this is an opportunity, a la Oklahoma City when Katrina hit.
Got you. Yep. I got you.
You got it. You got to do it.
If it's an opportunity to show you can host a Major League Baseball franchise.
Because to be honest with you, this may be this city's only shot.
I hear you.
This may be your only shot. I think you got to do it. But now here's one thing I will say. I don't think I would do it blindly, right? I don't think I would just do it on a whim. I would try. I don't know if this would be able to happen. I don't know. Maybe you'd have to do it a little blindly, go on faith. But I would try to get some reassurance from Major League Baseball and say, if we do this, we move to the top of the line in expansion. And if they say no, then I got to come back and think about, well, do I really want to do this? Do I want to have this type of look on my city and with this? Now I got things I got to decide on.
Yeah.
But I would also wait until the A's say, yes, we want to come here.
Yeah.
And once I got them on the hook saying they want to come here, I'll be like, let me talk to Rob Manfred before I sign my part of the deal.
You could Ron Burkle him and just walk away at the end if you don't want to do it.
Let me talk to Rob Manfred, and I try to get some type of insurance that we move to the top of the line if we go through with this. If Major League Baseball said, yeah, we don't know when we're expanding.
Yeah.
We don't know, but
I was going to say there's no hint of expansion for Major League Baseball, is there?
A little bit.
Is there?
They've talked about Nashville a little bit. There's always been some things circling around like Nashville. It was more relocation with Portland, but they talked about Portland and a couple other places. But
boy, they really trying to wedge sports teams into those two cities.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah,
gracious.
I mean, and that's what Sacramento's probably trying to do. This is
yeah, but we're never mentioned.
We're mentioning hockey.
Well, yeah, that's true. I guess we were.
And this is
the hell happened with that.
Oh, it's all in the Coyotes. Like if the Coyotes.
Oh, that's right.
The Coyotes.
That's right. That was an expansion. That was
a relocation.
Yeah, I got you.
And that thing is awful playing wherever they play at. But yeah, man, if you could get some type of insurance that you move to the top of the line, I'm sorry, guys, I'd do it.
I feel like we posed this question already. If you had to choose between a hockey team and a baseball team,
Oh
which one?
yeah. I think I chose baseball.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I think I chose hockey. Because if I didn't, I'm changing my mind. I think I'd rather have a hockey team than a baseball team.
Yeah.
The Sacramento, like the fans, the way they are, like they're built for like being hockey fans. Like they would go crazy.
I think so too.
Like it'd be.
I don't know how much
sold
we'd
out every
cover
game.
it. Like that would be.
No,
that-
we
that
wouldn't.
would
We
be-
wouldn't leading with the Sacramento Coyotes or anything, but like we'd be going to the games and stuff.
No, I think it'd be dope. I'm thinking about also though, like
You don't like the cold though. I don't think you'd enjoy going into the.
well, I just bundle up.
Just throw on the hockey sweater.
I need more than that. I need a hoodie under the hockey sweater as well. But I'm also thinking about having professional sports all year long. Like if you get
I hear you.
baseball, you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
it 12 months a year.
Sure.
So
Yeah, baseball's damn near 12 months a year.
right, that's the problem.
What'd you say? Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow?
Pretty much.
Slight exaggeration.
So once again, sorry to my A's people out there, but I'd do it.
I
But I'd
understand,
only
yeah.
do it if I got guaranteed that it moves up to the
Yeah, like what's in this for us?
Yeah.
I got you. 916-909-1320. Let's get our man Maddie in here. Maddie, what's going on, baby? Maddie, you must speak now. Hey, thanks for calling, Maddie. We'll catch you next. Okay, wait. I heard a voice. Nope, Matt. Okay.
He got cut.
Yep. Nope. Huh? What? Okay. We'll catch you next time. Good call. All right. All right. Sacramento hockey, Sacramento baseball.
Do you have any other thoughts on football this weekend?
Yeah, we're all really leaning on the Bills, huh? Like I'm not really caught up in the Patrick Mahomes. Oh, Maddie's back. I had a feeling he'd call back. I want to make sure we get Maddie in here. Maddie, that first call was fire. Let's get this second one in here.
My fault, y'all. What's up with the big homie?
You good, baby? You
What's
good?
baby?
My bad, yo. Hey, I see you, KC, with the Crispy Rice jersey representing.
Hey man, it's 49
Hey, man.
Friday, man. I had to go with the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I was thinking about going to that game tomorrow. I know it might be a little rainy, but a little rain can't hurt, right?
I heard it's not gonna be that bad tomorrow. There's gonna be
Yeah,
rain,
they
but it's
talking
gonna be
about-
misty and all this stuff. So I think it's gonna be all right, man. So I've been to one playoff game before. It's different. It's different, man. So if you got an opportunity and it's not raining too hard and it's not -9 degrees, I'd say
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. I was at the Seattle game last year. It was coming down pretty hard, like on the way there too. But
Oh
whatever, it is what it is. But so I'm calling because I feel like at this point we all gonna have to throw in a few dollars, or maybe KC can foot the bill because I know he got it like that.
Yeah, well,
I know he got it like that.
Maddie, tell the truth.
But we gonna have to hire a private investigator because 100% Harrison Barnes is blackmailing Mike Brown. Because there is no way he is this bad at basketball and is still getting playing time. Like he is so bad on both ends of the floor. And, like, I've been trying to be nice about it, bro, because, like, I wasn't a fan of the re-signing. Like, I'll be honest. I thought they could have maybe got him for a little bit cheaper, but we going to have to do something because our boy Mike Brown is getting blackmailed. Like,
Matty, you wild. And here, so let's try this from a different angle, Matty. You just said Harrison Barnes is way too good at basketball to be playing the way that he is, and I've pointed the finger at Mike Brown too. So I'm not putting this on Matty. I'm just working through this. I'm trying to come up with an alternate theory outside of Mike Brown being blackmailed by Harrison Barnes to play basketball.
Cheaters, PIs.
You just said that Harrison Barnes is way too good of a basketball player to be playing like this, and I wonder if that's what Mike thinks too. Every time he puts him out there, well, like Harrison's going to be fine tonight. He gonna get me 16 or 14 or 10. He's going to be productive, and then he's not. And then Mike goes into the next game going, Harrison, he's going to be able to do this for me, which is confusing given the situation at the 2-guard spot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I've said for a month, like, I feel like there's something about Kevin Huerter that Mike Brown is just not feeling, because Kevin Huerter's obviously in the starting lineup. He's back in the starting lineup. I don't think he's exiting the starting lineup, but he didn't get an opportunity to play through things and figure things out. We have no idea what the start of the season would have looked like had Duarte not got hurt.
Right.
But that has never been in question with Harrison Barnes. So maybe that's a Harrison Barnes thing, or it's a Trey Lyles thing. Because remember, Trey Lyles was injured to start the season, or at the start of the season. Yeah. So I'm not sure. But
I don't know. I don't know why into the scenario you just laid out. Like, I understand it, but if that's the case, I mean, the reality got to be slapping Mike in the face at some point. Like this.
I hear you.
Like it literally, when Harrison gets 14 points, it's like the scene from Little Big League. Like, I could see Mike Brown being like the little kid. Look at him there. He got 14. I told you just got to give him time.
Well, I'm going to need Jordy to pull him aside then.
Yes, sir. Like, bro, this first time scoring over 5 in 5 games. Like, no, it's not okay.
Harrison Barnes had 2 points yesterday.
Come on, man.
Oh.
He's just out there getting cardio. He didn't do nothing.
He's having a career low in points, rebounds, and assists this year, I believe.
Part of me feels like, and I'm just gonna say it because it's the only thing that makes sense. Because this is actually, I don't know if you can call it a compliment, but it's actually a testament to me thinking that he is a better player than what he's showing.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like he's pouting because he's not part of the offense, or he's pouting because of something. He's pouting because of something.
He's in trade room, like trade talks, rumors, and all that, like the offseason stuff. I think that stuff matters. Like I think like a lot of uncertainty.
I think that stuff matters. Pouting?
He's pouting, or he's just not motivated.
I wish we could ask him.
Because that's the only thing. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because even if you're not getting the ball and all of a sudden getting your shots and stuff like that, Harrison, you're a smart individual. You're a smart basketball player. You've been around here long enough and been around the game long enough. All right, I'm not getting shots. Let me find other ways to be effective.
Yeah, he's not.
He's like refusing.
Nah.
Damn near.
Yeah. Well, maybe you're right.
Like I know I'm not scoring. I know I get 1 rebound every night. I'm just gonna keep doing it. And not at one point did he say, you know what, this is embarrassing. Let me get on the boards tonight. Let me get after it.
He's gonna average 11 and 7 after starting February 9th.
I could see it. But and once again, the reason why I say I understand why that doesn't seem like a compliment, but I do mean it in the respect of like he doesn't just suck. Like he's not just like this bad basketball player.
Maybe he's on a rebounding strike.
Yeah, well,
like like De'Aaron's famous dunk strike.
And somebody needs to put him on a playing time strike. Then.
Well, De'Aaron appears to be on a talking strike.
Because that's a whole nother thing. Like I said, a lot of people just worried about the wrong stuff, to be honest with you.
Oh.
But with Harrison doing what he's doing in the way I think he's a good ball player. I think he's a talented ball player. The only way you can keep doing this, I feel like, is if you're actively trying to. Like you're actively aware of like, man, I ain't going in there for them boards like that. I ain't doing all that. Like for what? That's the only way with somebody with that level of talent can continuously put up those numbers, in my opinion.
Working backwards, 1 3 1 2 2 1 1 4 3 1 2 0. Those are rebounding numbers dating back to the Atlanta game on December 29th.
It's so upsetting and disappointing to see him with these type of numbers.
Are we at a point where it's just best for both parties if we just move on?
No, I don't think.
It feels like
you can't just like move on. How? Like, what do you mean?
I guess fine. Like he's not giving you really any production right now.
But what do you mean by move on?
I don't want to say trade him.
Yeah, like probably.
Yeah,
probably.
And I'm not saying necessarily like just get him out of here and we'll take whatever you're giving us.
No.
Obviously, you want to do something decent, but like for both the Kings and Harrison Barnes, it's just time to cut ties now.
Well, bro, I don't know. This is the stuff I don't understand. The rebounding stuff can't defend. You go to let's start with the Utah game on December 16th. 16, 19, 10, 19, 12. Those are his point totals. And then 9, 2, 11, 3. Then you got 16, or you got 17, 16, 10. And now this last stretch. My goodness.
What were the games?
The 16, 19, 10, 19, that one?
Yep.
That started with Utah, Washington, the Boston game. He scored 10 in the Boston game. Phoenix, he had 19. And the last double-digit game of that stretch was lost to Minnesota. He had 12. That was
Phoenix. He had 19. Fox didn't play that game, did he? Did Fox play? Somebody was out that game.
They won that game by 15. That was in. Oh, that's hard to tell.
Because I'm trying to figure out if everybody was there on those games.
Well, I can go to I was looking at Basketball Reference, so let me go to my box score archive here. What games did we say? We said Phoenix. There was Utah was in there. Utah. It looks like Harrison, Keegan, Domas, Kevin, Keon Ellis. Yeah, no De'Aaron Fox versus Utah. No De'Aaron Fox return versus Washington. He played the rest of the games.
That's what it was. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what to do with the Harrison Barnes right now and the way he's playing. I'm like randomly looking at these box scores, and I'm just looking at. I got this Wizards Knicks one because this is the last one I looked at. And
you got what?
This Wizards Knicks box.
Oh, just a box score. I was like,
and I'm looking at other started. Like nobody's doing this.
I got you. All right.
Nobody's doing this on the Wizards. They got either double figures. The one guy who's not in double figures, Tyus Jones, had 2 points, played 37 minutes, had 2 points, 15 assists. Looking at the Knicks, nobody. Hartenstein had 6 points, 17 rebounds, though.
Bro, what?
Yeah. Hartenstein had 6 points, 17 rebounds. Everybody else is in double figures on both starting lineups. Like, no, it feels like, I'm sure if I went through all the box scores, I could find starters who have a comparable stat line to Harrison Barnes. But it feels like no other starters just doing this, like doing absolutely nothing.
Harrison Barnes is now up to 12 games. Harrison Barnes is now up to 12 games with 1 rebound or less. He's up to 18 games with 2 rebounds or less.
I just keep going back to, and maybe I'm just a sucker. but I mean, he's a better basketball player than that. Like, he's not completely shot or something like that where he can't do nothing. That's why I feel like it's something he's got control over. Whether he's pouting, whether he's upset, whether he can't get it. Like, this is him, not, oh, he doesn't have the ability anymore.
Man, I'm thinking,
because he's just, to me, he's just way too talented to go out there with that many games as a power forward.
maybe he's mailing it in. Maybe
What'd you
he
say,
feels
12
like
games
he's
with one or less,
to rebound. Yeah.
and that breakdown is almost being generous, because if he got 2, that's not good either. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think 2 was 18.
Hmm.
Yep, 18 games with 2 or less rebounds. His average on the season is 2.8. So if we just round it up to 3, 25 games with 3 rebounds or less. The glaring number to me is 12. 12 games with 1 rebound or less. 3 games with 0 rebounds. Points are all over the place. Assist, the assist number, I don't even know that this matters, but the assist number is 28. 28 games with 1 assist or less.
I wonder if they've had a conversation. Harrison and a player, Harrison and Mike Brown, Harrison in the front office, where somebody's saying, "Look, man, this is what's going on." Like, they don't even have to come like accusing him or, in a certain way. Sit down and be like, "Man, what's up, man? What's going on here? This isn't you. How do we stop this from happening?" But I wonder if a conversation has happened.
There is a fascinating, like, if you go back to last year, even when Mike was here, like the beginning, Mike just starts. We all thought Harrison was gone. Like, behind the scenes, like, we were just waiting for Harrison Barnes to be traded.
Right.
I think Harrison Barnes was waiting to be traded. We go back to that press conference at the end of the Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry year. We're talking about a head coach. They ain't gonna ask me. It felt like Harrison was gone all off season. It felt like Harrison was gone. Harrison's not gone. Really no chatter around the trade deadline because of the way that the Sacramento Kings are playing. The trade deadline kind of came and went. Then the offseason gets here, and the offseason is what it is. Remember, for those that have forgotten, they started contract negotiations with Harrison Barnes and then stopped. Everything stopped. What we learned during that time, the timeline matches up. They were in conversations with Toronto about what it would take to get OG Anunoby. I don't know anything about Kyle Kuzma. I don't know anything about any other free agent. That's the only thing that I know, is that they were inquiring about trading for OG Anunoby. That fell apart, or that didn't really go anywhere. A few days later, trade talks start up, contract start up. A day later, Harrison Barnes is a Sacramento King. So that's not the most like ringing endorsement of, "Hey man, we really love you. We want you here." And things aren't going the way whoever expected. And the first name brought up in trade chatter is Harrison Barnes.
If you kind of put the puzzle pieces together, like, he's here because they haven't been able to cash in on an upgrade yet.
Well, and that's, you're right, but he's also here because he signed a contract. He didn't have to come here to Sacramento. If he had other offers, or if Jeff Schwartz was doing his job and getting other offers anywhere,
Big fans of Jeff Schwartz here.
He could have gone somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if it was, "Oh, I'll come back. I don't like how you guys are treating the whole deal," but you put an extra $11 million.
Well, no, that's not what I meant.
No, but I'm just talking in general.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
talking in general. Like, put an extra $5 million on there, then I'll sign the deal. All right, well, you signed the deal.
Oh, got you.
Like, that's what you decided to do. So now that you're here, and you got the whole backstory to the summer, and they're talking about trading, that, like, no, you don't get to mail it in because of that.
Yeah.
Everything happened in the summer the way it happened. If you felt the way about it then, you could have gone somewhere else. You didn't have to sign with the Kings.
I hear you. We'll come back. We'll get James Ham's thoughts on this. He joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yes. Tell him to hold on. I got to think of a new 420 record because we're struggling this week. Y'all got any 420 records you want to hear? Oh, shoot. I'm here, guys. I'm just flipping over to my 102.5 setup for a minute. Oh, shoot. One, two, three. Sorry, guys. Super hyphy. Keek the sneak. Well, you know what I wanted to do, though? I like that idea. I wonder if that's in our system. I think we played it. Yeah, we do. You know what I wanted to do, though? It's Mac Miller's birthday. We got to show that brother some love, man. They dig that dude. Gotcha.
Don't disrespect the Rookie of the Year, Drew Down.
Well,
she's not for me, but someone listens.
Oh, right on, Donovan. That's nice of you, bro. I appreciate you. Man, that's dope, Donovan. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. That's very kind. Very, very kind. I'm happy. I'm happy I could be an influence, man. Very, very happy. I better switch back to ESPN over here, though. I didn't want to do a second one, but I can't lie. That sugar donut look fire.
Go ahead, pal. Throw another minute on this break.
Thunder and Wolves play tonight?
Celtics Nuggets today too. Let's all get our game faces ready.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Hey, there goes Cayenne Anthony.
Stop it, Aldrin J. It's not happening. I appreciate you, Jeffrey. Yeah, it was a tough one for sure. It's actually been a bitch of a week, if I'm being completely honest with you. Yeah, Donovan, that was Kenny's security, man. It's not. I'm a lot more approachable at the games in KC. Like you got to get through a lot of people.
What?
Plus, you got to walk all the way down the stairs to the floor, and sometimes that you get hey, not so fast.
False.
Okay. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour. Let's get back to these phone lines. However, 916-909-1320. But before we do, let's remind you, Dealer 1 KC is brought to you by Sky River Casino. 32 Bruce Street is a great place to catch all of the action, whether it's the Thunder and the Wolves tonight, whether it's the Celtics and the Nuggets, because you can watch them both at the same time, whether it's playoff action this week, no matter what your vibe is, 32 Bruce Street is the place to be. And that's not even talking about the tables and the slot machines and everything that's jumping off at Sky River Casino. So get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit, and it's Ramsey's favorite place. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much, gentlemen. Just two quick things about college basketball. First out, let's give a shout out to that coach at Durham, North Carolina last night for the defense they played on Virginia Tech and shut them down in the second half.
It's a good look.
And
it's a real good look.
Yeah, and my other take or question is, if either one or both of you saw it, what's your take on Nate Oates, the coach from Alabama, pushing that Missouri player earlier this week? I think that's the worst thing any coach can do, regardless of the level of basketball.
Yeah, keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. I'm not okay with that.
Yeah. I mean, I you know what? I saw there was a scuffle. I didn't see exactly what happened, but if it was unwarranted, I'll did you see it?
I did.
I ain't seen it, so I'll take you and
take
Ramsey's,
you 2 seconds to see it. Like, I mean, if you wanted to, you could see it.
I'll take you and Ramsey's word on that one that he was out of pocket.
Yeah, but you can't do that though. Like that's my whole thing as a coach to a player. Like you can't do that.
I could imagine a situation where.
Well, of course you could. Your coach is running around punching people.
Well, hey, get the hell out the way.
Your coach out here punching people.
Get the hell out the way. Get your hands off of me.
Jawan swung over people.
In general, I'm usually against any of that. Like 99 times out of 100. But I can imagine a situation warrants, like if the players are fighting, yeah, I'm gonna push the other player out. Get off him. Get off my dude.
Yeah, I got that.
So, but I didn't see it. I'm assuming that's not what happened. And like you guys said, he was out of pocket.
You got Lewis. You said it was Lewis. Jesse 916-909-1320. What's up, Lewis?
Yep. Yes. Hey. How are you, fellas?
Good, man. How you doing?
Oh man, I can't complain except for this 4-game losing streak, right?
I know.
Right. But this what I got now. I mean, I've been with y'all for years, but here's the thing to me. Sasha came over, Herter, their confidence with Mike Brown early in the year was shaken. Sasha, he every time he gets a chance, he tries to eat, and he tries to step up and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But I just keep saying, man, I just wish Mike would work with these guys in a little bit of a different way. Like, you know what I mean? Like Herter, he scored almost 30 last night, right? Obviously, Herter can get it done, but we replaced him in the starting rotation after a playoff run, 4 weeks into camp or whatever it was. As it comes to Harrison Barnes, you know what I would love to see is maybe late in the game, maybe we run a double stagger screen for Harrison. Huh, wouldn't that catch everybody off guard? Right? You know what I'm saying? Right? Wouldn't it catch them? Maybe we could do that 3 times a game, right? Or especially when things get tight. With all that being said, my Baltimore Ravens, yes. What y'all think is going to happen here on Saturday? That's going to be a tough matchup. It's Baltimore versus Houston. I love them both. Those are my 2 teams.
Okay.
My 2 teams going against each other, so I can't lose tomorrow. But I'd like to see Baltimore win. What y'all fellas think?
I think Baltimore is gonna handle business tomorrow. Man.
I do like the Texans.
I'm a little
not to win the
interested
game. I just mean
I'm a little interested in what's going on with Houston. And I'm speaking specifically with this game. I'm just interested. I want to see how they come out and if they're going to make it a game. And if they do, we may have a game. But I look at the Ravens the same way I look at the 49ers. They should beat the Texans.
I think they're going to make CJ Stroud look a little rookie-ish this week.
All right,
they're going to have something for him.
This is grounds for clowning. Tyrese and Pascal Siakam are playing in Portland tonight. I just like to remind you, Tyrese was carried off the floor like Ricky at the end of Boys in the Hood. Like Kane.
Hamstring fell off the bone like a chicken leg.
Like Kane after he got shot in Menace to Society. All right, Tyrese, that's on your clown video for the rest of your career.
Welcome back,
Tyrese. Glad he's healthy, and glad that injury wasn't as dramatic as he was making it out to be that night. Glad my man is back. Excited to watch that duo. I won't be locked into Pacers and Trailblazers. There's a couple of marquee basketball games I will be locked in on.
Real quick, I just saw that video of Alabama. It wasn't that egregious.
Okay.
I didn't think so.
I just don't think coaches.
He didn't have to do what he did. He could have stepped in between them and say, "Hey, both of y'all cut it out." The whole, kind of, he just straightened his arm. I wouldn't even say he shoved him. He straightened his arm, told him to get back. He didn't have to do that. Guy came up doing a lot though too.
Yeah, he did.
He came up doing a lot. So
yeah, he did. Baltimore, Houston. I'm not calling blowout. I think we got a game here.
I understand.
I think it's Baltimore's game, but I think we got a game here.
Yeah, I understand that.
I almost want it. I'm excited for CJ and D'Amico Ryan and his future and all of that stuff, man. But if the Ravens lose this game, boy, they're going to talk crazy about my man Lamar. Did you hear what Lamar said? No. Lamar said, "I'm getting older. I need to win a championship." I was like, wait a minute, how old is Lamar Jackson?
What is he, 27?
That's what I thought. I'll look this up here real quick to make sure it's exactly right. He's 27 years old. Yeah. My man was talking about getting older. I need to win a championship now.
Hey, man,
okay,
it's
Lamar.
Urgency.
Hey, I'm with it.
He's got
a team to do it. Yeah. I'm hung up a little bit. We started to bring this up a minute ago. I'm hung up a little bit on Buffalo, not because it's a road game for Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. I just think Buffalo's white hot right now. That's what I'm hung up on.
Buffalo might have the one thing I'm a little worried about with them though is their injury report looking crazy. They got a gang of people on the injury report. And also another big defensive player. What's the dude's name? I can't remember, but he went out with an ankle injury. That to be carted off. I don't know the final result of that, but it's not a good thing. Even if he plays, he's nowhere near 100%.
Yeah.
So that you couple that with the fact that they've lost 3 or 4 starters on the defensive end already out for the season, and it's like, man, another one. Like how much? I know they're playing well, but how much can they take before you got guys in there that aren't supposed to be in there, and they're asking them to beat Patrick Mahomes? You know what I mean? With that being said, I am picking the Bills still to win.
Okay. Man, everybody, Jesse, I think you're the only one who hasn't weighed in on that.
I guess the right pick is the
Do you
Bills.
care?
Huh?
Are you ready to watch football again?
Yeah, I'm not mad at these two teams. It's not their fault that the Dolphins just blew it.
Okay.
Like I'm more mad at Miami than anything. I mean, I guess the Bills are the right pick, but it's always like I think Patrick Mahomes is one of the best to do it. So it's kind of tough betting against them.
Yeah, I don't think there's a right or wrong pick in this at all. I'm not like it's like I get it's away from Arrowhead. It's not like it's hot and humid.
It's -9.
Like they're going from a cold place to a cold place. Like I'm fine with that.
You know, it's on the road. It's on the road.
No, for sure. But like normally, I think
Mahomes is that dude. How much is that going to really affect him?
I don't think that's a huge deal. If Patrick Mahomes played in Los Angeles and had never left home in January, all right, you got my attention. He's going from Arrowhead to Buffalo.
Well, I think it plays a little bit of a role, though. You're dealing with. I mean, he's never had to deal with No, Jesse was saying how much does it affect it? I mean,
I don't think it's affecting it as much as they're like this is one of the biggest storylines of the weekend.
Yeah, I think it's a big one. I think it's a big one.
I just don't see it that way.
Well,
I think that's like big because like that's a testament to Patrick Mahomes' career.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's like, oh man, what is Patrick Mahomes gonna do?
That's exactly what I'm looking at. I want to see how he reacts in those situations.
No, not me.
We've never seen it. I'm not doubting him saying he can't play in that, but we never seen it. It's different on the road, especially in the playoffs, especially in a place like Buffalo. Just think about what if Buffalo's loud enough where they got to go to a silent count. He's never had to deal with that in the playoffs. Like these are things that the place is rocking and you're down 10 and you got to bring him back. He's never had to deal with that. I want to see what it looks like. Once again, not saying he can't do it, but we've never seen it.
I guess I'm just not as wrapped up. I guess I could be wrong. Maybe it's a huge deal. It'd be the first time ever I was wrong, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'd like, can Kansas City pull it together in the playoffs versus a team who's been pulling it together for like 6 straight weeks and looks to have, hit a nice little stride here.
Game of the weekend, right?
Yeah, it's the game of the weekend. Bucks, salute to my man Baker.
Look, man.
Don't say something disrespectful.
No.
Call them frauds, Casey.
No, not that. That just reminded me. Come on, man. Anybody want to say anything about Amy Trask?
Oh, damn it. Yes.
Come on, Amy. I got respect for Amy.
So did you did you hear the clip?
I didn't hear the clip.
I don't know why she did that.
Yeah, I didn't hear the clip.
I'll get it.
But it's like, I got respect for Amy, so I'm not going to go crazy on her.
So I was going to reach out to her.
I was like, come on now.
I was going to reach out to her. So tell everyone. Well, don't tell everyone. I'll play it.
Yeah.
Here is Amy. Did she join? No, she didn't. This is all right, Amy. Hang on. Relax, Amy. Shoot. Here's Amy Trask talking about the quarterbacks in the playoffs this week.
4 games this week. That means we have 8 quarterbacks. Did that math all by myself.
Good girl.
4 games, 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. Make no mistake about it. Everybody be calm, 49er fans. I'm not suggesting Brock's not a good quarterback. He is. I simply don't put him in the same category as the other quarterbacks. So I'll say it again. 8 quarterbacks.
The other, I just hit pause. Well, I love that woman to death. But the other quarterbacks also include Jared Goff.
Come on, man.
And I love Baker Mayfield, but I don't know.
Quarterbacks. 7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock Purdy.
What don't you like about him?
It's not that I don't like him. It's not that I dislike him. He does things very well. He is surrounded by a tremendous supporting cast, both on offense and defense. He is a good quarterback. I don't put him in the category of the other 7. Of 4.
Man, that was just such a such a bizarre breakdown.
7 didn't even look at it like, well, okay, there's 3 or 4 that I don't put him in the category of, but maybe he's Goff, maybe he's Baker. Just no, all 7 are terrific. Okay.
Like if you were, I don't know.
I don't even know what the point of that was.
James, what do you? It felt like she had a point to make about because she delivered that in a dramatic fashion, right? Like she delivered that in a very specific dramatic fashion. She was trying to make a point about Brock Purdy, which I don't quite understand. James, do you?
No, I don't. Like, look, 2-3 years ago, the Niners were in this same situation where there are 8 teams remaining, right? And it was like Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, Tom Brady, Ryan Tannehill, and Aaron Rodgers, and then Jimmy Garoppolo. For me, there was no question that Jimmy G was either the 7th or the 8th best quarterback. Like you could say Tannehill, you could make an argument either way with him and Tannehill. The other guys all are guys that you could see winning a Super Bowl or have won a Super Bowl or made it to a Super Bowl. Even if they hadn't done it that yet at that point, they still were that good, right? And you knew that your quarterback was not good enough, and that's why I think they go out and they trade picks for Trey Lance, and they tried to go get one of those guys, right? But you found one of those guys, and he just put up better numbers than Patrick Mahomes this season. Way better numbers. I think Patrick Mahomes threw 26 touchdowns. Like there are a lot of things that, like, you could say CJ Stroud is probably going to be a better quarterback than him. Okay. But this year, Brock Purdy was a better quarterback. And we can go through like most of the teams like
Jordan Love.
Well, yeah, like Jordan Love. He's to me, he had a great final 7 weeks of the season, but he's not. So if I'm going to put like Brock Purdy in the conversation, like where do I rank him out of all of these quarterbacks? It might be 4th, it might be 5th, it might be 6th at the lowest, but I don't think so. Like, who else are you going to put up there? So I don't get it, because this is not about, hey, if you put this quarterback in that situation, what would he do? Like, you got 8 teams left. This is his team. You can't like make up some imaginary, Steven Reyes thing on The Ringer. I think that's who it was, that like, oh, like we're just going to put guys wherever I want to put them because it's my list and you guys can kiss my bleep. That's not where we are. Like, these guys are really, really like over analyzing Brock Purdy. And has he won a big game? I don't know.
Absolutely.
He's won as many playoff games in his career as Dak Prescott.
Yeah, he's won a big game. He's beaten the Cowboys in the divisional round. It was a big game. You know what I mean? Handled that. You say people can say whatever they want. I don't know how they rate beating the Seahawks in a wild card round, throwing for I think 350 or some yards in that game or whatever the case may be. With Brock Purdy, I haven't studied the game of football the way Amy Trask has, and other people who say this stuff, but I just don't know what they're watching. Or maybe it's hard to say they're not watching, because I'm sure they are. Niners are one of the premier teams in football. But like, what if you're talking about, oh, Brock just doing it because the people around him? Do you see the throws that he's making? Do you see the high level throws that he's making? The pinpoint accuracy every time, the decision making. I don't really know what they want out of a quarterback at this point. He's got everything that you want out of a quarterback outside of Lamar Jackson's speed, I guess.
He's a better pocket passer than Lamar Jackson, though. Like, I don't know. Like,
I think he's a better quarterback than Josh Allen. He's been that this year, and they love Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I think he's a better quarterback than him.
Yeah, and I mean, did they not watch what Brock Purdy did to the Cowboys or what he did to Philadelphia? I mean, they broke Philadelphia flat out. Just broke them. Now, you can go back and say, well, he didn't step up in that 3-game stretch where, their field goal kicker lost them a game in Cleveland. They got like a crazy, really good version of the Minnesota Vikings, and then Joe Burrow was healthy for one of the few times all season long and torched them. Like, sure, he wasn't good in those games, and he wasn't good in the Ravens game, but the other 12 games, he was, for the most part, exceptional. And you can't take away the fact that, like, at what point do you look at a guy and say he threw for 4,400 yards and 31 touchdowns? It is what it is. Those are his stats. They'll be his stats. Like, you can't go back and just erase his stats because you don't think that he's as good as that. I don't know. This isn't like the year Scott Mitchell throws for like 35 touchdowns and he was just a bad quarterback that happened to have one good season. That's not what this is. This is a young quarterback that can grow to be a great quarterback.
And we can leave this after I say this, but he's done it since the second he stepped on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The second he stepped on the field, now probably 20 games ago or something like that. From the moment he stepped on the field, he's been making high-level passes, high-level decisions, and game-changing throws from the second he came on the field. So it's whatever. I just don't understand kind of what they're looking at.
Yeah, a weird assessment from someone whose opinion I value very, 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 very much. Our 1320 Kings Insider of the Insiders, James Ham, with us here on Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Hammer, before we get too far down the road, did you happen to catch that clip of Chris Haynes? Chris Haynes talking on a podcast that he believes something happened with Pascal Siakam and the Sacramento Kings that soured Siakam on Sacramento. He said he was going to do a little bit more digging, check with some other people. Have you heard anything along those lines? I'm guessing you haven't, but have you heard anything along those lines about Siakam potentially souring on Sacramento, and maybe that's why the deal fell apart, or a potential deal fell apart?
No, I have heard a little bit of murmur that that the Raptors tried to change a deal at the last second, and also just that it's possible that the Kings weren't interested in a 5-year, $250 million deal or a 4-year, $192 million deal, that they would have wanted a lower dollar figure to really match who he is today as a player and who he'll be over the next 4 to 5 years as a player. But I haven't heard anything that would have made him sour on Sacramento as an organization. I mean,
Just dawned on me. You know what might have soured? Hey, we're not going to pay you $250 million. Maybe that's what soured him on the Kings.
Well, I mean, it very well could have been that they all were in a room and they had a conversation like, what does this look like? And would you be willing to sign? And he could have said, well, what are you offering? You know, under the guise that the Raptors are in the room and saying that, you know, are part of the discussion, right? And it could have been like, hey, look, this is what we would hope to sign you to. And it'd be like, oh, no, that makes me have a sour stomach. I want to leave now. It's like, okay, well, you know,
I'm going to text Woj that it's over. Or Shams.
Yeah.
It was Shams. I'm sorry. I'm going to text Shams that talks are over.
Yeah. And I mean, like, look, all of these, like, that is such a complicated deal because you're all in, and you're all in on an almost 30-year-old player. And then he wants all this money. And you understand, like, if you're doing like basic capology, that you're not going to be able to pay all these dudes a couple of years down the road. You're going to be in all kinds of cap hell, and you're going to have to find ways to bail yourself out. And so one of those guys isn't going to be around. And the one guy who probably is a guy that still owed $60 million when he's 34 years old. And that's not easy. You're not going to be able to move that contract, or there's a good chance you're not going to be able to move that contract. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's complex. All of these deals, they have their own pluses and minuses. You know, we've talked about it, you know, like, you could go chase a guy like Jeremy Grant, who doesn't rebound at all, but he plays good defense and he can score. You can chase a Kyle Kuzma, who I think you should be questioning his motivation as a basketball player, but his contract's incredible and his numbers are solid, and maybe he does fit next to these guys. Like, whatever deal you're going to look at, they all have pluses and minuses, and you have to take a calculated risk and try to minimize that risk as much as possible by collecting as much information on a player and on the team you're dealing with throughout the process. But, you know, that's why Monty McNair makes a big bucks. He's got a complicated job.
Where do you think they are as an organization right now when it comes to feeling like they need to make a move? Do they feel like they need to make one, or are they just like, well, if we get one, that's cool too, but we're not pressed to do something?
No, I mean, I think that there's certainly expectations within the organization, and those expectations right now are being tested greatly, right? This team, you know, a week ago was 9 games over 500. They've lost 4 in a row. I don't know if you guys noticed, but 50 Cent was in the crowd. Mitch Richmond was there. MC Hammer was there. Like, a bunch of Giants players. Like, that game last night that's not the show you want to put on if you're Vivek Ranadive. And if you can't tell that they're
homecoming.
if you can't tell that there was something off with that team last night, that it's been off for, maybe a month or two. It just looks something is weird with this group, and they've got to figure it out. And one of the easiest ways to figure things out is to mix it up. And I don't think the Kings need to make a trade to make a trade. I do think they need to make a trade because they plateaued. And, we're starting to see some players step up and be better. And maybe that can have an impact. Guys like Kevin Huerter, guys like Keegan Murray, if they can start matching what we've seen from, all of these other guys, then, what we've seen from Fox and Sabonis and, and Monk all season long, maybe you start to see the Kings of last year kind of take shape again. But I don't know. It's a little rough out there right now.
Yeah, this team of last year isn't going to take shape, Harrison, James, when one of their starters has 2 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. Or when one of those starters, and I'm sorry to continue to pick on him, has 12 games with 1 rebound or less.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. Yeah. And if Mike is going to go out there screaming about rebounds, which he's stopped doing, probably partially because he recognizes one of his starters is in fact not rebounding.
At this point, he's the only one. Keegan had 9 boards last night.
That's facts.
Domas keeps doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
Kevin Huerter out there working.
It's tough. Like, we looked at it today, Kyle and I, like, per 36. Like, Harrison Barnes is 16th on the team in rebounds per 36 minutes. Like, an NBA roster is 15 dudes. So that means you got dudes that are above him that are either like Juan Toscano Anderson, who's on a 10-day, which again, that 10-day should have expired by now, or it should be anytime. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, saw that.
But
I think Keith Smith.
Yeah,
he said that.
Yeah, but we haven't seen any announcement on that. So
you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, whether he's still there or not, because you can sign up to 2 10 days. And then after that, you have to either they have to waive you, or you just move on, or they can sign you for the rest of the season. We're not to that point yet. You got to get past February 8th before we see any of that. But like, look, I'm with you. Like, you have to find somebody who can do something other than what Harrison Barnes is doing, and he's under a tremendous amount of stress. This is, like, his name is being mentioned every day in trade, rumors and everything else. But he
you've
also
been in this league like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, but you
like,
also
I don't mean to be insensitive to that. Like, I'm not trying to be like unfair, but like, bro, you've been in the league 10 years. You've been traded like 3 times.
Yeah, but you got to go and perform. I think that's it, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's it.
You got a job.
Yeah,
that's it.
No, I know, and especially on the glass. Like, I don't understand that part of it. Like,
the trade deadline is 3 weeks away.
Yeah,
this is what we're doing for the next 3 weeks.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully they figure out a way to get through this, because as of right now, they just seem rattled. Like, you had a couple of bad losses, not a couple of bad beats,
punches. Yeah.
Yeah. Not that you did you did anything. Well, you missed your free throws, but like that Milwaukee loss, that's just such a blow. Losing, when you got a lead and you miss a couple of free throws, you could have gone up 6 with 18 seconds left, and you end up losing. That's brutal. And then you come back and you got 22-point lead and you blow it in the 4th quarter. Like, these are hard losses. They're not like the other ones that you just like, okay, we got to forget that one. Be a goldfish. Let's move on. Like, that's not what we've seen. These are tough ones that stick with you, and they got to figure out a way to, like, mentally clean the slate and get out there. And they got a weekend. This is like one of the rarest things I've ever seen, where a team has Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. Totally bizarre. But yeah, maybe they come back refreshed, renewed, focused, and ready to roll on Monday.
They're at Tiger tonight.
They might be at the R&B brunch.
They might be there. So I'm through. Where do you start, James? You talking about fixing this thing, correcting thing, wiping this, like, where if you're Mike Brown, I'm assuming they're off today. I have no idea.
Yeah, they're
you're
off
Mike
today.
Brown. What's the first thing you're saying to this team tomorrow at practice?
It's a good question. You know what? At this point, the first thing I think I would say would be, what do you guys think? Where are we? How do we get through this? Are there any grievances? What do we need to put out on the table right now?
Do you
How
ask
do
the
we?
Jason Anderson question from last night? If you're Mike Brown, do you walk in and you go, "Are we still together? Are we? Is this still us?
No,
Are we still together?"
I don't think so, because I think we saw that answered by Domantas Sabonis last night. I do. Like, Domantas Sabonis said it very clearly. Like, no, we're still good. We still love each other. We're still a team. We still have each other's backs.
Yeah, there's a
But
couple of guys though I'd make answer that question,
well,
including
yeah, but
40.
yeah. I mean, I guess, but I don't think that that's the problem, that he's turned on them. Because look, there's a big difference between.
Harrison Barnes' heel turn is wild.
Well, no, but
Oh my
there's a big
God.
difference
No, I
between
agree with you.
who's in your locker room and who's on the floor with you, and the business side of it that's on, that's up above. Like, if you go in the practice facility, there's the 2 courts, and then up above them, there's a wall of windows, and there are offices in those that include Monty McNair's office, and I think Vivek has an office up there, and like, there's offices up there that overlook the court. The decisions that are being made up there and the decisions that are being made down on the court are 2 totally different things. And if you're Harrison Barnes, that's what you have to think of the whole time. Those are your brothers that you're going into a game with every single night, and trying to come up with a win. And you got to do the best you can for them in that moment. And then if that's not where you are at the end of the season, it's unfortunate. And especially because I know he wants to be here. And, he signed a 3-year deal with the intent to be here, not a 3-year deal with the intent to be traded. And, that's even, he has insurance put in, 50% trade kicker that helps out. But getting traded in the NBA mid-season is really difficult for a lot of these guys. And I know it's violins and stuff, but, someone said, "Oh, he makes 17 million bucks. He should be just fine." Like, look, he almost got traded to a different country. He almost got traded to Canada, 3,000 miles away. And whether his wife and child can pick up and go with him or not, a lot of times that's not what happens. They've got school, they've got things going on, they've got businesses, they've got other things that are happening here. And these guys go and live in a hotel for 6 weeks or 12 weeks until the end of the season, and they don't see their family hardly at all. It is jarring for these guys. And I know a lot of people just like throw that out the window, but like, there's a lot on these dudes' mind right now. There's a lot of, like, Harrison Barnes is one thing, but look at De'Aaron Fox has been right next to Harrison Barnes, locker to locker, for the last 4 or 5 years, 5.5 years. Like, that's his dude. That's his veteran. And like, you're going through situations together as a team. It's rarely just you have your individual stuff off the court, but on the court, you're going through stuff together, and there's a bond that's there. And like, none of these situations are easy.
Getting traded to Canada on an election year probably isn't the worst thing either. Just, I
No,
mean,
probably
Harrison,
true.
like, you look at the bright side of this.
Be like, that's your problem now.
Yeah.
Not
Sorry,
mine.
guys.
Yeah.
I'm a Bret Hart fan now, buddy. I'm in Canada.
Well, I mean, did you guys see the thing with Siakam, where Siakam getting traded from Toronto to Indiana instantly picked up $4 million in taxes? Like, a tax break that big, like, right away. So
He got a
Harrison
tax
might be
break
like,
going from Canada to Indiana?
Canada's tax bracket is 50% income tax.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. So from going from there to
Over a
Indiana,
certain dollar figure, I'm assuming.
oh no, it's pretty universal, I believe. I'm not sure.
No.
Yeah, but
All right,
it's a
Canada.
lot.
Yeah. Canada, you've been ruled out.
Yeah,
I
that
thought
ain't going
California
there.
was bad.
Yeah.
Well,
So yeah, he just picked
congratulations.
up like 4.3 million bucks or something. Like, hey, there you go.
No,
Yeah.
salute to Siakam. I mean, he probably won't notice with the 250 coming his way, but still, anytime you can find $4 million, salute.
I think Buddy Hield might tell him about it. I'm just saying.
Well,
Yeah.
Facts.
Facts.
Hey,
It'd be like that sometimes.
you know, One of you asked the question of what Mike would say. I don't know if it would be the first thing he would say. I think it'd be one of the first things, and it'd be one of the tone setters for practice. Is I'm a believer. It could be wrong, and it could be completely different in the NBA. I'm a believer of sometimes you give a stern tongue lashing, and sometimes you give them a swift kick in the butt. Sometimes you give your players a hug. Sometimes it calls for a hug. Sometimes it calls for you guys, let's get closer now because we're all we got. We're all we got right now. Everybody thinks we suck. We're all we got. If we're going to get out of this, we have to come together. And if I was Mike Brown, that probably would be how that would be the tone for practice.
You're going to go hug everyone.
We got to do
serious.
this together.
Okay.
We got to do this together.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Kenny.
And everything. Domas talked about it in a video that you had is, hey, we're still a tight group. We've got to come together right now. That's the only way we get out of this.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. Like, get everybody in the room. Like, where are we? What do we need? What do you need from me? What do I need to give you as a player? Like, how do we get on the same page right now? How do we put whatever it is that's broken with us, whatever it is it's like bugging us, it's under our skin, whether it's on the basketball court or it's off the basketball court, how do we clear that up right now? And how do we move forward? And if there's something that's bugging you guys, if there's a reason why you're frustrated with this or this, let's put it out there right now. Let's just have an honest conversation. And if not, you know what? Let's just sit here and hang out with each other. Let's get on the basketball court. Let's make this a fun day. Play a couple of games that make sense, that are lighthearted, and like let's figure out a way to like connect right now. And like sometimes that's what you need. Like the missing free throws is, like I keep saying it, it's a clear symptom of something. And I don't know what it is, because like it's a lack of focus for sure. But what is causing that, and why is it that it keeps popping up? And if you can figure some of these things out, I think you can go a long way towards piecing this thing together.
Well, real quick to that point, Domas talked about it last night a little bit in that clip, and he's right. Now I don't even know if it's focus. It's just something that is messing with him. Like
we keep talking about it.
It's because it keeps happening, and it's one of those things that
self-fulfilling prophecy,
self-fulfilling, or like when hitters are in slumps and they're like, you can't see the simplest thing in front of you. Like that's the answer to get out of the slump is right in front of you, and you can't see it because you're so deep.
The forest through the trees.
Yeah. And I think they're in their own heads a lot. Malik went 1 for 6.
That's insane.
Malik is a 90% free throw shooter and has been his entire life.
Yeah.
And
you could see him. You could like the look on his face after those 2 free throws.
Yeah. And it's something
brutal.
I don't know if they're going to be like a great free throw team moving forward. It's not something that is going to last all season long, but it can be something that lasts for like 2 weeks and then.
But hasn't it already? It's lasted to this point. It's just worse now.
Yeah, to this degree, this is something that just lasts until one day they shoot one game, they shoot like 85% from the free throw line.
Then it's gone.
And then we're not thinking about it on this level again.
Right. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll continue to try to fix the Sacramento Kings with James Ham when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. There. Right back.
I agree, Soren. Take him to Sky River.
There you go. That might be the answer right there. Yeah, I'm intrigued. Like I haven't looked game in and game out what their maybe I can look at team splits. Okay. Let me see. Splits as a team. I bet you it's just hiding in here, and it'll be like, what in the world? Okay, so the Kings, again, they're 23 and 18. So that's actually relatively equal number of things. In their wins, they actually have more turnovers than they do in their losses. They have more steals in their wins. 31.5 assists per game in their wins versus 25.6 in their losses. So that tells you the ball gets sticky. Free throw percentage in their wins, 73.2, and their losses, 71.7. But the true shooting, this might be the biggest one, Kenny, and it's something I think you've brought up multiple times. 3-point percentage in wins, 40.5. And their losses, 32.9. Like, you don't hit your threes, you live and die by the three. So
that could be it. And one of the things that I think Will Z talks about in that, and if Will Z, if you're looking, or you're listening, excuse me, one of the things I always talk about is the looks that they get, right? I don't think the looks change. I think they still get this around the same amount of wide open 3-point shot looks in wins and losses. They just, for whatever reason, aren't hitting them at the same clip.
Actually, hang on. I think I was wrong with some of those numbers. What was I looking at? Why is there two different 3-point percentage? Oh, opponents' 3-point percentage. Yeah, and their losses. This might all come down to like the same thing that Mike Brown keeps harping on, flat out, just defense. Like, in their losses, they allow their opponents to shoot 51.9%, 41.9% from three. And their wins, it's 46.3 and 37.
Last night was a mess defensively in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, did you see Mike like explain what was happening there? That wasn't like he's like, hey, it's not just the guards, man. Like, at what point he's like, our basic rule is for the weak side defender to slide down and cut the baseline. He's like, where were they? Like, and it didn't matter how many times they talked about it. Like, it was whoever was defending McConnell was on an island by themselves. He's like, that's just not what we're trying to do here. It was not supposed to be one-on-one. Somebody's supposed to stop baseline and stop him from doing that.
Every single time. Every time he had an opportunity to go baseline, he was going baseline.
Mike also brought up an interesting point. He says that McConnell goes way under the basket, really close to the inbounds, and then comes back out from behind the basket to lay those balls up. So he's using like the backboard as as part of his defense.
Mm-hmm.
And he's so quick with it. And you think he's so far under that he can't get back. And then he finds a way to get right back to the rim. So, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was interesting because there aren't a lot of players who just do that exact thing, go baseline like that all the time, again and again.
He was cooking their asses last night.
Oh, yeah. And as soon as they tried to take it away, then he just started dealing. So he ended with 20 and 10. Didn't it feel like he scored like 37? Like, if someone told me TJ McConnell scored 43 points last night, I would have been like, okay, that makes sense.
Well, the frustrating thing for me was all his shot attempts were in the paint. I mean,
he scored 20. That's all he scored. Like, he was like their third leading scorer, I think.
He got in the paint for those shot attempts.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, come on, man. Give him a step. Give him a step back up, half a step, and try and contest the shot if need be, but give him that.
Yeah.
Coming back, James.
It's funny.
All right. I don't think we fixed anything during the commercial break either. So we'll continue to try to work on the Sacramento Kings. And as James laid out there a moment ago, like, we'll come back here Monday and it's going to be the same conversation because the Kings don't play for the next couple of days, which could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing. Like, they've done hey, we got to get right back there out there on the floor, and it hasn't worked. So let's try something different. They got a couple of days off. Maybe just getting away from each other today will help them. And then whatever they have planned for the rest of the weekend, they can address some of these issues. You brought up the free throw stuff a minute ago, Hammer, and how now it's just living in their head. and you saw Malik's reaction after missing the 2 there at the end, and Domas saying, I just someone asked him, like, how do you get better in that? I said, well, we're practice them. Like, we keep practice them. Now it's in our head. And I wonder how much of not playing well is in their head. Like, he just like kind of acknowledged like a component to the game that it's in their head. It's being talked about. Now it's like all you can see. I wonder how much of TJ McConnell getting to the basket 50 times, and then Mike, 5 minutes after the game ends, says exactly what they did wrong, which matched exactly what Mike Bibby said he would do during the broadcast to stop TJ McConnell. Like, there's a clear disconnect somewhere. And this group and that coaching staff is going to have to spend the next couple of days trying to find it and fix it.
Yeah, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe, I think every team is different, right? So maybe they could use like a field trip to San Francisco or to Santa Clara on Saturday to go watch the game together. They all get a box and they just sit there and hang out and watch a 49ers game. And maybe that's what they need. Because Mike Brown's son is on Kyle Shanahan's staff. He's a quality control manager or something, like, so he's there in Santa Clara. Maybe that's something, or maybe it's, we need 3 really, really hard days of practice. Everybody get here early. Everybody get ready. We're going to work this thing out. Maybe, maybe they need to have a conversation with the coaches on the outside. Maybe they need to say, let's do the old players only meeting. We got to find ourselves. And, that's possible. But I feel like where Domas was last night was, man, we just lost 3 games barely. We barely lost all 3 of those. Sure, we did not play well in Philadelphia, but the last 3, like, we could have won all 3 of those. We could have easily had a 5-1 road trip. We easily could beat, not on a 4-game losing streak, but on a 3-game, 4-game win streak. And I get it. Like, maybe that's just, they don't feel like they're that far away, but it's also possible that it's that Domantas Sabonis is just such a basketball junkie and like a hooper that all he can think is how close they were to winning, and not realizing like how far away they were from winning. And how they, their own, like, the self-inflicted thing. That's what everyone keeps saying. That's, like, they don't need to make a t-shirt of it like they do with everything else, but maybe they do. Like, stop with the self-inflicted stuff. Stop forcing it. Stop trying to do too much. Play within the flow. Like, everybody should succeed. And like, maybe that's how they get back, but they're still 5 games over 500. Just because they're on a 4-game losing streak, as opposed to the 3-game losing streak, win streak they were on last year at the same time, same record they had last year. They got a road trip coming up. It's not even that bad. Like, there are wins out there for them. So, I think if they can have a real heart-to-heart here and like a sort of a reset button moment, at the midway point of the season, then I think they'll be just fine.
I don't like the shot you took at people who turn everything into t-shirts, by the way.
Put it on.
Took that a little personally.
I need to make a bunch of them for Kyle. Like me and Kyle, we have all.
We
kinds
have
of
a large inventory of Smash Them Boys hoodies if you'd like those.
That one was not
that
clear.
I don't know why that one didn't sell too well. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Once
but
again, that one was not cleared with anybody. It wasn't clear.
Well, that's just Dave Garcia being a fan of the show, going, hey, you know what? Kenny says this all the time. Let's make it a shirt. And it's not as funny when you're walking around with that on your hoodie. But go ahead. Sorry to distract you.
I hear everything that you're saying, James, about, there's a number of different things internally that they could do to kind of get in a better spot. But I'll just ask you personally, you think they need to make a move? Like, they need to shake something up in that locker room?
Yeah, I do. Like, and I don't know if it shakes something up in the locker room. I just, like, if your goal is to go from good to great, then you have to be honest about who you are. And you're not great yet. And in order to get great, I think you have to make a move that makes you better. And it's not make a move to make a move. You need to make a move that's not on the peripheral. That's not like your 8th, 9th, 10th guy. You can push a couple of guys down to 8th, 9th, 10th by bringing in the 4th, 5th, 6th best guy. But like you need to make something impactful here. And it's because you have plateaued. Like you got to a point where you don't want this to be who you are. Like you need to be better than what you are. And like everyone can see they still need the long, super athletic, defensive minded, like 3-4. It's obvious. It's not that like we're not like calling them out or anything. We're just saying you don't have that player. And until you find some of these pieces that are missing, then you're going to continue to have a major glaring weakness where half the teams in the league or 35% of the teams in the league have a player that you can't match up with. And you can hope that Keegan Murray can get to be that player and, either be that player that other teams can't match up with or be that player that you can put on that player on the other team. But that's a lot to put on a young guy. Like, go get that guy. If you want Keegan to be your second best scorer, 20 plus point per game guy, then go get him the guy that can stand next to him and help support him to get him to that way, to that point. And I just don't think that that's where the Kings are. They're not there. Like how many times do we have to say Harrison Barnes doesn't get a rebound before you say, okay, I need someone else that will get a rebound instead of Harrison Barnes. And they're not hiding on the bench. Like Kessler Edwards is not just like they're holding him back. Like he just got sent to the G League so he could stretch his legs a little bit. And I'm not trying to dig in on Kessler. It's just you need if you're going to be a really good team, you need really good players. And so that means you still have to go find a couple of them. You're not there yet. And again, that's okay. But be realistic about who you are and where you're going. And then hopefully you can get there by going out there and making a couple of moves.
And what if they don't?
I mean, I'm not saying that they're not going to make the playoffs or the play-in. I'm like, it's okay even this season to get through this season and say, okay, we need to address it this off season. That's fine. But like, you have to be realistic about who you are and where you are. Like, it's always possible that this team just gets on some crazy hot streak, that all of this just seems like a distant memory 2 weeks from now, and they're riding a 6-game win streak and they're cruising along, and
there is 11. A certain level of pressure and uncertainty that we talked about at the beginning of this conversation that is gone on February 9th. Could that have a positive, or that I'm not asking you, could it? Obviously it could. Maybe that has a positive effect on this team. And I still think their ceiling is probably exactly the same, but maybe this extreme roller coaster that we're experiencing right now, maybe that settles down a little bit. And instead of a roller coaster, maybe it's just some bumper cars the rest of the way.
Yeah, you got to hope that their floor isn't lower than you think. Really, you do.
Sure.
Like, I mean, I think the ceiling is probably roughly still the same. I think it's probably still like first, second round of the playoff team. But when you have this type of roller coaster season, the first thing it does is it impacts where you're playing your first and second round playoff games.
Sure.
So that's the first thing, is you lose home court advantage. People forget, like, that was a big deal last year to have home court advantage, although it didn't work out all that well, especially game 7. But like, that's the first thing that you lose. So I don't know, like, this team, to me, it feels like a team that for whatever reason, like, something's been hanging over their head for a while and they can't figure it out, and they gotta take another step. And a lot of times that means that they've got to make a move. They've got to make a move that helps them become a better team, that increases their talent level and gives them a better chance at winning. And it's got to be a player that fits what they're doing. And again, not to knock on Harrison Barnes, but like, you can find a player that can play better defense than him, that can shoot the ball close to what he does at the 3, but that gives you just way more opportunity, way more flexibility, way more options than what we're seeing so far. And that player might struggle to get the shots too, but if he can average 5 or 6 rebounds a game, or if he can play stellar defense, then he brings a different value to the team. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, you don't make a move to make a move. You make a move because you have to, because this is where you're at as a franchise.
Do you think De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk, not that they're done for the season, but do you think they're kind of going through a spot where they're out of gas a little bit?
I don't know. I wrote at the Kings Beat, I do my weekend review, and I track the previous 4 games where they were like 4-1, right? Maybe they were 2-2 over the 4 games that I covered, but the common denominator in all 4 games, except for the final game, which is the one where Kevin Huerter went off for 28 points, was Fox, Sabonis, Murray, Monk. Fox, Sabonis, Murray, Monk. Fox, Sabonis, Murray, Monk. It's like 4 dudes carrying all the weight.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, Kevin Huerter's like, I got this. And then we have some of the other guys make some mistakes and hurt you. And so, like, look, when you're 4 guys who are carrying all of the weight, you're going to have moments where you run out of gas or the weight gets too heavy and you need somebody else to pick it up. And so hopefully that's what we're seeing right now with Kevin Huerter. And hopefully we're seeing a young guy in Keegan Murray who's willing to take on more and more, because that looks like what's happening right now. But at the end of the day, like, these guys do need help. They need to make sure that they've got, that they're 8 to 10 deep of guys that are going to be out there doing things that matter each and every night. And at this point, I don't think they have, they can't write and pen what they're getting from a bunch of guys. And like the instability that Kevin Huerter has shown, not just like throughout the first half of the season, but in the playoffs, through that stretch last year. It has to, if you're a GM, if you're a coach, it's got to be in the back of your mind that we're seeing a really good stretch from Kevin Huerter for like 3 or 4 games, and that could snowball into 8 weeks of really good Kevin Huerter. But is he the right fit? Is he sustainable and all that stuff? Right now, man, he makes them look totally different. And like, you can see why they were so good last year with Kevin Huerter. But you can't have these, 4 to 6 week stretches where he's just not the same player. And all of these things have to go into calculus. You got to look at yourself honestly and say, can we re-sign Malik Monk this offseason? And if you can't, what do you do then? You got until February 8th to like make decisions. These are all part of like what's going on right now. And it's not, if you're a player and those things, all of these thoughts start seeping into your mind, maybe that's why you're missing free throws.
How much of this falls on Mike Brown? Obviously, the free throws, that's not a Mike Brown thing at all. But could be some other things with this team that you got to look at the coaching staff a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think like nobody's clean in this. Like, I think Mike Brown knows that too. And to be honest, like, I'll just keep saying this. They're 5 games over 500. They're still a playoff team right now. Like, it just doesn't feel that good. So a coach has to take on some of the blame for what's happening. That's just the nature of the business. But he's also the coach that led you to 48 wins last year. And you're trying to build a structure and a culture that's different than it was before. And I think that culture is still there. You just got to find a way to get through this sort of weird area. And like, look, there are games where this team has come out and, Mike's been very like, we had a game plan. They did not run the game plan.
Yeah.
Or a game where they just flat out miss all their free throws and they lose, again, 2 of the last 3. If they don't lose these, if they win 2 of the last 3 that they barely lost, right? If somehow you win 2, we're talking about a team that's like right at 9 games over 500 again. So because
you know what the Kings record reminds me of? You ever like been watching League Pass or flip over to a game that you weren't watching? It doesn't have to be on ESPN, TNT, whatever. And the home team, you're coming back and they're coming back from commercial and the arena's going nuts crowd is on fire and the home team is down 15 and you're really confused as to why the arena is so lit with their team down 15, and then you find out they were just down 30 and that's why the crowd is. It's a 15-point game, but it's not a 30-point game anymore. It's like you look at the Kings schedule and you go, "Oh, there are 5 games over 500." Yeah, but we're watching. And we see what's happening, and it doesn't, as you said, like it's off. Like it's not right.
No, I totally agree. And I think
a dumb analogy, but I always find it funny when like an arena goes nuts and the old Mark Jones, the lead has been cut to 15. The crowd's going crazy, and you're like, what is going on right here?
Sometimes you feel it though, like you feel like things are changing.
But every once in a while, you
like
also
that's what fans are feeling right now, but it's the wrong change.
I agree, but I think sometimes you turn to that game, and what you don't realize is that some guy just missed 2 free throws, and everyone got cookies.
Well,
and they're just screaming to scream. They're just having a great time, but glad that they're not paying $6 for a cookie.
Greatest in-game activation in history. The cookie crumble. Just shout out to Crumble Cookie, man. That is phenomenal stuff.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, like I said,
put that into the Kings playoff chances. Every Kings fan gets a cookie the further they slide down the.
I think they need a little bit of a reminder that they are a good team. You know what I mean? I sense that they need a reminder from each other and from the coach. I mean, we're still a good team. We're in a rough spot right now.
Yeah.
We're not gonna shoot. We may not be number 1, but we're not going to shoot 50% from the free throw line every game. We will get better at the free throw line. Just stay locked in, stay together, guys. That would be my message if I was on the team, man. Just let's stay together. Let's stay together. And one of the things we did talk about earlier, which we had a little bit more time to talk about, is I think one of the differences between this year and last year is I don't know if this team winning is the number 1 most important thing to everybody on the team. And last year, I felt like it was.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting, that's a
Not
lot
saying-
to unpack.
Yeah, sorry we did it with
Yeah.
3 minutes left. But like, it's not to say that I think they all want to win. I think they all want this team to win, but they might be distracted with contract or trade talks, and where they're going to be at in a month or 6 months is at the forefront, and then it's winning. Last year, it felt like because of the circumstances with the players, their contracts, where they were in their career, nothing else really mattered except for whether or not they could win. And if they could win, everything would fall into place. And I don't know if that's the case this year, right now.
Well, they got to find that. Like they got to figure that one out. And I think sometimes that's what that might be like the elephant in the room. Like, what are our motivations? Are we still all in? Are we still moving together? And I can understand someone like Davion saying, "Well, no, I'm not really. I got 1 foot out because you guys clearly have 1 foot out on me, and I'm not playing. I'm not in the rotation." But maybe that's not the case. Maybe you do get an all in from him. Maybe you do get an all in from Chris Duarte, who's out of the rotation again, or JaVale McGee, who's out of the rotation again. But I think at this point you need to have that conversation. Like, where are we? Where are we as a group? Because right now we're in a rough spot, and we need to figure out how we move forward together. And if you're not all in, like Mike has always said, if you're not all in, you can tell us that. You don't have to sign the banner, but we understand what that means. That means that you're not all in, and we'll find someone who is. And so sometimes that's a tough reality of the business.
I can't wait for them to have that conversation as a team, and for Jake to ask Domas to expand on it, and then Domas tell him to shut the hell up.
Yeah. I look forward to that. Because Jake asks his questions in such a happy way. Jake's a happy guy. And
hey, you want to expand on what happened? No, I don't.
No. Also, get your stupid microphone out of my face.
I will not be answering that question. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Most unpredictable team in the league, man. Hey, and sorry to Domantas Sabonis. 21, 11, and 10. No coverage today.
Well, his teammates should apologize.
They absolutely should.
We would have talked about it.
Bro is racking up triple
3
doubles like Brody did.
0 for 3 in the second half.
Shot attempts? Man, that's crazy.
That's insane. Goodness gracious. Hey, Herder was getting them up, though, and Keegan was getting them up. Salute to them. I mean, gosh, it's incredible to think the Sacramento Kings had a 27-point score, a 21-point score, 31 and 24, and lost.
And a triple-double.
To a team without their best player, who apparently sat out last night so he could return tonight with Pascal Siakam, his new teammate.
So their two best players weren't there.
Tyrese, you're getting clowned forever for your dramatic-ass exit for something that kept you out 5 games. Go ahead, Hammer.
Oh, no, he was all over the place last night. He was engaged in what was happening. I think he was booing Buddy.
He was
Hield
booing
at one
Buddy
point.
Hield. Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's why Tyrese will always be one of us. He was booing Buddy Hield.
Yeah. And I swear, Jalen Smith. It looked like at one point Jalen Smith was thrown up in the trash can. They also lost Isaiah Jackson in the middle of the game. Like, sometime he hit his head at some point. Like, there was all kinds of weirdness.
I think I saw you tweet that. Did you tweet that?
Yes.
That kid was thrown up in the trash can.
Yeah, he was right by my guy Larry. He was like literally like hugging the bowl of a trash can. That's what it looked like. You know, I don't know if he had someone hold his glasses or what.
I don't know. He had a nice little game last night, so he might throw up again tonight.
Real quick before we get out of here, I meant to talk about this earlier, but it's been a busy day. Just want to say rest in peace, Sports Illustrated. Maybe we'll
I wanted to talk about that.
Talk about it more on Monday.
Yeah, that's awful.
Sad.
That is absolutely
awful. We'll
awful.
talk about that more on Monday.
Okay.
Man, memories.
Yeah, awful. That is just terrible, terrible, terrible news.
Yeah.
Make sure you check out the Kings Beat, and we'll be back here Monday. There'll be a lot of playoff talk on Monday, and we'll get you ready for the Kings and the Hawks at the Golden One Center. Enjoy your weekend. We're going to head over to 102.5. We got a keyword to send you to see Jodeci in Las Vegas. We got Janet Jackson tickets coming up today. We got a huge week next week, but if you want more Kings coverage, we got that coming up here as we'll run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos 49ers.
Oh, man. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Team Glenn. Have a good weekend, my brother.
Yeah. Katrina, have a great weekend.
I do have a podcast, the Kings Beat podcast we just recorded, so it'll be going out in a little while. So if anyone is needing,
if you need more coverage of this basketball team,
I
always like listening because I love hearing what Sean says.
Yeah, and Brendan is always we
don't say his name around here anymore.
Thoughtful and bright. Yeah, I know.
I know not of who you speak.
Are we going to shut off the stream so we can have a?
Oh yeah, you want to talk shit? Okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Monday. I love James. We'll see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend. And